What is up, Renegades? Welcome to the first event of October Renegade Con, our Heroscape reveal stream. My name's Anais. I'm the community coordinator here at Renegade, and today I'm joined by the lovely Lee Huff, producer for Heroscape. Say hi, Lee.
Hey everyone. Super happy to be back. Also, it's nuts that it's like already October. Well, we've got a ton of stuff to reveal today. It is seriously like I'm pretty sure it's the most Heroscape we've ever released in one stream. I'm beyond stoked. Like it's nuts.
Yep. Yeah, we're announcing titles that are releasing between the months of February and May. So this includes two story arcs. The first story arc for G.I. Joe Heroscape, terrain, and accessories. So let's dive right in, starting with a terrain expansion. Introducing the Caverns of Valhalla. This terrain set includes shadowy dungeon corridors, treacherous rock outcrops, and light blocking shadow terrain. Let's check out a full breakdown of everything in here.
Well, I'm really excited about the shadows. And if for those of you familiar with previous releases, this pack marks the return of dungeon and shadow tiles to the game. So dungeon tiles add a neat subterranean aesthetic to the game, and shadow tiles provide pools of cover, granting an extra defense die to all small, medium, and large figures that occupy them. And of course, there's rock outcrops. They're great for blocking line of sight, and they really totally just like tie the whole scene together.
Yeah, and you can pre-order this now using the link in the chat below. This expansion is going to be $60 and is also set to release in February of 2026.
Hey, Anais, do you ever get tired of giving your Frostclaw paladins those teeny tiny wound marker hats when they've got some wounds?
Well, I do love a little hat on my guys, but it does make them kind of hard to move around. You wouldn't happen to have something to reveal that would help that, would you?
Well, it just so happens I do. So in February, you can pick up some premium wound markers. These are premium markers that sit under a figure and represent one or two wounds. They're perfect for common figures and squads with multiple life points. This pack of 12 oversized wound markers will be available in February for just 15 bucks. You can pre-order them now with the link in our chat. And okay, so Anais, I know you're super excited for this next reveal, so I think you should do the honors.
I would love to. Thanks. So you might have heard that I love painting minis, so I'm really excited to announce the Heroscape Army Painter Starter Set. This is an all-in-one kit that gives you everything you need to start painting your Heroscape minis. If you're a new painter or someone who has maybe a little bit more experience, the set is a great fit for you. It includes 10 Warpaint Fanatic paints, a paintbrush, and an included mini, so you can get started right away.
Yep. And the included figure in the set is the former organized play figure, Decker the Burrow Breaker. He's a great figure to start your painting journey with, and yes, his army card is also included.
If you want to pre-order this paint set for yourself, it's available for pre-order using the link in the chat for $45. This is also set to release in February. And that's going to do it for our February releases. Remember when pre-ordering on our web store that items don't ship until all items are in stock and ready to go. So we recommend ordering items released in the same month together to avoid any major delays. We'll share a full shipping guide at the end of the stream that will help you figure out what's safe to order together. So stay tuned for that. All right, it's time to move on. March releases. Lee, you want to kick things off for us?
I might as well. So, this is the G.I. Joe Rumble at the Rift Battle Box. This will be the second ever battle box for Heroscape. And battle boxes are excellent jumping in points to the game, complete with everything you need to play. And this set stars some of the most iconic G.I. Joe characters.
Yeah, on screen now is the full list of the box's contents. There are highly detailed miniatures, glyphs, dice, wound markers, and of course, a bunch of terrain.
Okay, so I need to take a beat and I want to talk terrain real quick before the minis because I mean, I have to. I'm too excited. So, as you will see, this set has some of the shadow tiles we spoke about in Caverns of Valhalla expansion, but we're also bringing back asphalt and concrete. And this is what I'm most excited about. We have some brand new terrain types, toxic land and toxic water. When a figure is on toxic land, its defense value is reduced by 1. And while you don't have to stop moving on toxic water, if you stay there, your defense value is going to be reduced by 2. Oh, and it glows in the dark. So, yep, you heard that right. Like, this was so much fun to create, and I'm beyond excited for y'all to like play with this new terrain and tinker with it. It's gonna be awesome.
This set is already so cool, and we haven't even gotten to the figures. So let's jump into those army cards now, starting with Duke. You might want to be slightly more careful with him on the game field, as he's the cornerstone of any soldier-based army. Yojo lets him order a decisive push once per round, letting 2 Joes or soldiers off of his first order marker. Lead by example boosts the attack of his compatriots and his inspiring presence, and both of these abilities work for G.I. Joe and soldier figures. So, Sergeant Drake can join the team.
Heck yeah.
And then there's Snake Eyes. Everybody loves Snake Eyes. The ninja class is an old one in Heroscape history, and Snake Eyes wears it super well. He has the usual phantom walk ability all ninja have, as well as the swift movement speed of 6 to make it count. He stands out in a battle box full of ranged weaponry as a decisive counter to aggressive ranged plays. Evasive 2 makes him hard to hit at a distance, while Assassinate 2 gives him the edge in close quarters combat against any foe foolish enough to wander away from the group. Lee, can you tell us about a few more of the figures?
For sure. So let's talk about my girl, Scarlet, next. As a player, you'll want to be pretty clever to get the most out of this character. Now You Know opens each round with some free information, as Scarlet reveals one of your opponent's order markers to you. It also lets you swap one of your own markers in response. Scarlet's targets reduce their defense value for each revealed order marker they have, making her extremely lethal later in the round or against armies that like to put their eggs in one basket. And speaking of lethality, Scarlet's is to the bone. Her final power gives her a bonus movement and melee attack should her opponent be foolish enough to clump up their figures. And we should take a look at Roadblock. He's got one special power, but boy howdy, he makes it count. The machine gun special attack lets him hit up to 3 different targets in a single burst. And honestly, like carrying around that big gun does make him a bit slow, but he's sturdy, making him a great complement for his 3 companions in the battle box.
Now that we've got the good guys out of the way, let's talk about some of the baddies, starting with Cobra Commander. Cobra Commander enjoys getting his hands dirty, or specifically his cutlass, lots of S's of Cobra, a power that grants him automatic skulls when attacking adjacent figures. But if that doesn't finish the job, he also uses his helpful cowardice to flee the scene and try again later. After taking wounds from a normal attack, he can use I'll get you next time to move up to 2 spaces away from the action. With a life value of 6, catching him long enough to put him down for good can be difficult. Quite fitting for a slippery snake commander. Now, let's talk about Storm Shadow. Like Snake Eyes, Storm Shadow has Phantom Walk, swift movement, and a low life value of only 4. But he has smoke bombs. These nanite grenades were developed by Cobra and allow him to deploy shadow tiles to the battlefield, supporting both himself and his army with boosted defense when placed strategically. This ninja is also capable of wielding multiple blades at once and often spins them in a blood circle around himself to create a whirlwind assault against all adjacent foes, letting him attack as many times as there are enemies adjacent to him.
Oh my goodness. Okay, speaking of bad guys, I have to talk about the next one, Dr. Mindbender. So, as his name implies, Dr. Mindbender spends a lot of his time people's heads. Like, not even his allies are spared from a little tinkering here and there. With a little suggestion, he can play some support, boosting his teammates into more strategic positions with a casual wave of his completely, like, totally bizarre contraption. But he can also focus his meddling on a specific target, bringing a new form of mind control to the battlefield. However, his control is only temporary and only with a revealed X order marker. In exchange, he gets a much lower trigger number than figures that could permanently flip control of the past, and he only needs a 13 to succeed. But this bad doctor is also relatively durable with 5 life and 4 defense. So simply removing him from the equation might be easier said than done. And the final figure in this battle box is Destro. Destro brings a unique gameplay mechanic to the table in the form of his tech glyphs. Each glyph offers the holder a unique ability, and Destro may bequeath these to his teammates. And he probably keeps the best good toy for himself. He so commonly keeps some of his own supply, in fact, that he earns a personal arsenal special power. This lets him attack twice each turn with the second shot at a reduced attack value while he swaps guns. And if anyone tries to return fire, his beryllium steel mask has a good chance at deflecting it with an automatic shield added to any ranged attacks against him.
And those are all the figures. We're super excited to be adding another battle box to our Heroscape collection. Like usual, there will be both painted and unpainted options for this set, so you can jump right into the action with a painted set or customize to your heart's content with the unpainted version. The unpainted is $65 and the painted is $85, and you can pre-order that now using the link in the chat below. The battle box has some big names, but we aren't done with G.I. Joe yet. The Strike Forces Army expansion brings 2 new unique heroes and 2 new unique squads for Heroscape. Lee, what can you tell us?
All right. Well, inside this set is Joe's covert ops specialist, Lady J. The Master of Disguise ability from Fia Bonnie returns with Lady J able to make herself untargetable to squad figures by rolling a 14 or higher on a 20-sided die. Lady J's biggest impact on the battle is sure to be like her ability to deploy zip lines. Before and after she moves, Jay can place a zipline glyph next to her. And actually, let's take a closer look at this permanent new glyph. Once per turn, when any small or medium figure ends its movement on a zipline glyph, it can move to any other zipline glyph within 6 spaces, or any empty same level space next to that glyph. And rounding out the G.I. Joe's unique forces are the duo of Jinx and Kamakura. These 2 apprentices of Snake Eyes are respected ninjas in their own right, so of course they have 6 move and phantom walk. The rest of their abilities tie Heroscape's ninjas together in a tricky but unified fighting force. With Learn from the Master, Jinx and Kamakura can bond with any ninja hero you control. So that could be Snake Eyes, Storm Shadow, or even Shiori. And on top of that, their coordinated takedown ability gives them extra attack against figures that are adjacent to other friendly ninjas.
Now, let's move on to the Cobra figures in this expansion, starting with Baroness. Cruel and efficient, Baroness is Cobra's right hand. With a range of 7 and an attack of 4, she is a formidable sniper. As Cobra's intelligence chief, she can issue orders for 2 Cobra or agents heroes to take a turn from her first order marker in a round. Finally, at the end of her turn, she can choose a figure within 6 clear sight spaces and roll the 20-sided die. If she rolls a 16 or higher, she can move, look at one of the figure's order markers, and move it to the army card of a different figure within 6 spaces. That's pretty tricky. Very cool. But last up is the source of much of Cobra's funding, the Crimson Twins. Unlike most squads, they have this feature called one twin feels what the other twin feels, which means the pair shares a life pool of 6. When one takes a wound, it goes to their army card, and once they take 6 wounds total, they are both destroyed. Their bankroll special power lets them pay off any unique hero to join the Cobra organization. That can be useful for letting them activate with Baroness or to combo with the Cobra Troopers, who we will get to in a bit. Finally, their business operations special power lets them reposition Cobra figures after they attack.
And that's everything in this army expansion. You can see a full breakdown on the screen now. The unpainted set is $50 and painted is $70. You can pre-order this now with the links in the chat for a March release. And let's move on to our next army expansion, the Heroscape G.I. Joe Green Shirts and Battlecopter Common Army expansion. Anais, can you tell us a little bit about this?
I sure can. So the characters we've seen so far are some of the most popular heroes of the franchise, the big names that everyone knows. But behind each famous hero is a squad of talented soldiers backing them up when they need it. Those troops, common in gameplay terms but uncommon in their bravery, are the green shirts and battlecopters. Let's first have a look at the green shirts. Valiant and dependable, the squad can lay down a respectable 4 attacks of 2 in a turn. Those attacks get more potent if they are inspired by Dukes leading by example. Their special power, wherever there's trouble, keeps their heroes always in the fight, moving 2 unengaged G.I. Joe or soldier heroes up to 2 spaces. Next up is the Battlecopter. Lee, you want to show these off?
Sure. So we know no G.I. Joe team would be complete without vehicles. The Battlecopter is a single-seat scout craft that gives a perfect vantage over a battlefield. Battlecopters are common heroes, so you can bring more than one of them into a battle, and at 35 points each, you could probably squeeze in a few. Since it is a helicopter, it obviously has flying, but it also has an ability called Battle Ready that lets it take a turn instead of another card. So before revealing a numbered order marker on another card, you can reveal the X on the battlecopter and reveal that order marker on the battlecopter instead. This lets you wait to take a turn with the copter until the most opportune moment, or even still take a turn if the figure with your order marker was destroyed. Finally, they have a strafe special attack that lets them attack all figures in a straight line. Of course, since they're good guys, they don't hit friendly figures the most line attacks would.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see more commons during the game. I'm sure everybody else is too. So if you want to order a set or 2 of these, the unpainted version is $50 and the painted version is $70. And you can check that out with the link in the chat dropped by our lovely mods.
And don't think we forgot about those building Cobra armies. The last army expansion reveal for March is the Cobra Troopers and the Cobra Flight Pod Common Army expansion. Cobra wouldn't be Cobra without dozens of nameless minions for the Joes to mow down. So, of course, they need commons. Let's have a look at the Cobra Troopers. Fittingly for nameless baddies, their stats are not great. However, when the Cobra leadership is around, they can be quite deadly. Their Coils of Cobra special ability gives them an additional attack die for each unique Cobra figure adjacent to them. On top of that, they have Villainous Bonding, which lets them take a turn with a Warlord or Profiteer hero you control. That could be Cobra Commander or Destro if you're using figures from the battle box.
Also in this pack is the Cobra Flight Pod, lovingly referred to as the Trouble Bubble. Flight pods have a lot in common with the Battlecopter from the G.I. Joe side. They both have flying and the Battle Ready special power and share life, range, attack, defense, and points value. While the flight pods are slower than the Battlecopters, they make up for it with the air-to-ground missile special attack. Being able to threaten a 3-die explosion at any time with Battle Ready makes the Cobra Flight Pod excellent at dictating enemy positioning.
You can pre-order those common army expansion now. The painted version is 50 and the unpainted version is 50 and the painted version is 70.
We have a terrain set to reveal that is a perfect companion to the G.I. Joe releases, but first, a couple of quick things. If you don't know, army cards, pictures of minis, and character bios are all available for all new figures at heroscape.com. Make sure to check that out after the stream. Now, let's talk terrain. Lee, would you do the honors?
For sure. So this is the urban landscape of Valhalla. Some fans may remember Asphalt and Concrete from another set from long ago. So this is more of the Asphalt and Concrete that will be present in the G.I. Joe Battle Box. These two terrain types don't have any unique gameplay effects, so it keeps it rather simple. They provide great visual diversity with their solid coloring, and they allow for new thematic battlefields in urban settings. And this set also features some of the fortified wall obstacles from the G.I. Joe Battle Box. You can pre-order this terrain expansion for $45 using the link in chat. We have our final review for the Yo Joe's story arc, and our pre-order promo figure is Serpenter. On the battlefield, he can attack twice each turn due to his zeal for violence, and he can lower the defense values of his opponents and allies alike just by being near them. Serpenter can steal order markers from his subordinates and use them himself at strategic points in the game. He's good at keeping opponents guessing and making allies wonder if making a genetically enhanced supervillain was really such a great idea.
Yeah, he sounds like a lot of fun to play with. If you want a Serpentor figure, all you have to do is pre-order one of the Yo Joe story arc releases. That includes all the March G.I. Joe releases we just mentioned. This promo is limited to one per customer. You can get it by pre-ordering on our web store or through participating local game stores. Check in with your favorite stores to see if they're getting these figures, and if they have any questions, tell them to reach out to us.
Oh, and speaking of the G.I. Joe Heroscape, our lovely game designers are working on even more Joe content as we speak. So now that you've seen a bit of what we've been working on, we want to take an opportunity to ask what you want to see. So down in the chat, you can find a link to a quick survey we made to gather your feedback.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what you all think, and a big thank you in advance to everyone who participates in our survey. Alrighty, let's move on to the month of April. The title of this story arc releasing is Gathering Storm. We're going to kick off this month's reveals with the Heroscape Elites of Ular and Rannoch Vipers Common Army expansion. This expansion introduces two new common squads for Ular, a sturdy Kiri squad with the Elites, and the return of the classic Heroscape species, Vipers. Let's take a look at the army card for the Elites of Ular. These loyal warriors are designed to work in tandem with Melki and Ziamara from the Kiri Warriors Army expansion. The first thing to note about them is their life value of 2.
Perfect use for the premium wound markers because I don't think they want tiny
Absolutely.
hats.
Yeah. It also means that Ziamara can prevent them from dying to a strong attack with her Amulet of Pavidar ability, and then Melki can heal them back to full health with her Spear of Sankari. Their other 2 abilities are also designed to complement those heroes. Thanks to Blade Dance, Melki and Ziamara roll an extra attack die against enemies adjacent to an elite. And when an elite is wounded by a normal attack, you can move an unengaged Ular Kiri up to 4 spaces thanks to Ular's Pact, which can help keep your army within important auras.
This is a great sturdy squad. So let me tell you about the other squad in this set, the Rannoch Vipers. So these guys are slithering into battle from the swamp planet of Mar and wielding guns stolen from overthrown Maro warriors. But unlike the elites, these snakes are definitely not sturdy.
Yeah, is that a defense of 0?
It for sure is. So vipers are a returning species from the original run of Heroscape, but now in a new form. Much like the Venic vipers before them, these do have a defense of 0, but they make up for it in other ways. They can hit foes from a range of 6, and when you combine that with their very fast move of 7 and the ability to cross water with Slither, they're super valuable. And on top of that, if they're close enough, they can hypnotize the enemy into reducing its defense. And finally, the evasive 2 special power helps them defend themselves against range attacks as they close in.
Yeah, it's super cool to see these fellas make return to the game. If you want this Common Squad Army expansion, you can get the unpainted version for $50 and the painted version for $70. And you can pre-order that now using the links in the chat. Okay, so the next reveal for this story arc is the Chain Gruts and Ramessar Rider Common Army expansion. This is our first time seeing Volorak summon a species other than Vorids, the classic Heroscape species Grut Orcs.
Now, these orcs look a bit different than the ones you may remember Ukar summoning back in Heroscape's original run. These ones sport mechanical chain axes and spiffy new military style uniforms. but they still don't have socks.
Yeah, let's take a look at the chain gruts. As a four-figure squad with a bonding ability, they are prepared to form the backbone of a Volorak army. Their guild boss bonding means that before taking a turn with them, you can take a turn with a champion you control who follows Volorak or any orc champion. That means these guys can team up with the likes of Zed, Tuck, Kane, and Decker to wreak havoc. With their strong arm ability, figures engage with chain gruts, can't make leaving engagement attacks against figures that aren't chain gruts, which can help their champions out of trouble or let Decker pull off a drill drive without retribution. Their titular ability, Chain Axes, makes a return from Doran, with it letting them re-roll an attack die each time they attack. It means their attack value of 2 will generate as much more consistent skulls.
And of course, let's not ignore the dinosaur in the room.
Yeah.
Also in this box is a Ramosaur rider. So these common heroes are orc champions, so they bond with the chain gruts. They are fast with 7 move and sturdy for a common hero with 3 life and 4 defense. And while their attack is only 2, they make up for it with their special abilities. First is First Assault 1, which means if they attack something they weren't engaged to at the start of their turn, they roll an additional die, which between their fast movement and strong arm on the chain gruts, that shouldn't be hard to do. And second, representing the sturdy noggin of the Pachycephalosaurus is Headbutt. If the defender rolls exactly enough shields to block an attack from a Ramosaur rider, both the defender and the Ramosaur rider take a wound.
Yeah, ouch. What was that? Can you do that for me?
Pachycephalosaurus. Yeah.
Pachycephalosaurus. New vocab word. Yeah, if you want to get copies of this expansion, you can pre-order now using the links our mod is dropping in the chat. The unpainted version is $50 and the painted is $70. That's going to be all of the army expansions for this story arc, but we have a few new, we have a new terrain expansion releasing alongside them. Lee, you want to tell us about it?
Sure do. It's trees. So this is the Forest of Valhalla terrain expansion. So these towering evergreens provide natural cover for your armies, blocking line of sight and creating ambush opportunities. Let's get the full breakdown of everything in the set on the screen right now. So there are a total of 3 different tree heights. There's 15, 12, and 10. And there are 2 of each size in the set. So these are perfect for adding tactical depth and visual impact to your battlefields. This terrain expansion is available to pre-order now for $40 with the link in chat.
Yeah, and before we move on to May releases, we have one final reveal, a special pre-order promo for the Gathering Storm arc. This arc promo is Sivaris.
Oh my goodness, yes. So longtime Heroscape fans, like you totally heard that right. So Savaris the Elf Archer is back and quite possibly even more arrogant than ever. Ananias, can you break down his army card down for us?
Yes, I can. Much like his original version, he can hit from the crazy long range of 9. He even hits harder than he used to with an attack value of 4. Where he used to have double attack, this new version is a volley unto himself. That means that he can reduce his range to attack up to 3 times in one turn.
I mean, that's super powerful, but it means he has to get in close so he doesn't know what he's attacking. So he honestly he might be in for some trouble, but it seems fitting for an arrogant elf.
Yes, very true. If you want a copy of Savaris for yourself, all you need to do is get him for free as a pre-order. You can pre-order something from the Gathering Storm story arc. These figures are limited to 1 per customer, and like the last pre-order promo, you can get it by pre-ordering on our web store or through participating local game stores. So ask your game store and send them our way.
Okay, so we've made it to May, and this will be the final month of Heroscape releases that we're revealing today. So May 2026 will kick off a new story arc, And many of you may have noticed that we kept this story arc name hidden using redacted on all of our materials you've seen so far. Well, it's time to lift that redaction. The May story arc will be called Thorman's Thunder. Appropriately, the first army expansion we'll be talking about for the Thorman's Thunder arc will be the Thorman and Kraken army expansion. So that's right, the Pirate King is the original Valkyrie himself, Thorman.
Let's take a look at the card. The first thing to notice is that Thorman is Heroscape's first unaffiliated army card. He follows none of the 8 Valkyrie generals as his motivations are fully his own. From a gameplay standpoint, unaffiliated will function as an affiliation, like Jandar, Ugar, or Cobra. His Pirate King ability means that he fits right in with any pirate army, but can also be chosen as a liege for the Signs of Ikaria. His solid stats and the return of the swashbuckler ability from Bok Bernah make Thorman a fearsome combatant in his own right. But his real strength lies in the way he commands his armada. The Ragtag Armada special power rewards playing with a group of unique heroes that each have different affiliations. Before taking a turn with Thorman, you can take a turn with another unique hero, but you can't take turns with the same affiliation more than one in a round. It should lead to some exciting assortments of heroes being played together.
And in his quest to stop the Valkyries and send all combatants home, Thorman has turned to the magic of the Void, and in doing so, has summoned a legendary monster to help him achieve his goals, the Kraken. So, like Thorman, the Kraken is unaffiliated. It knows no master other than the one who summons it. It is too big to manifest completely on Valhalla, but with its command of portals that warp space, it can send its tentacles out into the world to fight. It is a unique squad with 5 figures, but they don't start the game on the battlefield and must instead be summoned. So, after revealing a numbered order marker on a unique or unfathomable hero you control, you can summon one of the tentacles next to that hero. Then, later in the game, instead of taking a turn with a unique or unfathomable hero, you can take a turn with the Kraken instead. Opponents should definitely try to kill the tentacles soon after they spawn, or they'll end up overrun. And finally, tentacles can teleport much like the smaller Krakenlings using their warp space ability.
On top of those amazing figures and their army cards, the pack comes with instructions to play a unique 2 or 3 player boss battle scenario. Play as Thorman and the pirates attempting to close the well springs for good, or as the coalition sent to thwart his plot. The scenario comes with a special boss card for Thorman, complete with a second phase, as any good boss battle should have. If you want to pre-order this expansion, it's $55 for the unpainted version and $75 for the painted one. And as always, links in the chat below.
And it's October, so it's only appropriate we reveal something a little spooky, like the Revenants of Revna and Nuklavit Common Army Expansion. The Revenants of Revna are a common squad of undead Kiri warriors who served other Valkyrie generals in life, but are now returned from death in service of the Lady Revna. Let's take a look at their army card. With a move value of 6 and stealth flying, they can zip quickly across a battlefield. And while their 2 attack and 3 defense may seem unimpressive at first, their special powers more than make up for it. Both Blood for Blood and Occult Bonding make them perfect pairings with Miserex from the Master Set and Kilcorax from the Kiri Warriors Army expansion, as well as Nuklavi from this box, which we will get to in just a sec. With Occult Bonding, the Revenants can take a turn with a warrior, witch, or scourge hero that follows Revna before taking their own turn. On top of that, Blood for Blood lets them put a wound on a hero to boost their attack value of that hero and the Revenants for that turn. And of course, with Life Drain, Miserex may be able to just heal that wound right off.
The other figure in the box is the absolutely terrifying Nuclevi. These horrible demons come from the planet Phelan to terrorize Valhalla. They are common heroes, so you can field more than one of them. But let's take a look at the army card. With their Withering Breath special attack, they can hit up to 3 figures in a straight line, and they roll additional attack dice for each wound they have. This synergizes with the Revenants, giving them wounds through blood for blood. Finally, thanks to their Subsume Soul ability, the first time they destroy a figure each turn, they can remove a wound, which should keep them going well into the battle.
You all can pre-order the unpainted version for $50 and the painted version for $70. Check it out with the links in our chat. So next up is a new army expansion with some fun twists. This is the upgraded Necrotech Reavers Common Army expansion. This set adds a new Eisenach Common Squad and 3 new common heroes to Vidar's armies. Anais, can you break down the army card for the Necrotech Reavers?
Yes, I would love to. So, as a squad of 3 with an attack of 3 and a defense of 4, they can pull their own weight in an army, but their special powers make them particularly unique. First is Necrotic Network, which lets them take a turn with an Eisenach hero before their turn. If they pick a unique hero like Scavarith, Lord of Ruin, they can only activate 1 Reaver model. But if they activate a common, like one of the 3 that come in this set, they can activate the whole squad of 3. Finally, at the start of each round, they can use their Scavenged Parts ability to replace one of their number with one of your previously destroyed medium common Eisenach heroes.
I love that ability. So let's take a moment to talk about these common heroes you just sort of mentioned. Starting with the Necrotech Ghastblade.
Yeah, isn't that just a Necrotech Reaver with a big buzzsaw arm?
It for sure is. So each of the common heroes in this pack is represented by attaching a special arm to a Necrotech Reaver body. You can mix and match to customize your army at the start of the game and even perform upgrades mid-battle since the arms are all friction fit.
Yeah, that is pretty wild.
That's literally its personality. So it also comes with a wild spin special attack that hits all adjacent figures, even friendly ones. Each of these common heroes has 2 life, representing toughness granted by the upgrade. And next up is the Necrotech Ghoul Grip, defined by its ginormous claw arm. Fans of all time will recognize these special powers from the Gladiatrons. Maybe the Eisenach have learned a thing or two from Vadar's other troops. So, Cyber Claw means that if a small or medium figure moves next to a ghoul grip, it can no longer move. So, there's no escaping a ghoul grip unless you kill it, which can be tough since a ghoul grip gains an extra defense against normal attacks from adjacent attacking figures thanks to melee defense 1. The last common hero in this pack is the Necrotech Geistfire, which brings a ranged option to the army. A range of 6 and attack of 3 can be a potent combination. The guns that Geistfires have grafted to themselves are unstable though. After they take or after they attack a non-adjacent enemy, they have to roll a 20-sided die, and if they roll a 1 through 5, they take a wound.
The box comes with 6 Necrotech Reaver bodies and 3 of each of the common hero arms. That means you can customize the pack as needed each time you play, as 2 squads of Reavers, 1 squad and 3 heroes, or even 6 heroes. So don't miss out on this unique new army expansion. The unpainted version is $50 and the painted one is $70.
Oh my goodness. And somehow we made it to the last army expansion reveal of the day, introducing the Skordire soldiers. So Einar has summoned himself a Skordire hive with the Skordire soldiers common army expansion. The pack contains 1 common squad and 3 common heroes that all fight as a coordinated force.
First, let's talk about the Scoredire infantry. Everything in this pack is a disciplined soldier, as befits Einar's ranks. These infantry are not the most impressive on their own, with an attack of 2 and a defense of 3, but their strength lies in numbers. With their Insectoid Swarm ability, they roll an additional attack die if they are attacking a figure adjacent to 2 or more of other Scoredire or insect figures you control. Plus, with when one infantry figure dies to a normal attack, you can move one unengaged common squirtire or insect figure you control up to 5 spaces. That way, you can keep the swarm together. At only 45 points for a squad of 3, you can fit a lot of them in an army and still have room for heroes. And you will want some heroes, thanks to the Pheromone Coordination special power. With that, before taking a turn with the infantry, you can take a turn with up to 2 different Scoredire or Insect common heroes, or 1 Scoredire or Insect unique hero. That means they work well alongside Queen Maledrix or the Oathbound Phalanx, or with an assortment of the common heroes from this box.
And speaking of the common heroes, the first one we're looking at is the Spitting Hive Soldier. The only one with a range, it can attack from up to 4 spaces away, and whatever it whatever it attacks reduces its defense value for the rest of the turn. And when activating 2 different common heroes with the infantry, starting with this one is a pretty good idea.
Next up is the Lurking Hive Soldier. This bug was bioengineered for stealth assassinations. It hits harder than others with an attack value of 4 and can be hard to pin down. Disengage means it never takes leaving engagement attacks, and concealment means that if it would take wounds from a non-adjacent attacker, it has a chance to ignore that wound. And the chance is higher the farther away the attacker is.
And finally, we have the Bursting Hive Soldier. This one is essentially a walking sack of acid made to tie down enemy figures. Once an enemy figure is engaged with a Bursting Hive Soldier, it is left in a bit of a pickle. If it tries to leave, a coward's reward will trigger, and the Bursting Hive Soldier will make a leaving engagement attack with 2 dice instead of 1. But if the enemy kills the burster with a normal or leaving engagement attack, it bursts the acid sacs and risks wounding itself and anything else that was adjacent to the bursting hive soldier. The Scoredire player would roll the 20-sided die for each non-Scoredire figure adjacent to the bursting hive soldier, and on a 9 or higher, that figure would take a wound.
Those guys are really gross. But if you want to try these out, you can pre-order this expansion. The unpainted version is $45 and the painted is $65. And you can pre-order that now using the link in the chat below.
All right, so we've got one final terrain expansion to reveal. This one is one you might have seen teased at Gen Con if you were there, or any pictures of our displays circulating. So this is Shores of Valhalla. The Shores of Valhalla terrain expansion includes 3 shipwreck terrain pieces, 3 cannons, 6 rope ladders, and 12 2-hex wood tiles.
The shipwreck pieces are epic obstacles that block line of sight, and you can attach tiles to the top deck to add a playable upper level. Rope ladders help getting up and down from those upper levels when moving up or down. A small or medium figure can count a rope ladder as 1 space, letting them move up and down with ease. Wood tiles can be treated as either decking or road, depending on the scenery. Decking has no additional effects aside from looking really cool. And the road adds 3 to a figure's movement if its movement is entirely on road tiles.
And finally, there are cannons. Cannons are interactable obstacles that allow figures adjacent to them to make a cannon fire special attack. This attack has a range of 8 with attack 3 and explosion 1. You can shoot the cannon once per turn with an unengaged figure. This terrain expansion is $85 and will release in May alongside the army expansions. So pre-order this terrain expansion now with the link in chat. And we have one very, very special reveal for y'all today. So much love has gone into this extra special Heroscape project. It's also the source of my madness. Introducing the Tome of Annihilation.
Yeah, the team has been working super hard on that. So thank you, Lee, for working on this, and to everybody who's been contributing to this project. This hardcover collection chronicles the complete saga of the Age of Annihilation. That's right, this is the definitive companion to the Age of Annihilation era. So as we wrap up the era and move on, you can have everything you need in one easy to reference compendium. This collects all the stories and struggles of the battlefield. So let's dive into everything you'll find in this book. Lee, what can you tell me about it?
Oh my goodness, there's so much. But let's talk about the awesome things. So, so the first exciting thing about this book is all the character bios. So it's all in one spot. Every character has a full bio included in the book. You can learn the histories, ambitions, and rivalries of all the heroes and villains and the Age of Annihilation era. And something else that I'm like really excited about with this book is the fact that it dives into the actual lore of Heroscape, featuring information on the Valkyrie generals, the different planets that all these warriors are summoned from, and the history of the battle of all time.
Yeah, just exploring the Valkyrie general powers, legacies, and hidden agendas is a really cool part of this book. There's also info on factions like the Crimson Fleet, which is one of my favorites. So yeah, check it out. Also included is info on Valhalla and the worlds beyond. Read about the diverse planets from which warriors are summoned, each with its own culture, dangers, and mysteries. There's info like these previews on screen for 7 other planets. So that's a lot of information to dive into and have a deeper understanding of where your favorite heroes and villains come from.
And for sure. And speaking to history, we even have a full timeline of Valhalla in the book. That way, you can really gain a deeper understanding of all the historical lore details and the order in which they happened.
Very cool. Yes. And we can't forget the scenarios. Also included are every scenario that we published for Age of Annihilation content to date, all laid out and printed within the book, making it a quick and easy reference compendium of both lore and playable content. So get ready to relive the campaigns and conflicts of the Age of Annihilation through story-driven scenarios. You're going to want to get your hands on this. It is an essential guide to the lore, legends, and battles of Heroscape. And this is a chunky book, so over 200 pages of content. So that'll keep you busy for a while. If you want a copy, you can pre-order it now for $45 using the link in the chat below. Okay, so that's everything for this May. But such a cool set of releases wouldn't be complete without an equally cool pre-order bonus. So let's give a warm welcome to a returning icon of Heroscape, Agent Carr. Vidar's first agent from the Rise of Valkyrie Master set back with the Doggin Dune as his steed. Let's look at the army card. Lee, can you give us some details?
For sure. So the card really represents Carr and Dune's teamwork through a blend of each of their abilities. Carr's Sword of Reckoning makes a return, granting him a whopping extra 4 attack against adjacent figures, and he can still disengage without leaving engagement attacks. On top of that, Dune lends his crippling glance to the pair. So before moving, you can choose a figure within 3 spaces and roll the 20-sided die. If you roll a 15 or higher, you can remove 1 unrevealed order marker at random from that figure's army card.
Yeah, they certainly live up to their personality of tricky when they mess with opponents like that. Get this when you pre-order anything from Thorman's Thunder. This promo is limited to 1 per customer. You can get it by pre-ordering on our web store or through participating local game stores.
Oh my goodness. So, like I said earlier, like a lot of reveals. That was a lot. And as promised, we have a shipping guide to help y'all pre-order. So remember, orders from our web store don't ship until everything in the order is in stock. So this is how we recommend you order if you don't want to wait.
All right, I want to give everyone one more sec to take a look at that guide. But in just a moment, we're going to switch gears and talk a little bit more about organized play. We have some really exciting stuff happening that you'll want to be a part of. So take those screenshots.
Yeah. So we have information to share on organized play figures and the upcoming Valkyrie trials.
Okay, enough waiting. That shipping guide will also be on our website, so don't stress if you didn't get a screenshot. All right, let's jump into the details. Game stores all over the world are hosting Heroscape events. Renegade is supporting stores with organized play kits. We have not one but two current OP kits for stores to order with Raylan the Kiri Warrior and Deflectatron. Your friendly local game store can order kits containing either or both of these figures, and you can get them through participating in-store events, continuing through the end of the year. Our Spring 2026 kit is something a little different, a glyph pack. Elevate your tournament scene with the Heroscape Organized Play Kit. This kit equips tournament organizers with exclusive prizing for the top 8 players and the organizer themselves. A stunning set of full-color glyphs featuring bold, updated illustrations designed to reward excellence and inspire competition. These glyphs bring both style and prestige to your battlefield.
Let's talk a little bit more about the kit contents. So each kit comes with 9 sets of glyphs from the Age of Annihilation era. The glyphs feature fully illustrated art, which debuted at 2025 Worlds, and one glyph set out of the 9 will be full foil. So each set will be packaged in the same box, so it will be a blind reveal, and one lucky player will find the foil set.
Glyphs are exactly what players said they wanted at Worlds this year. So be sure to ask your store about Heroscape Organized Play and tell them to pre-order this kit.
And if you're looking to get more involved in your local scene's organized play, head over to the Heroscape Battle Network.
The Battle Network is a Heroscape Organized Play website, which also serves as a community hub for players, judges, and event organizers. It's also a comprehensive tournament software. You can find the closest event to you using the Heroscape Battle Network. Use the convenient event finder and get signed up for an event. Head over to the Battle Network and make an account using the link in the chat below.
And I also want to mention our thriving Heroscape community over on Discord. Join the Discord to chat with other Heroscapers, show off your maps, and please post your pasted minis. I love
Yes.
hanging out in the Discord and chatting with y'all. But, well, let's talk about the Heroscape Valkyrie trials, which are kicking off this month. Participants in these premier level events will have the chance to win some amazing prizes.
That's right. First place will receive this Leviattack, the Kiri warrior figure on a gold base. Plus a foil Leviattack army card with the Valkyrie Trials logo. First place will also receive a World Championship invite, guaranteeing them a seat at Day 2 of Worlds. Second through 8th place will receive a Leviattack figure on a silver base, along with a foiled army card. And there is also one included for the tournament organizer or judge of the event.
There will be exclusive participation, excuse me, there will be exclusive participation prizes as well. It's because of all the stuff we have to talk about. My voice is just coming
Yeah.
out. As players who competed in a Valkyrie trial event they'll receive a set of Ukar order markers, the Golak's Wing Renderer permanent treasure glyphs, and the glyph card to go with them.
We're so excited to see players come together for the Valkyrie trials, and we will even be hosting one ourselves at Adepticon in March. On screen now is our calendar of Valkyrie trial events through 2025. Use this to plan ahead and determine where you may want to travel.
And stay tuned to our Discord and socials for our 2026 events that will include even more events here in the US, Canada, and the EU.
This is our biggest OP event initiative to date. So head over to the Battle Network and make an account using the link in the chat and make sure to reserve your spot. We would be remiss to not talk about our World Championship this year, which just took place at Gen Con.
Oh my God, yes. So it was a 3-day event, and we had tons and tons of Heroscapers show up from all around the world. So huge shout out to Ken, Courtney, and the dev team who helped run this event and so many others throughout the weekend.
And a huge shout out to Nick Elder for winning our 2025 Heroscape World Championship. He was a good sport when we also crowned him champion by pouring our own Gatorade jug filled with water tiles all over him in celebration.
Yeah, and so you totally have William and Dylan to blame, or maybe appreciate for this new tradition, which actually formed at Adepticon this year.
Yes, that is true. Lee, I heard you mention store championships just a moment ago. Any plans for another one of those in the future?
Yeah, of course, Anais.
Mhm.
So we'll be having store championships in 2026, and they will once again be hosted. But this time we'll do April through June with the top prize getting you that day two buy again at Gen Con.
Any spoilers for me and the players at home?
Mm, well, I don't want to give away everything, but players can expect to see a certain pirate commander with an affinity for Crimson next spring in our store champ kits.
And that's going to be all for this stream, Heroscapers. So make sure to tune in for the rest of Renegade Con. Next at 11 in like 5 minutes is our Renegade Reveal stream where we'll be revealing more new games. Then at 11:30, we're diving into the upcoming Heroscape releases. Rena and the game developers got together and they sat down and recorded an interview. It was a great roundtable discussion, very informative, so make sure to check it out. And then at noon, Heroscape designers Dylan Fernandez and Heroscape community star and our World Championship head judge, Ken Williams. You can join them for a strategy deep dive covering the 2025 Heroscape World Championship event. And we're joined again by Lin Zhu for another Heroscape mini sculpting video at 12:30. So come enjoy the great conversation between them as you watch him sculpt. It's very cool. Um, then at 1, join Hexala for a gameplay video featuring the Thorman's Thunder and Gathering Storm Heroscape releases. After that, you can watch the gameplay video for all the new G.I. Joe spring figures from Board Hero at 1:30. Then at 2, check out the incredible Iffy Nawadaways Heroscape gameplay video. You might know him from a stand-up comedy. He's also done a bunch of stuff on Dropout, and he is the host of Actually, so we're super excited to get to work with him on this. And after that video, we're going to preview our upcoming GameFound campaign for Ikuza. Check in at 2:30 for that video. And at 3, Board Game Nation joins us to discuss Axis and Allies Commanders and how it will bring new, exciting gameplay to your table. And then at 3:30, Board Game Nation is back again, this time with Thomas Howard to take a first look at Diplomacy, the Golden Blade card game. And since it's October, it's the perfect time for something a little spooky. So after that, we have a special 2-hour long actual play from 4 to 6 p.m. for Werewolf the Apocalypse. And you'll be able to see Tracy Magitech, or Miss Magitech, as you might know her, GM, some cool AP stuff. She's awesome. So I highly recommend it.
Oh my goodness. Like that's so much stuff. Like what an amazing lineup. So I'll definitely be tuning in throughout the day. Anything else we should mention before we sign off, Anais?
Yeah, today is jam-packed, so strap in. We got a lot coming for you. But yes, last reminders, make sure to watch the next Renegade Con, which is going to be in February. We are always sharing sneak peeks and updates on our games in our email newsletters. So if you want to be the first to know about stuff, sign up for our weekly newsletters. So you can know more about your favorite games. Remember to pre-order the new games that you saw here today. Head over to our website to order. If you need to reference that handy dandy shipping guide graphic we showed earlier, it'll be up on the homepage of Heroscape.com, so no worries about that. Yeah, and stick around. Thanks for joining us all. Thanks for listening to our cool new announcements. We're super excited. We've all been working very hard on it.
Oh my
So
goodness,
it's
yes.
gonna be great. So tune in for the rest of Renegade Con today, and we'll see you all soon. Bye. What is up, Renegades? Thank you for joining us for October Renegade Con. My name is Anais. I'm the community coordinator here at Renegade, and today I'm joined by Rena.
Hi, I'm Rena.
We're here to reveal a ton of cool games that we've been working on. I'm super excited that we can finally talk about some of these.
Me too. We're going to break down these releases month by month, just like our last Renegade Con. So if you want to order multiple games, you can order titles releasing in the same month together to help avoid shipping delays. We're going to cover everything from the new year, from January to May. But first, we want to dive into our fall reveals, a couple of other things that we've already talked about, reminders, and our Renegade Heroes program. Okay, so our Renegade Heroes program is led by community legend Thomas Haver, and it's all about finding ways to engage your community and play some Renegade games. If you're a hero, you get to hang out with all the other heroes in the special channel in the Discord server, and you get to just have fun and lead your community and show people
Yeah.
games. It's fun. I like it. And you can apply to be a hero using the link in the chat that our lovely mod is dropping.
Yes. And before we start revealing some new stuff, I want to take a second to remind everybody about cool RPG books releasing this fall. Because we've got some cool stuff coming out just like this fall. So if you're looking for your next RPG fix, you don't have to wait till the new year. We got you covered.
Yeah, and it's spooky month, so I think it's really cute that all of our like fall releases that we're talking about are sort of common Halloween costume things. I think that was a really
Mm-hmm.
fun little bit of
Yeah.
joy.
I agree. So let's talk about stuff that's coming out this November. Up first, Vampire the Masquerade Tattered Facade Source Book. This new source book details who's out on the streets after sundown, victims, rivals, innocents, and monsters, and all the horrors that occur when the kindred cover up their existence. You can use this book to focus on the horror of Vampire the Masquerade and to choose a shade of darkness. So body horror, gothic horror, folk horror, or even cosmic horror. Pretty cool. Tattered Facade details how you can intensify the terror in your game using existing rules for touchstones, stains, humanity, and convictions, along with ambitions, desires, and compulsions. Plus, I am told there are some horrifying discipline options and adversaries like the Vali and Pavenants. And you can pre-order your copy now using the link in the chat below.
Yay! Our next one is for all our G.I. Joe fans. We've been dropping previews about this one, and I'm really excited for it personally. Yo, Joe, it's our G.I. Joe role-playing game, Hawk's Personnel Files Sourcebook. This sourcebook brings G.I. Joe classic characters from the series' golden era of 1982 to 1986. General Flag, Breaker, Clutch, Colonel Hawk, Flash, Grand Slam, Grunt, Rock and Roll, Scarlet, Shooter, Short Fuse, I've Run Out of Hands, Snake Eyes, Stalker, Stealer, and Zap. And that's not even a quarter of the book. There are over 60 stat blocks for heroes, villains, and contact perks for Joe guest stars. This offers new character options, including 7 influences, 29 new general perks, and pre-generated characters for all 13 original Joes. And if you're a GM, you'll be glad to know that this book does offer guidance on running adventures and campaigns during G.I. Joe's golden era. You can pre-order it now using the link in chat.
Yeah, and the Joes may be American heroes, but what if I want to play a proper superhero?
Ooh.
Well, I got a game for you. Check out Kids in Capes. You can gather your superhero squad and discover your powers. If you've been loving all the superhero movies and you wish you could jump into all the action, this is your chance. In this game, you learn about your new powers, team up with other like-minded heroes, and use your abilities to defeat villains. At the start, you portray just a regular kid and then select your role on the team, their cape, and your superhuman ability, their power, during the course of play. This is a new spin off role playing game of the Annie Award winning role playing game Kids on Bikes. So if you liked Kids on Bikes or Kids on Brooms, you got to check this one out. We're offering both a softcover and a hardcover version for this book, and we're also offering a special bonus with all pre-orders. Pre-order this book and get a set of Kids on Bikes dice for free. These dice are 100% compatible with Kids in Capes, and you can pre-order that now using the link in the chat.
You were so great. I would have said kids on capes at least once.
Kids
So
on capes, in capes, on brooms and bikes. That's my mashup game.
it's perfect. It's the best game ever. And next we've got our shipping guide coming up, just to remind everybody. These let you know what's safe to bundle. Our web store doesn't ship orders until everything in an order is ready to ship. So just be mindful of what you're ordering. Make sure it's all mashed together. All right, on to the new stuff. I'm ready for the new year.
New
I'm
stuff.
ready for our
Rena,
new
tell me
stuff.
about the new stuff.
It's time to let the cat, well, the fox out of the bag. I'm really excited about this one. So Fox in the Forest Deluxe will be releasing in January. Remember the best-selling two-player trick-taking game, Fox in the Forest? Well, it's getting a deluxe edition. In Fox in the Forest, if you're not aware, players utilize the special abilities of the fairy tale characters to change the trump suit, lead even after you lose a trick, and more. You score points by winning more tricks than your opponent, but don't get greedy. Win too many tricks and you will fall like the villain in so many fairy tales before. So what makes this edition different and cool? Well, it has all new illustrations, foil stamped cards, acrylic point tokens. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. I love it. It also has 3 new gameplay modules for added twists. I love a new gameplay module. So the first one adds special cards with new abilities. The second one introduces goal cards, which provide alternate ways to score more points. And the third module adds poison cards, which make collecting 8s more dangerous, just a little. You can play with one, you can play with all of them. No matter which way you play, it's going to be a lot of fun. This is coming out in January, and you can pre-order it right now. It's going to be a great game to play during those like cold winter months where it's just like you and everybody in your house, just you and your one person. Let's go. Trick-taking game.
Yeah. We have one game releasing in February, and if you're a fan of tiny little robot guys like I am, then you're in luck because in February we have Robo Rally Dice. This is a new standalone version of the classic game Robo Rally. In classic Robo Rally, you program your robot to race around the factory floor map, avoiding dangerous obstacles and other robots. You compete to hit checkpoints and finish the race first. All the fun of the original game is captured in this real-time, fast play version. Players simultaneously roll and place dice to program their robots, and after this blast of real-time play excitement, players execute their programming in turn order and attempt to race around and tag checkpoints. Something else really cool about this game is that it is compatible with any factory game board from our previous Robo Rally releases. So you can use those boards to add even more variety to this game. And you can use the boards in this as an expansion to regular Robo Rally too, so it's totally compatible. Yeah, it's great. This game also introduces a brand new board element, homing missiles. I'm glad I don't have to wait too long to play this one. It'll be here in February, so you can pre-order that now using the link in the chat below.
I need a homing missile. That's going to be really cool.
A homing missile in the game, I hope, is what you mean.
Yeah, yes. My Robo Rally gets really intense.
Whoa. Method acting, method gaming. Okay. Tell me about March, Rena.
I would love to tell you about March. March is all about strategy in my mind. Speaking of classic board games like Robo Rally, there's a super cool accessory coming out for Axis and Allies. We've got Axis and Allies Commanders coming out. This accessory introduces admirals and generals from 9 different countries, 9, plus 2 World War I Supreme Commanders, each with power-specific abilities that can be used in any version of Axis and Allies. At the start of the game, you secretly choose your commander. There are basic and expert abilities for each commander, so it's super easy to get started with them and add another layer of strategy to your games. Something very cool about this is that each tile features new original artwork. Let's take a closer look. I can't tell which side of me the screen is on. But it's really good. Like, please look at the detail on these. It's phenomenal. The portraits are so well done. The artist Janos Orban did a great job, and you might recognize their work from Axis and Allies North Africa and Stalingrad. This brand new experience for Axis and Allies players, and you're not going to want to pass. It's only $20. That's the price of a coffee now.
That's a pumpkin spice latte.
That's what I'd rather have Axis and Allies Commanders than a pumpkin spice latte, honestly.
It's true.
So,
put it on a t-shirt, Rena.
And you can pre-order now using the link that Armada's dropping in chat.
Next up is a new card game, which I've been totally obsessing over because the art is so gorgeous. Introducing Sea Scroll. Sea Scroll is a quick card game for 2 to 6 players about collecting big schools of fish in the hopes of scaring off sharks. You have to plan carefully because fish that aren't in the largest school of their type will get eaten. Players choose which types of fish to collect and which to send back to the reef. And at the end of the game, while each type of school will score, only the largest school of fish from each category can score points. The scoring system in this game is really clever, and there are a lot of cool choices to make in the game, but it's not too complicated, making this an awesome game to play with a group of friends or family. The game also includes 13 variant cards right out of the box to help shake up gameplay after you've played it a few times, keeping this game feeling super fresh. But like I said at the beginning, the thing that really caught my eye about this was the incredible paper quilling art. It is so gorgeous, so unique, and I think it's awesome. So you can pre-order this card game for just $20, only $20, and it's going to be coming out in March, and I just can't wait.
I'm so excited. Two pumpkin spice lattes or two new games? You decide.
That's what I'm saying.
And while you're deciding, let me talk about one of my new favorite upcoming games, books. The Vampire, the
Works of
Masquerade.
art.
Works of art. Well, truly,
It really
everything is a work of art.
Tell me about this source book.
It is the Vampire the Masquerade live from the Succubus Club source book. Live from the Succubus Club is the source book that helps you portray kindred entertainers, nomads, aspiring rock stars, or any other type of vampire chasing fame. You could even create your own band. Interview with a Vampire, anybody? Hello, are you out there? There's a whole music-focused chronicle where you tour cities like Berlin, Vienna, and Paris while navigating through the challenges of entering rival domains, dealing with local kindred and mortals, and more. And what could be better than a little band rivalry? New celebrity vampires, Pale Sunrise, okay guys, are a kindred band there to act as your rival. Battle of the Bands, anyone? There's also advice included on using the Succubus Club or your own imitation and other clubs like Vormund Sisters Asylum in any chronicle. Besides advice for making kindred entertainers, you'll find 11 new merits, 9 new flaws, and 7 new discipline powers in here. Plus, the book collects some lore sheets relevant to moving around as kindred entertainers, as well as 4 descendant of lore sheets for the Banu Hakim, Ravnost, Salubri, and Gangrel. My apologies. Ready to make a name for yourself among the living and the dead while hopefully avoiding breaking the masquerade? Pre-order the source book right now. And if you pre-order the source book, you get a free PDF copy. So as soon as the digital is available, it gets added right to your account. No worries. But that's only if you pre-order the physical book using the link in our chat.
Yeah, pre-order now using the link in the chat below. Great. So before I move on to more reveals, I want to remind everybody about some pre-ordering tips. These shipping guides will help show what's safe to bundle to avoid delays. Our web store does not ship orders until everything in the order is ready to go. Ordering games that release in the same month can really help you avoid any major delays. All right, let's move on to April. In April, we are going to have Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle of the Black Labyrinth. Longtime fans may recognize this lore book come back to life. This is an accessory filled with in-world text which has been updated for the 5th edition of Werewolf. This is the first printing in 30 years and contains a few new pages as well as collected pages from the hard-to-find limited edition Laws of the Wild book printed in 2001. This book showcases the horror of the world of darkness while educating players and their characters on the adversary, the Garu face. The whole book is an in-world artifact serving as the guide to worm cultists for you to use as a prop or for in-world text. This is expected to come out in April, and you can pre-order your copy now using the link in the chat below.
Oh, nice. You know how excited I am for this next one.
I am, and I'm jealous, but that you get
I
to
get
talk about it. You get to talk about it instead of me, but I think it's fair.
I spent yes, because I spent the last weekend at a mushroom festival, and I wish I had this when I was there, and I'm going to bring it next year. The Mycologist Primer is coming out. This is a system-agnostic illustrated guide to real-world magical mushrooms, lichens, and slime molds for all role-playing games. It contains concise, useful, and imaginative lore on the basics of mycology, mushrooming, fungal magic, and more. Need some spell components related to divination? Bam! A dozen options are right there in the magical correspondences table. Also included are quest prompts, random mushroom generation tables, magical and medicinal resources, and other tools for creating plot hooks, dangerous locations, and legendary items. Mycologist Primer provides thoroughly researched and fully illustrated information on 100 species of fungi, lichens, and slime molds. And if you're interested in a more compact method of mycology, there's the Mycologist Primer flashcards. I'm so excited for these. Releasing alongside the book, these flashcards cover all 100 items in the book. The cards are laminated, they're printed on a high quality cardstock, they pack away in a box, they all have art from the book. It's super easy, it's convenient, I love them, they're beautiful. Both the Mycologist Primer and the flashcards are set to be released in April, and you can pre-order them now using the link in the chat.
Yes, I'm very excited about it. So, Rena, if I were a fungi, a lichen, or a slime mold, what would I be?
Well, you're already a pretty fun guy, but I think you'd be a
Oh,
lichen.
because I'm so likable.
Yeah.
Whoa. All right. Don't turn off the stream. Don't turn off the stream.
Stay away.
Stay away. Remember, if you want to order these April releases and don't want delays, follow this handy shipping graphic that we got
Thanks,
here.
Plantain.
Yeah, my cat's decided to join the stream.
Listen.
But we have more stuff coming out in May. Rena, you want to tell us a little bit about what's coming down the pipeline?
I do. April mushrooms bring May Diplomacy the Golden Blade card game. That
It
was the
kinda
smoothest
works.
transition I
Ooh.
could get.
All right.
This is another new take on a classic. Diplomacy the Golden Blade card game is a brand new standalone game that only takes 15 minutes per player. That's right, if you want your diplomacy fix super quick or you haven't played yet because of the time commitment, this is for you. Provides all the strategy, negotiation, and backstabbing from classic diplomacy, but in like a fraction of the time. And there's no player elimination. All players participate till the end of the game, and you don't need to have a large group if you don't want to. It plays well at player counts from 2 all the way to 7. We also have a special pre-order promo for this game. Upgrade the game's ambassador card with a premium wooden token. You can pre-order the game now using the link in chat and destroy your friendships faster than you ever have before.
Yeah. Get into arguments quicker than ever. Yeah, that game sounds super cool. And here is the updated shipping guide for May. And here it is. But in June we have stuff coming out too. So let's talk a little bit about it. So in June we have Werewolf, the Coming Destruction source book. The Coming Destruction is both a starter chronicle and a storyteller's toolbox for Werewolf the Apocalypse. It shows how a game might run, it eases new players into the world of darkness, and gives veterans a modular set of stories, characters, and locations to drop into any chronicle. There are over 20 stories in here that span across 4 connected arcs. You can play them all together in a year-long chronicle or pick out single stories for quick sessions. All my fellow GMs and storytellers out there know that sometimes session prep sneaks up on us. So this is a perfect resource to grab some stories from. Fleshing out the individual stories in the sourcebook are 10 recurring storyteller characters, 8 locations, 3 septs, and 2 appendices, packed with extra plug-and-play scenes and ideas. Pre-order your copy now using the link in the chat below, and we're offering a free PDF version with pre-orders. So when the PDF is ready, it'll head straight to your account. So don't miss that. That's pretty useful.
Nice. I don't want to wait for any more sneak peeks at the Coming Destruction.
Oh, you don't?
I don't want to wait. I'm tired of waiting.
You're tired of waiting?
Yeah.
Okay. And?
If only we were having a 2-hour actual play using one of the stories from the Coming Destruction source book this afternoon.
Later tonight. Stick around for Renegade Con. Later tonight we have Tracy Magitech running an actual play that utilizes some stuff from that book. So you can kind of get a little sneaky peeky. And I've played with Tracy before and she's excellent. So I highly recommend you go check that out later tonight. We also have another source book coming out in June. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
I do. So in June, we also have the Hunter the Reckoning Legacy of Defiance sourcebook. This sourcebook lets you play Hunter in a totally new way by offering a brand new option, Lineages. There are 8 lineages of hunting traditions, so you can follow in the footsteps of those who came before you. That means you inherit their wisdom, but also their mistakes. Longtime fans will remember the Benedante and Cult of Isis, but there are more than just those two. Also included are 12 cell types to collaboratively create a cell, whether or not you're using whether or not you are part of a lineage in any chronicle. There are 2 new drives, new advantages, flaws, perks, and lore sheets, along with 6 new quarries to hunt and 7 new locations to hunt at. And if you're looking for a new chronicle, this book offers one that has content for over 20 hours of
That's a
play.
lot.
It's a lot. I'm so excited for this book and to make Van Helsing. I almost said Van Halen yesterday. Van Helsing's daughter. I'll make Van Halen's daughter too. You know what? Maybe they both have a daughter.
Live at the Succubus Club. Maybe you can
Yeah.
use that for that.
Yeah, perfect. Pre-order now using the link in chat and claim that free PDF version while the offer lasts. As soon as it's available, it's straight to your account.
And those are all the new games available for pre-order. Here's the shipping guide that includes everything we've discussed. This is how we recommend ordering if you want to avoid any delays. We only ship orders when everything is ready to ship. So we don't have any more games to announce, but we want to remind you about a couple of cool things, including the Play Renegade season. This is the Play Renegade program. Play Renegade offers game masters and storytellers free access to adventures to run at local events. This includes free material for all World of Darkness and a bunch of our Essence 20 role-playing games as well. You can run games in your local game store, library, or any public event. Apply for the program using the link in the chat. It's completely free. It's a win-win, and I highly recommend it.
And if you're not looking to play at a public event, you can just pick up the adventures from past seasons in our web store right now. Or if you really loved an old event. Yeah, go.
Yeah, if you really loved an old event. Speaking of RPGs, we have a special Month of Darkness story dropping this month for Werewolf the Apocalypse. This is Lost in the Fire. In this story, you go up against an iconic adversary, the Black Spiral Dancers. Under the cover of a wildfire, they've attacked your sept and you're the remaining survivors, banding together to remember your fallen friends and find a way to defeat the strange werewolf who's leading the Black Spiral Dancers. Pretty cool.
I'm so excited for it. And I have some special insider info that there might be a New Year's Eve story in the works for vampire fans. So maybe stay tuned, stick around, keep an eye out for that.
Yes, lots of secrets. Well, something that's not a secret is that we have a new crowdfunding project coming soon. Rena, master of all crowdfunding campaigns at Renegade, would you please tell us about Ikuza?
I would love to talk about Ikuza. So Ikuza Samurai Swords 40th Anniversary Edition. You might have heard of this game as Shogun or Samurai Swords. It's a beautiful classic game, and we're celebrating its 40th anniversary with a high quality collector worthy reprint. We're planning to introduce deluxe components to create the ultimate version of Ikuza. This edition will only be available to purchase through the Game Found campaign, or retailers who purchase through the Game Found campaign. So if you want to guarantee you're getting your copy, sign up, follow, sign up.
Do it.
The campaign starts next week. We launch at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. UTC on October 14th. So make sure you're prepared. Be there or be square.
Be there or be square. Take care.
Take care.
Take care. Be there. Don't be square. And I also want to talk a little bit about some super savings we got going on. Let's talk about the clearance sale. We have a ton of games on sale up to 90% off. We got bundle deals and some limited time special offers. The clearance sale is great. It's not like a department store when it's all the ugly clothes that are on clearance sale. This is like top tier stuff that I really recommend like looking through, because you can find some really fantastic games for a very low price.
We've got everything. We've got card games, miniature games, board games, RPGs, puzzles, you name it. You want a game? Renegade's got it. Get a game with Renegade.
Get a game at Renegade. We got all the games.
We got all the games.
Check it out. Check it out. Be there. Take care and don't be square. But I want to talk about the rest of Renegade Con. Next up, At 11:30, we're diving into the upcoming Heroscape releases. The lovely Rena and the game developers of Heroscape got together for another awesome roundtable discussion, doing a deep dive into some stuff that we have announced today. And at noon, join one of our lovely Heroscape designers, Dylan Fernandez, and Heroscape community legend and our World Championship head judge, Ken Williams, for a strategy deep dive covering the 2025 Heroscape World Championship event.
We're also joined this Renegade Con by the lovely Linzo for another Heroscape mini sculpting video at 12:30. Come watch me and them talk about mini sculpting, get in depth, talk about how you can get started in it. It's a lot of fun. And he's sculpting Cobra Commander from the upcoming G.I. Joe Heroscape release.
Yeah, you don't want to miss that. That's going to be cool.
You do not want to miss that. And at 1 p.m., join Hexala for an amazing gameplay video featuring the Thorman's Thunder and Gathering Storm Heroscape releases, the ones that we announced today.
And if you're thinking, where's the Joes? I want more Joes. You can watch the gameplay video for all the new Heroscape G.I. Joe spring figures from Board Hero at 1:30. Then at 2, you could check out the amazing Ify Nwadawe's Heroscape gameplay video. You may know Ify Nwadawe from his stand-up comedy, his work on Dropout. He's the host of Actually. He's been on a bunch of episodes of Game Changer. He's an overall lovely human being, and we were so excited to work with him. So make sure to check that out at 2.
Yes, and if you're already excited for our upcoming campaign for Yakuza, you'll want to watch the interview at 2:30 with Renegade hero and superstar Thomas Haver. He's going to be shy about it in the comments, but I'm blowing him up. He did an interview with the legendary Michael Gray, who not only designed Yakuza, but also a few of your other favorite classic board games, and they get to talking a little bit about that.
Yeah, and then at 3, Board Game Nation joins us to discuss Axis and Allies Commanders and how it will bring new exciting gameplay to your table. Then at 3:30, Board Game Nation is back again, this time with Thomas Haver to take a first look at Diplomacy, the Golden Blade card game.
And since it's a month of darkness, you know we couldn't skip out on doing something awesome for our World of Darkness games. Like we talked about earlier, join Tracy Magitech from 4 to 6 for a Werewolf the Apocalypse actual play featuring content from the book we announced today, The Coming Destruction. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Well, we're basically out of time, so make sure you watch the next Renegade Con in February. Keep an eye out for that. We're always sharing sneak peeks and updates on our games in our email newsletter, so make sure to subscribe to our newsletters to get weekly updates on some of your favorite games. Remember to pre-order all these new games you saw here today. Head over to the web store and check it out. And tune into the rest of Renegade Con today. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Rena, for hanging out. It's always a good time. And we'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
We'll see you soon. Bye. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for this October Renegade Con. We're so excited to have you. And I'm so excited to be moderating today's Heroscape Roundtable with our wonderful Heroscape devs. Everybody say hi.
Hello. Hello.
Let's do a like quick, just, name, vaguely what you do, just so that people who are new to Heroscape, we've got a lot of fun new Heroscape fans coming in, get to know who you guys are. So let's start with Dylan.
Hi, I'm Dylan Fernandez, and vaguely what I do is work on creating powers and abilities and characters for this lovely game of Heroscape, along with these two other lovelies.
Yes. Rowan?
So like how vague, like am I obfuscating what I do? So I also work on Heroscape. I think you're going to hear 3 similar vague explanations here. Doing powers, abilities, narrative overview, and generally whatever Rena and the other lovely folks on the team ask us to help with.
And Alex.
Yeah, I'm Alex. I do much the same thing, and I'm also basically the project manager for Heroscape. So I try to keep things more or less on the rails whenever possible, and have the privilege of working with 2 excellent developers to make sure that happens.
Boy, do I appreciate having someone keeping things on the rails.
The unsung heroes of gaming are project managers. All right, so we've got a really big list of questions. We've only got a little bit of time to get through them all, so I'm going to start just kind of firing them off. Actually, we're going to start with a question that's for everybody because I want to know personally. With the new arcs, we see some figures that fit well with the factions established in Avalon Hill's work. Did any notes or designs get carried over from Avalon Hill to these Renegade releases?
Yeah, we were given sort of a little stack of notes from Avalon Hill's War Council of ideas for some commons that they were looking into when they were making it. And some of those have been adapted and developed in this current wave. Among those would be the Revenants of Revna were originally, I believe, a Craig Van Ness note and some power ideas there, and those got developed into, I think, a pretty cool unit. Also, the Necrotechs were originally from that sort of pile of notes, and those were fun to adapt and sort of make fit with what else we've got going. Yeah, so some of that did show up.
Interesting.
Yeah, I believe that the elites of Ular are
Yes.
also on that list. And there are also a few more original designs that are sort of nevertheless created to fill a niche that, you know, might normally be filled by an all-time figure or, you know, something that Avalon Hill or the War Council had planned to do to fill that niche. So a good example of that is the Chain Gruts who bond with Vorid, you know, champions and basically allow those heroes to function the way that they were intended to function, which is with a core bonding squad. So there's a lot of reaching back to what the, you know, the Age of Annihilation and War Council and Avalon Hill designers were cooking up. Some stuff is our own, some stuff is carried on from that. And we also work with, you know, very closely with Adam Tarr and Don Zimmerman. They review all the cards, they contribute and collaborate with us. And so, you know, the Icenic, I believe that was one of Adam's designs originally, and so he helped us tune it up. It was pretty close to done already, so we just did some balancing and a little bit of adjusting. But yeah, it's a very collaborative process with a lot of different voices involved, and the hope is that we find a way to make that all harmonious and integrated and synergized together.
And you mentioned the Chain Gruts, so I have this question for Dylan. You talked a little bit about like what led to the creation of them, but or rather Alex talked about what led to the creation of them, but also like what else like factored into bringing back that iconic species and the new direction and everything that, you know, refreshed about them.
Alex touched on the like mechanical idea behind the Chain Gruts of wanting a bonding squad for Vorid champions, but as it stood, Volorak until now only has had Vorids, and that's, you know, a general should be a little bit more diverse than that. They should branch out a bit from just having one species. So we knew that we wanted this squad to be not just a Vorid bonding squad bonding with Vorids. And one of the coolest things about Heroscape is that it is the battle of all time, and you see units summoned from different points in time from the planet they're summoned from. Mostly we see that from Earth, of, you know, several thousand years of history from, you know, going back to ancient Greeks all the way to 2210 with Agent Carr and the likes of the agents and whatnot from future Earth. You see it a little bit on some of the other planets, like Feylund, you get several different ages that characters are summoned from. But the idea was, let's take the Gruts, which are such an iconic Heroscape species, but they're originally presented as just, you know, warlike and, you know, your classic sort of orc. They ride dinosaurs, they fight, and that's about it. And see what happens if we take them a few thousand years into their future to when they've developed industry and are still riding dinosaurs, but now have, you know, chain axes and more of a steampunk aesthetic that fits with Volorak's industrial revolution vibe. And so being able to develop that and take this species in a cool new direction is one of the things that only really Heroscape can do. In any other game, if you have orcs, they're set as being orcs the way they are, whereas we can really stretch that and poke in on them at different times.
So that will we see more Gruts?
Oh yeah.
So Dylan, are there any special powers that you're particularly happy with?
Headbutt. A headbutt sort of just came to me as a we were doing a Pachycephalosaurus for the Ramosaur rider, and it was like, well, it's got to have a headbutt ability. And I just
Gotta.
sort of wrote that in my notebook that I carry with me of, you know, attack same as defense, both take wound, and put it into the original document. And then the Ramosaur writer basically went unchanged through playtest. We ran tons of playtests with him. The playtesters ran tons of playtests with him, and they're like, "No, he's a perfect baby. We love him. Keep him as is." And so, yeah, headbutt is probably the power I'm most proud of in this wave, and it's just fun. It's
That
just a
is
silly,
fun.
fun power for a Pachycephalosaurus, which is a rad dino.
Maybe I think more things in general should have like a headbutt ability. Not even
Hey,
just in Heroscape,
it's the kind
just
of ability we could definitely bring back, so we should keep that in mind. That'd be fun.
all right. This one is it's a two-parter and it's for everybody. So just whoever feels like jumping in first can get it. One of the great aspects of Heroscape is the mix of genres, the three pillars of historical, fantasy, and sci-fi. Although very fun and eye-catching, historical figures were notably absent from the Avalon Hill designs. Are you hoping to bring this genre back into the game? And what considerations do you think are important if/when you do so?
That is a very good question. The answer is yes. In fact, the answer is we have a few historical units in the can, so to speak, that have already gone through design, development, playtesting, sculpting, art, and are, essentially just waiting for production to kick in. So it's on the horizon.
As a follow-up to that, are there any genres that don't quite fall under the three pillars that you would be excited to explore in Heroscape? Anyone?
Fantasy, historical, and sci-fi covers a
A
lot of
lot.
ground for fiction that you can put in a war game. There are some subgenres that haven't really been touched on that I think would be really fun to add. Sci-fi of the like optimistic futurism type sci-fi or
Mhm.
retrofuturism would be really cool to see. Something like a Star Trek, a Lost in Space kind of vibe,
Ooh.
or even being able to dabble into like representing some Afrofuturism if we consult with the right people on that could be really cool. Things like that would be neat. And then on the flip side of things, I'm a fan of detective fiction, and so getting something hard-boiled into the game would be pretty fun.
I think a hard-boiled noir detective Heroscape figure is exactly what I need personally in my life.
Oh, good.
So,
Continuing that like slope from optimism down, I would also like to see some more, particularly horror style things show up in the game. We have some
ooh.
things that sort of touch on it, but I
Yeah.
think there's room to dig into the genre a little bit more. So specifically, breaking the three pillars down, that there's some room for horror that appears in more of a modern context. I think modern is interestingly the context that is most absent, perhaps, from Heroscape. We have the past, the future, and the present is a little bit not there. So
Yeah.
we'll have
Yeah,
to
I
take a look.
can't drive my car across the map in Heroscape yet. We gotta fix that.
No, but you can take a tiny helicopter or a trouble bubble. So,
Speaking of the trouble bubble, let's talk about G.I. Joe Heroscape, which everybody's excited for. I'm excited for. I assume you guys are excited about
oh
it.
yeah.
It's all
Uh,
right.
well, then you won't mind answering my first question, Rowan, which
Sure.
is how did the team decide which G.I. Joe figures to bring to Valhalla?
Yeah, that's a great question. So first we asked the Valkyrie generals which ones they wanted. And then from there,
And they
they
turned them
actually
all
picked,
down weirdly.
they
It's
didn't
crazy.
pick
Yeah, the
any of
Valkyrie
them.
generals were like, nah, they're gonna come through a
No,
wormhole or something. It's fine. They can just keep following their own whatever.
yeah, they showed up all on their own, just to cause a little bit of trouble. And so from there, since we had to make the decision ourselves, we started with the iconic ones that people are most excited to see. We can't leave Snake Eyes out, right? You can't be doing this without your Cobra Commander, right? So we tried to pick a good, healthy balance of the people that are really pillars of the Joe story at the most times. I know there are many different versions of the Joe story. Here's even yet another. But those sort of pillar characters everyone expects to see get to show up first. But we did leave a little bit of room, for some future proofing. There are some people that you might have hoped to see who didn't make the first cut, but that doesn't mean they're gone forever. So just, you know.
This is for everybody. How do you think it's going to like affect gameplay, meta, interactions with, you know, existing maps and figures and things?
I mean, the Joe brings a lot of range to the table, so we're going to see people who are excited to play range pods finally have access to some of that. So they're ranged, but we tried to make sure that they were not without weakness, which is a thing that you have to be really careful for with range and Heroscape. So they we try to make sure the figures rely off of one another, that they have synergies, and that those synergies are also their strength and their downfall in a lot of cases. That you want to try to, you know, if you're playing a melee army, there's room for you to come in and hit them hard, break up the way they want to be formed, and have a chance at winning. You're not just going to get shot apart from a long distance. So I think we're going to see some new archetypes appear, but the Joes are not going to sweep the field, I think, which is the perfect balance that we want them to be at.
I love it. I'm excited. And, you know, we're talking about iconic characters. We're talking about iconic G.I. Joes, iconic Cobra. But Dylan, there are a couple of iconic Heroscape characters making their return in these arcs. Why Savaris and Carr, and how did you come up with these abilities and stats?
I mean, Savaris and Aiden Carr are probably the two most iconic Heroscape characters that hadn't yet made a return as a 2.0 figure, essentially. They debuted in that original master set, and they had such a cool like vibe and energy, and they were a ton of people's favorite just from their look or their gameplay, and we wanted to honor them with a new version going forward. And so looking into what that needed to be is interesting, because with a new version of a character, in a lot of ways you want to honor what they did previously, but you don't want them to be samey. So, you know, looking at Savaris, fighting the urge to just give him triple attack when he had double attack before was certainly part of it, but we wanted it to be more interesting. And so we ended up with Valiendo himself, which gets that vibe of attacking multiple times, but gives you a different strategic set of questions than you would have with Classic Savaris, where Classic Savaris wants to sit back at full range and plink things and let you try and come to him behind a screen. New Savaris has a push your luck gambling sort of mechanic of the closer you get to the enemy, the more often you can attack. And so he hits hard and he hits close, which fits with Savaris's canonical personality of being an arrogant hothead, where you can play him that way if you want and get him into some messes. And then showing the story has progressed, and that he now has an arm made of living vines because he was an arrogant hothead with the wrong Dryan and had his arm cut off and replaced with vines. Don't egg on Halucia. That's a bad idea. Generally
Good advice.
speaking. Did he learn a lesson from that? Probably not. It's Savaris. He's not good at learning lessons. And then for Carr, we took Agent Carr, incredibly popular character, and another incredibly popular Vidar character, Dund, the Doggin, who is popular mostly because he looks cool and, generally speaking, wasn't the most viable character in a game, but was rad, and people tended to pair them together like thematically because they both fight for Vidar, and they're both, you know, were a little sometimes underwhelming in armies. And so let's put them together, let's give them a history, let's make this cool, wild, weird mounted character. And it needed to respect both of their original designs. So we have some of both of them in there. We've got the light ranged attack and heavy Sword of Reckoning attack from Agent Carr. We have disengage from Agent Carr, but not Ghost Walk because he's mounted. And we have Crippling Glance representing what was a more powerful version of that on Dune. And so these things combined end up with a character that sort of hits both of what they were doing, but is better for being the sum of those parts than either figure sort of would have been otherwise. So that was another fun one to work out the right way to combine those powers.
I love that. And I love like the work that has gone into bringing back these legacy characters, upgrading them, updating them, not even just upgrading them, and like bringing them into the modern Heroscape 2.0 fold. And that does bring me back to the steampunk gruts because I love them. I think that they're so neat. And I know other people do too, because it's one of the questions on my sheet. The future steampunk grut is such a cool take on a classic world. Are there any other worlds whose past or futures you'd like to explore more with future designs?
No.
That's it. We're done.
No, we're done. That's
No.
enough.
I think, interestingly enough, Earth might be one of those worlds because we've had a little bit of future Earth in the past. Agent Carr is, an example of that, but he's the only real example of that thus far in, contemporary Renegade-scape. So that's an interesting setting. It has its own lore. It has its own situation. Samu comes from that setting. Agent Carr and Samu are, mortal enemies in the past. They're both also in the present on Valhalla. And so that is an interesting connection that we may touch on in the future with more future Earth stuff. And yeah, Nox Dorma has already established a couple different time periods, both eras of which we're keen to explore further. There's future Mar that hasn't been explored too much. There's the cool thing is any planet from the Heroscape universe is a viable choice to either fast forward or rewind. We might see some, obviously Earth has had the most different time units of any planet because we know it very well and we do a lot of historical stuff. But we want to bring that same attitude and ingenuity to other worlds as well. And so we're starting to do that a little bit with Gret. I'm sure we'll do that with other planets in the future as well.
You mentioned Nox Dorma and the two eras that theoretically we've seen on Nox Dorma, but kind of three, because we've got the Vorid and Bears era of Nox Dorma, and we've got the far future destroyed planet Isonek era of Nox Dorma, but then we've got the Necrotech Reavers somewhere in between.
Yeah. There's a timeline there that's a really, really interesting story in and of itself.
Hang on, are the Isonek far future Vorids?
It might just be.
Yes.
Your mind. Did we just blow your mind?
Yes! There goes my will any other species return in a reimagined way? Yes, apparently.
Yep.
Yeah, if you look at the Reavers in particular, you can see that they have Vorid-like animal skulls. I believe there's a badger. I can't remember what all three skulls are, but they're definitely references to that kind of semi-humanoid animal
I
creature.
think the skull references we used were Badger, Wolverine, and Polecat, so they were all
That's right.
mustelids, but variations on mustelid.
That's
So yeah, the story of what exactly happened to Nox Dorma is a really interesting one, and we're going to keep advancing that and filling that out as time goes on.
Can we talk about Thorman and the Kraken a little bit?
I would love to hear
probably
about
the
Thorman and the
big
Kraken.
reveal.
Yes. Let's talk about it. Can you walk us through that design process?
Yeah, with Thorman especially, we knew he is an icon to Heroscape. He wrote the journals, which is the first piece of Heroscape lore any classic Heroscape player ever read. And so this guy he's been through it. He's seen what war has done to Valhalla. He's seen what summoning things has done to his world, and he's wanted to try and make it better and gotten more and more jaded and stooped to more and more desperate means to try and end this conflict. And so it was a tall order to try and represent him in a way that we knew he had to be very powerful because he has drank from the wellspring. He is a Valkyrie, even if he's not a Valkyrie general. He has the power and strength of one. And then from a mechanical standpoint, we love Heroscape. Like the fact that we have such great, iconic, unique heroes in this game, a lot of times if they don't bond with a particular squad or something like that, they can kind of be left behind in terms of having a good table presence in a list because you're losing out on some order marker efficiency by playing them. So with Thorman and the Kraken, the goal was to make viable lists that were just uniques. We want Thorman to be able to command his ragtag army of unique heroes that he's gathered together to fight for his cause. And so coming up with this ability where he can activate one thing from each general on a round is a great way to sort of balance the inherent strengths of unique heroes, but also give them that more flexibility and variety. And so excited to see the tons of lists that are going to come from that. And then the Kraken is a payoff on the Kraken Wing and having this gargantuan unique squad that's really just one big thing, portaling tentacles through, and you can summon it and it gets more powerful as it goes. So the strategy tip for you, if you're facing the Kraken, kill the tentacles as they appear, because eventually you're going to get stuck with a really beefy 5-figure squad to deal with. So hit them quick.
I really wanted to bring him in because he seemed like he was ready to go, coach. It's like, put me in. I'm done writing. Let's go fight. So it's a huge payoff. It's years in the making. And I really hope everyone enjoys him as much as we do on the team.
And then I think when
But
you
I'll
actually
speak a.
pick
Oh,
him
go ahead,
up,
Dylan.
you'll
Sorry.
get to read his manifesto that he wrote to the people of Valhalla, or well, that Alex ghost wrote for Thorman, but you know.
Wow, I channeled him. He inhabited me for a
Okay,
moment.
yeah.
No, that was really fun because he is a really interesting character. Like he is a character. He's the only Valkyrie who has willingly renounced drinking the wellspring water, which has this. You know, it's hard to give up power, and it's hard to give up power, particularly if you think you are in the right. I think we have some honorable, noble Valkyrie generals in the mix, and people like Jandar and you know Inar and some of these other sort of more heroically coded generals. But Thorman is the only one with the presence of mind to say none of us should be using these things. Look what we're doing to this planet. We need to shut this down. And the war has been raging for so long. It's caused so much destruction. Particularly after Utgar's defeat, there's still no end in sight because there are still, power struggles. There are still all of these mighty Valkyrie generals who essentially, on some level, want dominion. And Thorman just wants it all to be over. He wants Valhalla to go back to the peaceful world that it used to be. He wants to send the off-worlders home, and he is going to stop at nothing to get that done. He's tired of words. It's time for action.
That's deep. That's intense. That's exciting.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
He's an interesting character. He's fun to explore. He's got a lot going on.
And Alex, you wanted to talk about boss fights, right?
Yeah, that's something that we haven't really touched on yet, but I think is really important to mention. A big part of what we've been doing with Heroscape in the Renegade era is pushing for more narrative, which means more wonderful narrative scenarios. We've been doing the monthly scenarios that are all part and parcel of a big storyline. We did that big Gen Con showdown between the heroes of Valhalla and Utgar, finally, led by Raylan and Leviatog. And the Thorman box contains another big narrative beat that's a huge part of the story. So Thorman is attempting to end the magic of the Wellsprings forever. He's attempting to channel the Wellspring waters essentially into the void, and shut it all down, send everybody home, and in one fell swoop, the entire cataclysm that has racked his homeland of Valhalla. So obviously, the Valkyrie generals, most of them, not too happy about this idea. And so they dispatch forces to stop him. But it's the culmination of his grand plan. All of the moves that he has been making have been an attempt to somehow end the power of the Wellsprings on Valhalla. And when you pick up the box, there is a scenario in there that you can play, which is a 2 to 3 player scenario, which basically depicts the Valkyrie's confrontation against Thorman in the middle of him trying to enact this ritual. So there's a boss card, there's a whole setup, very similar to you know, the scenario against Utgar, there's a whole, you know, canonical way that you can play this out, and it's a fun kind of capstone to that whole story, and it's something we're going to be doing more of in the future, particularly if people enjoy it.
I do love the boss card mechanic. It's not a card you
Yeah,
can use in like your everyday games. It's specific to that scenario, but it's a full boss. It's got a
yeah,
second phase.
yeah.
Like,
He's tough.
Oh,
yeah,
Thorman's no
it's
joke.
fun.
Fighting a former and semi current Valkyrie general is no mean feat, to be sure.
you know, that makes sense.
Yeah, and I really liked it too as a space to explore, you know, the real true power Thorman ought to have, because like we said, you know, we want to make him playable in the main game. And so you have to make sure he's playable in the main game, but you can go a little nuts when you do a special scenario to really do him justice, and let him really shine in his natural element there. So I think you did a great job. It's really exciting.
Yeah, thanks. And it helps because Thorman's not, generally speaking, of like full Valkyrie power. He drank
Mhm.
from the wellspring a long time ago. But in the boss battle, he takes one last, you know, quaff of power
Yes.
in order to get things done. So you get to see him at, you know, at full strength, and it's no joke. So that was a lot of fun as well. So you get kind of the best of both worlds. You get a regular, you know, pirate admiral Thorman who is fairly well balanced within the context of a normal competitive army, and then you get a very scary version of Thorman who's crackling with all this eldritch energy. He's all you know, juiced up on wellspring water, and that's where you encounter him in the final hours there.
That's
How
so
many
exciting.
points? How many
I
points
think
would you pay for boss
oh,
Thorman?
for empowered Thorman, gosh, I don't know, 250 maybe. he's
For
pretty
maybe
sweet.
just empowered version. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's
If he's
tough.
got two phases, yeah, it's hard to say.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's a lot to digest, to take in, to start planning you know, battles and armies and all around. Do you guys have any closing remarks that you want to throw out for anybody out there? For anybody, maybe.
I'm excited to see all this stuff on the table. We put a lot into these waves. The Joes came out so good. All of the mainline stuff came out so great. I'm a big time Swarm player in any game I play, so I would love to see the score dire on the table when they come out. They're my baby. They're a good old Swarm army. So yeah, I'm just excited to see all this out there. The game is thriving, and I couldn't be happier about it.
I'll just close with a yo, Joe.
Oh, Joe.
Well, I was going to say that that sums it up. So now you know, and knowing is half the
Just
battle.
half the battle.
There you
Perfect.
go. Thank you so much, everybody at Renegade Con, for joining us. Thank you so much to our designers for sitting and talking with me. This has been so much fun. And make sure you stick around because there's a ton more Renegade Con where this came from. See ya.
Bye.
Should go so I can either lay down or
Hello,
do real work.
I am Dylan
Either
Fernandez.
or.
I'm one of the designers on
One needs to
Heroscape,
happen.
and I am here with someone who has been a staple of the Heroscape community for some time. Some of you may know him from the forums as Matthias Maccabeus. I've come to know him as Ken Williams. He was our head judge at Gen Con, and here he is. And we're gonna talk a little bit about how Gen Con went and what we're thinking for the future and some strategy and all that sort of thing. So, hey, Ken.
Good morning, Dylan. It's a
Morning.
pleasure to be here.
Yeah, good to see you again after Gen Con. It was all a bit of chaos there because the con is always just so much going on, but you kept things in order and in ship shape, so we were happy to have you.
Yeah, I was happy to be there. Thanks for having me.
Of course. I guess let's just roll right into some of the questions we've got. So, looking back on Gen Con this year, I think it went super well. What would you say were some things that like stood out to you about the contemporary gameplay, especially during this year's like World Championships, the high level play with now a year under our belt releasing new Heroscape and Contemporary?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it was really diverse, which is what we were kind of going for. Obviously, I think we knew Queen Maladrix would show up quite a bit, and she did. But even the way they complimented her was nice. We had, we had tricksters, we had Oathborn exiles, we even had some bears. So I think it was just very diverse. I feel like the only things we really didn't see too much of was the pirates. As a whole, we saw exiles, but we didn't see them as a whole. But I think we have to wait for Widow for that.
Yeah, Widow and
So,
Dreadnoughts are really going to make the pirates sing, I think.
yeah. So,
But no, it was cool seeing we had the finals being Maladrix versus Maladrix, but it wasn't a mirror match. It was
correct.
Maladrix with Tanuki versus Maladrix with Q11, and that made a really interesting dynamic.
And the acolytes.
And the acolytes, of course. Love to see them.
Yeah.
What a funky little squad.
Yes.
A different take on commons for sure.
100%.
What were some like positive player moments and like sportsmanship examples that stood out to you during this? Because I know Heroscape has a reputation for being this very positive and sportsmanlike game as compared to some of the some would say sweatier competitive war games.
No, and I love that about Heroscape. We for years we've tried to keep like a PG-13 kind of atmosphere, and I think a lot of people when they come over from other games, they kind of get that sense, and maybe they come over with not that, and then they just kind of, for lack of a better term, join the fold, and because it's just a nice atmosphere. And when we started running events, like it's dads and their kids coming, and some of those kids are now grown up, right? So and actually Nick, who won the championship, was a kid who came to Gen Con years ago with his dad, and now he's grown up and he won the championship. So it's kind of fun to watch, and we try really hard to keep that atmosphere. And once again this year at Gen Con, I thought it was great. I really did overall. So
Yeah. I love that part of the game. I've been playing since, I mean, the game came out when I was in middle school or high school, and so I've been playing since then. I would bring my dad to tournaments, and I was competitive in getting him into the scene, and that full support of this being a family game that anyone could really like lean into and get competitive with was great. I've actually started bringing my dad to tournaments again now.
Oh, awesome. And I'm bringing my kids to tournaments when I go, so it's a lot of fun.
See, full circle.
Yeah.
No, I like that vibe, and I think you're good at maintaining that vibe in a tournament setting, which can be tough because it is a world championship, which puts some pressure on people, but you have a good disarming way about you going up to people and, reminding them what this game is about and what we're playing for. So I really appreciate that.
And my kind of go to is, even though I know it's 14 now because of choking hazards, but this is a game for 8-year-olds. It's kind of what I just try to remind people, like, hey, it's a game for 8-year-olds. There's not like thousands of dollars on the line. We're here to have fun. Obviously we want to win, but we're here to have fun.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we are 14 and up now, I guess.
Correct.
But like if you're younger, just be supervised. It's fine.
Correct.
I don't hold legal authority to say that. It's whatever.
Right.
Let's start talking about some more specifics about like armies and units that we saw in this championship. What were some armies that impressed you, and what do you think made them perform as well as they did?
Well, I think the Eisenach army was really set to do well in this format because it's kind of a swingy format with low figure totals and low point totals, and the lack of commons. Well, we had commons, but not a whole bunch of them.
Not
right?
a lot of
we had three. We had three to
yeah.
choose from. So, and like Scavareth with the Vile Injection Scavareth combo, like he was really set to battle Maladrix really well. So, so it's kind of a swingy format. Like if an initiative switch can really do some damage to Maladrix, and I feel like that it was so the Eisenach. I guess for to answer your question, the Eisenach, especially Scavareth. Sure. Because one of the armies I was looking at, had I been able to play, would have been Hellforge with the squad of Acolytes instead of Scavareth, but I'm not sure that was the right call after watching everything. Because I felt like there was a couple Hellforge armies, but I felt like they just, every time I watched them, they weren't getting the rolls they needed with the D20. So
Hellforge with some Eisenach snacks, or with some Acolyte snacks is fun. Perpetual snacks is
correct.
Nice, a nice list. So what would you say were some like more unexpected or creative like builds or unit picks that you think outperformed based on how you thought they would be?
The Tanukis did better than I thought they would. There was one in the top 16. I can't recall who ran it, but he also brought Decker with the Tanukis.
Oh,
And yeah, so the little Tanuki Aruki where you can push up Decker and then you could put an order marker on Decker, which is like what I like to call the X flex, because you never know if it's the X or not. And then your opponent's got to kind of prep for whether or not he puts anybody in a straight row or not, right? So
I was excited to see that in play because that was one of the things we had in mind when we were designing the Tanukis and Tanuki Aruki specifically, because I know Decker suffers from being a little hard to get into position to threaten those lines, because he's great at threatening lines and disrupting your opponent's position, but he can be hard to get there. And so Aruki being able to just sort of sneak him up the back to threaten was definitely one of the goals, so I'm glad to see it. There was also a fun, I think, 7 Tanuki and new Raylan list.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And just the fact, I think Raylan's kind of gives the Tanuki's kind of like a third damage output activation in an interesting way. But the other thing she does, if she jumps in and swoops and misses, they can kick away from her with their Nage Waza 9. And there's an engagement strike. So leave an engagement attack. So the Tanukis did impress me. And even with Storm Shadow and Snake Eyes revealed, they can also move them up. And then once again, you got the Whirlwind Assault, and then you've got the Assassination. So once again, that X flex on those characters can kind of make your opponent play differently.
We're working on the Joe stuff, trying to build a ninja core that could actually be a fun sort of playable army with Tanuki, Storm Shadow, Snake Eyes, Jinx and Kamakura, and even Shiori. Could be really fun because Shiori with Jinx and Kamakura, again, you get to just sort of leave that X marker on her and take those bonding turns. You get some fun stuff going on there. Excited to see how that goes next year, which we can get to that question in a bit. For now, I guess you looking at this as the head judge, sort of seeing all of these armies play out, and these players playing almost 100 players this year, or over 100 when you count the play-in.
Over 100, yep.
What were some common traits among the players who made it deep into the bracket, who qualified for day 3? You know, those people who were able to push through all these games. What were some sort of common denominators in their play?
Well, a lot of them I knew from just the competitive scene in general. So once again, just repetition of games, going to tournaments, playing is really good. Another one is like just understanding like glyph, order marker, and threat management, and even board control. Not like you can see like a lot of rookie mistakes where somebody will take the wound glyph on turn 1. The wound glyph doesn't do anything till the end of the round, so there's no sense going for it for turn 3 because a lot of times glyphs are in a disadvantageous spot, so you're going to give up a negative position to get somebody to get a good attack against you, or going for the move glyph when moving more doesn't really net them anything, you know. So just things like that, as opposed to like guarding the glyph, you know, or even board control. Or a lot of times, like when you want to sit down, you want to know where you need to go on the map, and some of that's by repetition. Some of that is just being able to look at the map and say, okay, I know I need this position, or I know my opponent cannot get to this position, because if he does, I'm in trouble. And then it goes down to like high risk, high reward sometimes. And what I always say is you got to play to your outs. So like if you need to double disengage to get height on this guy to attack with 4, like you need to do that because you're not going to win anyway. So like do that. It may not work, but if that's what you need to do to win, then go ahead and do that. So so I think a lot of that kind of stuff, and even order marker management, especially with the lack of commons. I guess, I mean, Queen was pretty easy because she had honor guard and stuff, but like even with the lack of commons, you can't just pour all your order markers on commons, right? So so even the order marker management, when to switch order markers I mean, all that stuff plays into that.
Yeah, it's all the things that you pick up as you play competitively and get to know it and get familiar with how Heroscape maps work in general and tournament maps specifically, and then the maps for a tournament pool as well and the glyphs that are in play. So I feel like a lot of people were either very familiar with that or learned quickly on the spot as they played some of these games. There were definitely some
Absolutely.
newer players who
Yep.
were pretty surprising, so that was fun.
Like Nick Winnan, I mean, he's been coming to Gen Con since we were running Heroscapers about in 2012. So I mean, he's
Yeah.
So he's been playing quite a bit.
Speaking of maps, how do you think this year's map pool impacted the winning strategies for this year's tournament?
That's a good question. I got the question, does Maladrex fit here? I think over 60 times. So that
Yeah.
that was a lot of fun. But realistically speaking, I think they were a little bit smaller in general, just because the terrain sets, the Renegade terrain sets are just not like Rise of the Valkyrie was huge, right? I mean,
Rise of Valkyrie was massive. Yeah,
it was massive, and I mean, Underdark was smaller. Swarm of the Morrow was kind of in the middle. So I think I think Renegades are more Swarm of the Morrow type, and then even the expansion. So they're a little bit smaller maps. So I feel like, plus the smaller point totals, and like with Vial Injection, when in Scavareth able to battle surge, he can move 14 on, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I feel like the action started earlier, which generally I like, because I like games not ending on time. So but I also think there's a lot of jungle, right, which is always great for melee as they're developing up, and if they get shot at, they get an extra bonus defense dice. So I think next year when we get is the road set gonna be next year? I want to say
road set's coming out in a couple weeks. Yeah, road set's
okay. So
yeah. That's November.
Okay, so the road set's 100%. Just I mean, it's gonna add so many different nuances, and especially in Shadow too. So
yeah, no, Shadow next year is gonna really impact. You know what? I have this question for later, but since we're talking about terrain, between this year and next year's store championships and Gen Cons, we'll have Road, we'll have Shadow, we'll have Toxic Land and Toxic Water. How do you think those are going to impact our map pool and the strategies we'll need to see for next year's event?
Road and Shadow. I mean, Road helps melee quite a bit. Jungle already helps melee. We have that. Shadow helps everybody unless you're ginormous. I think Toxic Water, you can do some interesting stuff with Tanukis, because you could kick them into lower defense and then attack, right? Or even chain grab with the Wraith Riders. So yes, so I think that's got some interesting play, and then I see a lot of map makers putting that as the highest, putting it on the highest level. So it's okay, is it worth going up there for the negative effects that it produces?
Toxic's going to be an interesting alternative to Lava Field in map design for disincentivizing the highest height. So
correct. So yeah, so I think a lot of the abilities that allow you to reposition units, or especially your opponent's units, is going to be interesting. So and I think you're gonna have to make a lot more I don't say precise movement decisions, but I guess you just have to pay attention more. Okay, well, he has these abilities, I'm going to try and move here, and then so it might be a little bit more mathy, I guess, for counting in terms of where you should go. But I think it's going to open it up for sure. Anytime you help, I'm obviously a big proponent of melee, so anytime you help melee with Road, I'm in. So or even jungle, or not jungle, Shadow, because I mean, I know it offers a bonus to no matter if they're adjacent or not, but just being able to push forward and get that extra defense dice just to last a little longer to slow roll out is really good.
For those of you who aren't familiar, Ken is one of Heroscape's preeminent melee bonding players, with the Kenites specifically. So hence a fan of melee, which I understand. Melee is pretty rad. A lot of cool positioning stuff to work with in melee. What is some advice you would give to a first-time player who maybe just picked up Heroscape at Gen Con this year and wants to be ready to compete in the main event next year?
I mean, repetition for sure. There's lots of strategy articles on the Heroscaper's website, and Oh, actually on the Renegade website now.
Yeah. Thanks,
Yeah,
Ken.
yeah, no problem. But yeah, there's a lot of strategy around. And the other thing is like just keep it simple. Like find something you like and play it and keep playing it. Like just get better at it. Like you don't have to. What's great about other games, I don't want to say their names, but you like to play something competitively, you're paying thousands of dollars to go. I mean, with Renegade, you can get that way cheaper to grab a competitive army and go play. Like
Yeah.
and that's like Queen Maladrix and the Festering Honor Guard, they're going to be solid for sure.
Yeah.
So, but
I
I
think
would
you
say,
can
yeah,
play
just
the top 4 Isonek army with 2 boxes plus a battle
correct.
box. So,
Yep.
there's definitely some ways in that are a good way to dip your toe, but still be pretty competitive. And then, of course, branch out from there. But
Yeah, and what's great about the Heroscape community, as we mentioned earlier, if you need to borrow something, just ask. They're going to let you borrow something.
I've found that to be the case. It's a very generous community.
Yeah, they're very generous. Like even at Gen Con, when people forgot stuff, Renegade was like, "Oh, let me go see if I can find something for you and let you." I mean, I don't know how many different bears and Festering Honor Guards you guys lent out at Gen Con, but
maybe a few, maybe a few.
Right.
I know me and a couple of the contractors brought a bunch of our personal collections as well to loan out to people as needed. So we just want to, we want to be accommodating and make sure as many people can play this awesome game as we can.
Right.
What do you think are some more like underrated units that you think people could explore going into next year?
Oh, well, with underrated, it's interesting because you just previewed all the chain grit wave, right?
Yep.
So I think like there's
I see which one you've latched onto in that arc.
Right. But I don't know if I don't know if I would say any of them are underrated. I feel like that's a very strong wave. But like I think elites of Ular could be maybe like the ones that people might shy away from because in a 500-point army, you're only getting those 3, Ziamara and I'm going to try and say it, Mielke.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's Mielke.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. So, but that protection from the amulet and that heal from Mielke is really super interesting in a way to play. And they're a little bit more of a finesse army, I think, than necessarily like just brute force like Fedoria order markers on the, on them
and
push
power,
forward.
So
They do survive really well. So it's going to be interesting. I think that one could be underrated. It's going to do better in like a smaller figure limit.
Yeah.
Like for Gen Con this year, 14 figures, it probably would have done fairly well there.
Yeah.
So I think like that would be one. As far as strategies to explore, I think we kind of discussed just a little bit about like the Tanukis with the X-Flex on Storm Shadow or Decker or whatever. And I think G.I. Joe's gonna even like with the Battlecopter and the
flight pod.
Flight pod, thank you. With the ability to reveal that X and use them for their special abilities. So like that is a real X-Flex.
Yeah.
So I think like that's gonna be like I think because shotgun blast is a real thing in the line is a real threat. So you have to always constantly be thinking about that. And they're 35 points if I recall, which is really, I mean, for that X flexibility, like that's dirt cheap. Like I would 100% encourage that especially as a filler. Like, but even if I almost think it's worth building around in some aspects and not even worth, wouldn't call it a filler necessarily. So yeah, I think a lot of that kind of stuff is going to be pretty interesting next year. It's hard for me to say underrated because like it hasn't been out really long enough for us to know if it's underrated. But I also think, and I don't think he's underrated at all, is Adalbern's going to show back up because you got a lot more commons coming.
More for
and
him
Adalbern loves to kill commons.
Yeah, I would definitely not consider Adalbern underrated.
Correct.
But strong in the right formats for sure. And if there's going to be a lot of commons, that's the way to go. The points didn't really work out for him this year, but it'll be interesting to see next year. So I think I know your answer to this. If you were to be competing in Worlds next year, what is something your army would be likely to contain?
Oh, chain gruts. Not even close. It's not even a question. It would be chain gruts, and then depending on point totals, I'd probably go. I think Tuck is. I mean, I'm not a range guy, but Tuck bonding with the chain grets is just phenomenal. I mean, Meadberg Saw has shown us that with the Romans and the Death Chasers. So, yeah. So I think Tuck with the chain grets for sure, and then depending on point totals, I think Ramessars are great. I think Kane is great. I think Decker's phenomenal with them. Not sold on Zed yet, but we'll see.
Yeah, oh Zed. I love that guy. I love his lore. I love his model. I love his lore. I love his model.
Right.
He's,
Okay.
he's cool.
Right.
He might be getting some love.
Oh,
That could
okay.
be we like our blimp buddy to
Oh, good.
be special. So
Oh, good.
you heard it here first, I guess.
There you go.
What most excites you about where the Heroscape competitive scene is headed? And don't just say chain gruts.
Bonding melee. We have lots of options. You've got chain gruts. You've got the bugs. The
Skordire. Yeah.
There you go. That word. Infantry. You got the revenants. You know, and then you have
Necrotex.
the necrotex. Yeah. So yeah. So I am a huge melee bonding fan. I think all of those have legs to go. I think
the Skordire have a lot of legs.
That's true. They do have a lot of legs, right? And the fact that like you can even use the queen with them, or oathbound, like so, it's kind of cool to use some of the older stuff with the newer stuff. Even though like maybe the common heroes do work a little bit better in some positions, but I feel like it still works both ways. And then even the
like point and figure limit, I do really like them with the bug ball.
Sure.
As a way to, you know, consolidate some of their points in a lower figure limit. It still punches really hard, and you're still getting like 6 or 7 attacks if you've got full bugs on your bug ball plus your commons. So yeah, it's a solid list.
Yeah. And even like I think the revenants, like I think they're going to struggle in the high defense units, but other than that, like I feel like they're gonna. It's nice to put Miserics and Killcracks back into action too, because they've just been kind of like, hey guys, don't forget, like they're getting picked last at kickball.
Yeah.
And you know, so I think like the fact that we're going to be able to use them, because you know, getting that extra bonus attack, they're going to hit really hard. And then if Miserics does die, she can go on Killcracks, and all of a sudden Killcracks is, you know, so yeah. So I like that combo as well, and I think it'll struggle in the high defense units. Like I wouldn't want to take it into elites, because elites just survive a lot. But like against say bugs or like that, I feel like it's going to do really well.
This is one of the armies I enjoyed designing. I like that we were able to give some love to some of those Kyrie from the Kyrie pack with them and Mielke and Giamara as well. Like get them something new to play with.
Yeah. It's been fun to see that combination.
What do you think will be like the top army archetypes next year going into the main event? I know we probably haven't locked down the format by this point, but if we're keeping it in the general, you know, 400 to 500 points, 12 to 18 figures, somewhere in there,
sure.
what would you think would be the tops?
So I think the higher the figure limit, the more bonding melee gets better. So like all those ones we just talked about, I feel like they've got, you know, they got a chance. If you go lower figure total, I could see the elites. You know, I think Swoop Raylan, Boiling Tensions, Raylan 4.0, whatever nickname she has now. She's going to be really good into bonding melee because she can actually swoop twice.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. I think you're going to have a lot of, I think commons are going to come. Like Gallery will get, the higher the figure limit, the better the Gallery will get.
Yep.
The fact that they could just keep pushing forward, and they bring in some heavy hitters with them with the Krakenleans. So I think that's, you know, you got a chance there. And then I like I mentioned before, I think Adelburn might, you know, he might have to pop back out because he's got a lot of commons he needs to kill. So
at the other end of things, at a higher point total, lower figure limit, what do you think about a Thorman Heroes pod, maybe with the Kraken?
Oh, Thorman's revealed now. I forgot about
that. Okay.
No, I think that's, I'm not exactly sure what that build looks like in terms of what other figures besides the Kraken to put with him. I'd have to probably play with that a little bit more. But I feel, once again, like with the elites, if the figure limit's small enough and he can contend with the commons, I think it's 100% has legs. so and I feel like that's going to be the interesting thing to sort out, is where you guys decide to put that figure limit, and I mean, and the point total too.
Right.
But because it's like, the higher the figure limit, the more commons, the lower the figure limit, Thorman, or even Widow. Even Widow can make a splash too, because some pirate frost claws, like
Pirate frost claws are spicy. Pirate bugs are
Yep.
spicy.
Yep. Seen that quite
There's a
bit,
lot of fun
yeah.
options with Widow. That'll be cool to see how
Yeah.
that develops. We are just about out of time, so if you want to leave a piece of parting advice for competitive Heroscape players or aspiring competitive Heroscape players, what would you like to say to the gang?
I would just say, Heroscape, the Heroscape community is amazing. I've been in it for over 20 years, and there's a reason I'm still around, because they're just great people. Find your local tournament, find the FLGS. I mean, there's locals everywhere. Check out Battle Network, check out .org. There's tons of places for you to go play. And the people there, you're gonna like them. They're nice people. Like, you're gonna say, like, oh, this guy was pretty cool, And if you don't have the figures, ask. They'll let you borrow, but get involved. It's a great community. Like I said, I've been doing it for over 2 decades. But yeah, I mean, and the other thing is, just like, check out heroscapers.com. Check out Renegade's website. There's strategy articles. Go read them. Ask questions. People will answer it. They're, most of the time those people know what they're talking about, but so but yeah. So, and then the last thing I would say is play faster.
Probably the most common Ken quote I've heard at events. Play faster. Not bad advice. Keeps everything running smooth and probably gets you out of your head a bit. Well, thank you so much, Ken. This has been a delight, and I'm excited to work with you more on, upcoming tournaments. It's been great.
Sounds great. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dylan.
Sure. Cheers.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Renegade Con. Thank you all so much for joining us. And thank you, Lynn, for coming back to do another video. Will you reintroduce yourself to anybody who wasn't here last time for your sculpting video?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Hi, Rina. Thank you for inviting me again. And I am Lin. I'm a 3D sculptor, a 3D character artist, and I've started sculpting for Heroscape project back when Hasbro ran the crowdfunding campaign, and now the project was brought back by Renegade, and I'm still sculpting for it. And basically, that's it.
I am so glad that we have you on. One, because you're a phenomenal sculptor and you're just so much fun to hang out with and talk to.
Thank you.
And two, we get to do some really cool, we get to do like these videos, which are really fun and really cool. And as of the time of this recording, we've had Heroscape at Renegade for 1 year. So it's Heroscape's birthday.
Oh.
Last time we did an overview of the process and the 4 stages you go through: blockout, silhouette, structure, and details. Last time we did Scavareth, the big centipede monster guy.
Yes.
This time we're looking at a different kind of detailed model, one of the figures for our upcoming G.I. Joe Heroscape release. I've given you a bunch of, the images of Cobra Commander, the mini that we have from our master paint, and you're gonna try and recreate part of it. Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm really excited because last time we did a monsters are cool and fun, but I feel like most people, when they do sculpting, they're probably starting with people.
Yeah, correct.
So where do you want to start with this?
I don't know how far I can go today. We only have a couple of hours, but I usually start with a base mesh of a existing character model, and then of course we'll set the scale right,
So
and
is this easier or difficult or harder or like about the same as like making monsters? Because monsters don't wear clothes, but clothes have a lot of detail, so
yeah, so it really depends on different cases. If the clothes are tight fitting, like this one, the tight fitting clothes and arm protect, I just treat it as a usual body parts because you can sculpt it following the underlying anatomic parts and anatomic structures. And for those more loose garments are different story. They're more challenging because those folds, those tiny little details of the cloth, the cloth
Mhm.
texture, the cloth materials. Uh, Sculpting those folds can be really tricky and time consuming, but I can always do the simulation in 3D styling tools like Marvel Designer, like I mentioned, to simulate those things. And that will make things a little bit easier. But I still need to sculpt it in ZBrush since their minis are not really realistic sculpts. And the most complete part, I would say, it's those clothes with really weird styling and weird pattern and the stitching. That really depends on what the clothes is. I can see what the project will take for all of them. For example, recently I was doing a really weird. I don't want to spoil anything how to describe it, so I won't spoil it. It's a kind of armor, but this armor was made of or covered by fabric. So that made a really weird pattern. So I need to even use program to generate those patterns on the clothes. So
Mhm.
that's a whole lot different approach.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. And a lot of minis I think are going to end up wearing a lot of armor and things. So you
Yeah,
get mastering of folds and metal and all of those sorts of different materials.
yeah, some armors are easy and they're classic like middle century armors, knight armors, and some others are weird because those culturally different things.
Do you
Make
have a
it.
favorite kind of armor to work on?
Oh, recently I fell in love with this Gothic type of armor, the one that who wears Jenny the Saint.
Oh, yes, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. I
That's
really
cool.
like the tricky design and those details, those garment on it.
So you like it not because it's easy, but because it's
Beautiful. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that makes sense to me.
And
That
just
that
do,
does lead me to my next question,
yes.
which is what details do you add to clothes to make them look more realistic? Because like it's so small, you wouldn't think that like the sharpness on this gauntlet would be important, but I think it is.
Um, yeah, actually, I won't say that's about adding details. I would say that's more about exaggerating those details. So for details that's so small on those minis, some of them would never be visible, like the small folds and the small uh, small buttons and those
Mhm.
kind of small folds would never be visible. So I just stripe away those things and push the main folds more, and so they can be more they can be clear and more readable. And I also exaggerate those seams and the stitches and um, those rims, so uh, it makes it look more chunkier than real life and even more chunkier than the 6-inch figures, and so they can actually show up while they when it was printed out.
Makes sense.
Yeah, for example, in this one, I would make the rim much thicker than the 6-inch figure.
Oh, yeah.
Delete poly.
So how long for, I guess, how long have you been doing 3D sculpting, and like how did you get into it? Because I can't imagine it's something that just kind of happens, or is it? I don't know.
Well, so my career path to 3D sculpting was a bit twisted. I actually started as a film special effect makeup artist. I was sculpting monsters and zombies for films when I was in China, and actually when I was in high school. I didn't really think I could go to college back then,
Mm.
and I love that work. That was interesting. You can see those actors, those stars, and doing makeup was just fun. And you can do sculpting in real life, but I didn't. That job was not really sustainable. I only make about 100 yuan a day back then when I was an apprentice. That's about $14 a day. Even in China, that wasn't sustainable. That wasn't be able to feed me.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the 3D VFX CGI effect was quickly taking over the industry. So I didn't really see a future in practical makeup. And that's when I decided to move into CGI art. And US has the strongest CGI art program, so that's how it led me to my college, Reading College, where I really started my 3D career. And then I do freelance, and then do intern, and do contract work full time. And now it's about many years. I can't remember exactly how many years, but at least 5 years.
Is it hard working with like just the, because so I have done some like practical sculpting with clay and things, and sometimes
Uh-huh,
I get frustrated because I want things to look different because I know that they're going to be different colors when I paint them. Do you
uh-huh.
have that problem when you're like doing the 3D sculpting?
Not really, not really for the minis, because these minis are only in charge of the sculpting parts. We have professional painters that can take care of the other parts. But for other project like games project and film project, I do color them myself. But I use a different software called Substance Painter. It's a texture software like this. I did prepare the example.
Oh,
Yeah, like this. This is my usual project for. It's my usual process for game or film project is doing the clothing in Marvelous. You mentioned doing the patterns like real life.
yeah.
Yeah, and then sculpt it in ZBrush and give it color in Substance, and finally render it out. And same for this guy. I've
That's
recently
so
been working on.
detailed. Oh my God.
Yeah,
That's
this
beautiful.
it's more stylized, so it's a slightly different approach. You can see later on when I was doing the cape.
I'm excited for the cape.
Yeah, the cape is always interesting part to do because the shape can because using the shape of the cape can adjust the overall silhouette of the character, and it really gives personality of it by making different shapes, a different cape shape. And you can see later when I was doing it.
So how
Uh,
long does it take to sculpt like a mini of this detail like Cobra Commander?
um, it usually take me 2 or 3 days to get those parts down. And as for detailing, uh, that's that depends. Some just take longer time than some is shorter, some is simpler. But that really depends. But usually it take me 2 or 3 days to get only those parts done, like block it out, like this level of detail.
I see. Oh, and we didn't talk, well, I didn't ask about So Cobra Commander, you don't have to mold a face for him. He's got his helmet, so the face isn't a problem. But the other option that I thought about giving you was Duke, who is like his face is out. What is the process for sculpting faces, especially because they're going to be so small, they're going to be, hard to see.
Um, Actually, that's one of my bad habits because I like sculpting faces. But technically you won't need that many details on minis like this. But I usually start with face actually. And sometimes I just do extra detail on face. I didn't feel that's necessary for minis, but it just comforts myself. And I saw those printed out models. Some details I've made for them won't even show up. I don't know if I can show this. This sculpt was already shown on already shown on
Ooh.
Gen Con this year.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, so you see those wrinkles and the eyebrows, they won't and the teeth, they won't even show up. But I just like doing those details, and that makes me feel like the model is more completed. And the human eyes can, the human face can easily draw focus.
That makes
So
perfect sense. Yeah.
yeah, so I think making the face more detailed can make me feel more confident about this sculpt.
Oh, and I was gonna ask about his pose, because he obviously the one that I sent you and the action figures have like
Mhm.
a specific pose. But how do you, because he's a villain, so you kind of want him to look like a villain. How do
Yeah.
the poses like affect that?
Yeah, that's a tricky question, really, because the pose, even a tiny little tweak on the pose can make the character feel a lot different. I can demonstrate it
Oh yes.
using the base model. Like this is a neutral pose, right? And
Mhm.
for this pose, if oh, I need to delete the lower subdivision. Okay. You rotate the head to that angle, and that's neutral. But
Mhm.
if you tilt the head down a little bit, that looks kind of more evil. And if you tilt the head up a little bit, that looks more confident and heroic.
That's crazy. And it's only like a few degrees of difference. The difference that
Yeah,
makes though.
and you can see the upper body that makes even larger difference. So for heroic characters, I want to make them look confident. So I would raise tilt his chest back a little bit, so that really makes him look cocky and justice.
Makes sense, of course,
You
course,
see,
yeah.
now it looks like a hero, but if you just move the head down a little bit and the chest
Yeah,
here
it looks
now
like
look
he's like
like
looking down on you.
yeah, he's staring at you, may want to kill you.
That's wow. What a difference.
Yeah, so making those tiny little tweaks really one of the other time-consuming parts when I was doing sculpting to really get the feeling of this character, the attitude of it.
How do you
Yeah.
decide how dramatic or subtle the fold should be?
Oh, so I think how dramatic? That's a tricky question since this depends on the style. Like for this kind of style, it's semi-realistic, not really realistic. I don't need to do those tiny little small wrinkles, but I want to exaggerate the main flow of the manifold. So when you made the clothes, you can see some of the folds are manifolds. They are significantly larger than the others. And when you are doing realistic stuff, those tiny little small wrinkles, that's what makes the garment feel realistic. But for those minis, you just want to keep those large parts and get rid of those small wrinkles, small folds.
Is it
Make
hard
more
to work
sense.
with like capes on minis and things like that are like not attached to the body? Is there like a concern about it breaking off?
Yeah, so I have a couple of different approach for the capes that is not blown up by wind. I can always fill up the gap between the cape and the sculpture itself. But for this kind of cape, I think I'll just make it really thick so it won't break off.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, speaking of this, I've done a couple of cape sculpt for Heroscapes these days. And you will see it next year.
Oh, yes, I'm excited for those.
Yeah, and I really like the design. That's so cute.
I like how much care you put into each individual piece of the sculpt.
Yeah, every detail matters. Although it's just a 30 millimeter sculpt. But when you are painting, you can still see those details are taken care of. So I don't want to disappoint those fans.
Yeah, and people love highlighting those little details and things that you might not see if you're not, painting it or if you're looking at it from across the table.
Yeah. They said actually 90% of the time making 3D model is you rotating it around, not actually making model.
You got to make sure it looks good from every angle.
Yeah, but sometimes just rotate it around for nothing. I just can't stop the desire to rotate it.
I looked away for 1 second and now it looks like a completely different helmet.
Yeah. Now it's just adding those tiny details on it. And
think
two
Hello, and Adam, are you excited?
Super excited.
I have a Kraken. I have Thorman ready to lead his army and cast off everyone into the void and close the gates of Valhalla. You have 800 points.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen. I'm kind of enjoying being Valhalla. I like the eternal life, the ability to drink wellspring water and become super cool. It's kind of chill being Valhalla. And as you see, Sergeant Drake has decided that he wants to stay in Valhalla as well.
Did Sergeant Drake decide, or did Yendar decide for Sergeant Drake?
I mean, all the clones of Sergeant Drake will have a conference, and they'll come up with the answer to that amongst themselves.
This scenario is a 2 or 3 person scenario. However, we don't have any friends. We had a third person who was going to come play, but we are sick. It did not want to expose anybody else, so we're going to stay home sick, and play Heroscape alone in our house alone. The way Jantar intended. So you gotta kill me twice within 6 rounds, or disrupt the ritual.
What does disrupting the ritual mean?
You have to have a figure on 1, 2, and 3 glyphs at the end of any round, or if you kill Thornum twice, because he regenerates.
All right, I think I'm ready to go.
All right. 9.
16. Number 1 is Queen Maledrix. With the special ability Festering Honor Guard Bonding, she's able to take a turn with her Festering Honor Guard. So they have a move of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then I have to take a turn with the Queen, who also has a move of 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then that's the end of my turn.
You ready for me to do a bunch of weird stuff?
Sure.
I'm fielding a brand new figure in a brand new squad with a whole lot of utility and weird things that they do. I'm so excited.
Number 1 is Thorman, Pirate King. So we're gonna start with Summon the Kraken. The Kraken does not start the game on the battlefield. After revealing a numbered order marker on a unique or unfathomable hero you control, you may place 1 figure from this squad that has not been destroyed on an empty space next to that hero. You want to make some portal noises that are not weird? It's quite literally the opposite of what I asked for, but okay. And now, Thorman Pirate King, Ragtag Armada. After revealing an order marker on and before taking a turn with Thorman, you may place a gold command marker on the army card of another hero you control to immediately take a turn with that hero. You may not place a command marker on the army card of a figure with the same affiliation as a hero you control that already has a command marker. At the end of the round, remove all of your command markers. We're gonna go with Dory, my boy. Oh, also, pirates do not fear the water. Therefore, they do not stop in the water. I don't make the rules, I just heavily enforce them. 1, 2, and splat. He may be short, but he is mostly mighty. And now, I get to take a turn with Thorman the Pirate King! He flies with a move of 5. We're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm gonna shoot it. Debug is what's about to happen here.
He has a range?
Range of 5. He's holding guns.
Don't shoot at my bug.
No. Hey, Adam.
He's holding it, that means nothing. That means absolutely nothing.
Which between these 2 bugs do you love the most?
This bug.
That's the one I'm gonna shoot at then. Because why not?
I've learned that hurting the things he loves early on typically ends in my victory.
I have a range of 5, attack of 3, and I've got height. 1.
Defended.
Fine, your bug gets to live.
Number 2 are my Tanukis. So the Tanukis have a move of 6. Big bag over here. We go first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we'll kind of mirror it over here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have kunai, so they have a range. They have a range of 4. We need to start throwing things at Thorman eventually.
They're not throwing stars, they're throwing knives, but you just saying we have to throw things makes me think you're just finding pebbles and chucking them across the board, and I like that idea, it's hilarious.
Trickster is going to shoot at Thorman.
Throw it.
Has an attack of 3. Hits for 3.
No! I take all 3. and I'm going to kick you out of the house.
The next trickster. So they have the stealthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't.
But you don't have a shot on that one.
So I have to go after the stealthy one. Hits for 2.
20! Do I have to move? May immediately move up to 3 spaces. So we're good. Is that it for you?
Well, the Tanukis have this cool little thing called Tanuki Aruki.
Dang it.
So after revealing an order marker on this card and taking a turn with the Tanuki Tricksters, I may move up to 2 smaller medium Vorid or ninja figures you control that did not move this turn up to 3 spaces. So we're going to move these guys and move this one 3 over.
Number 2 are my knaves. Thorman is their captain. Thorman is an admiral. He also has the special ability Pirate King. So he's also a pirate, a captain, and a king.
We love an overachieving king.
A pirate.
Captain. Admiral.
But we're gonna go ahead and captain's orders and take a turn with Thorman, because what kind of king lets his team fight for him and doesn't get in on the action himself? I read this funny little ability here called Swashbuckler. After attacking with Thornum, you may attack an adjacent figure 1 additional time. Thorman's attack value is increased by 2 for the second attack. So I'm wondering, is it worth it for me to stand right here and just bang bang? I'm gonna stand right there. We're gonna hit the bug for 2.
Defended.
Well, now I'm gonna hit the Tanuki for 4.
Dead.
Thank goodness. Those Tanukis are menaces. And now I get to take a turn with my knaves with a move of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then these 2 are just gonna bounce here and here. The only one that has a hit is Mr. Forearms. He's gonna get first assault 1. Which one do I dislike more? Okay, I'm gonna hit the bug for 2.
Dead bug.
Okay, 1 bug had to die this round.
Rowan's being pretty smart by killing off the Queen's Honor Guard.
That's it for moi.
Number 3, Araxis Dragoon. A move of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And her frenzy's bad. Well,
It's a battle frenzy, you didn't attack. Ready for number 3? It is my Exiles of the Sun-Dried Sea. Move of 5. I got a 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna go ahead and black powder, because if I don't, I never will. So she gonna shoot at the rhino bug. Hits for 2.
takes 1.
This guy is gonna shoot at the Tanuki. 1, 2, 3, 4. So hits for 1.
Defended.
This guy is gonna shoot this bug right here. I'm higher than you. Hits for 2.
Dead.
This little lady is gonna shoot this bug. Hits for 3.
Dead.
Yeah, you needed a miracle to save that one.
I think that's a reset.
Fantastic. On to round 2. Top of round 2, I get plus 8. 17. Number 1 is knaves. Take a turn first with Thorman over here. And Thorman, dear, is just gonna 1, 2, 3. He's gonna hit down, because I think I'm a level above you, onto the queen with 4 dice. Hits for 1.
Defended.
And then I'm gonna hit again with my swashbuckler, add 2 dice. So now I got 6 dice on ya. Hits for 1.
Defended.
That has got to be a record. And now I get to take a turn with my knaves. So these 2 are just gonna 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Protecting our short king over here. This one is gonna 1, 2, 3 after that bug. And then this guy is gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3 base attack dice. I'm higher than you, and I got first assault. I'm attacking Rena. Sorry, Thraxis. Dragoon. Hits for 2.
Takes 1.
And then on to this one. Also gets first assault for 3.
Dead.
At least I can kill some bugs.
Number 1
I forgot you had a Tanuki hiding behind that wall.
are the Tanukis.
How apt.
Let's start with this Tanuki. They have a move of 6. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's get this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go after Thorman?
What if I said no?
Wouldn't be too bad. Hits for 3.
Takes 2. He's alive of 8.
To win this scenario, I have to kill Thorman twice. But everything that I throw at Thorman gets chewed up by his crew. Alright, and then for my second attack with the Tanuki, let's go after...
The knave?
Yeah,
That's my favorite knave.
for 1.
Not even kidding. Defended. That's my favorite knave.
Now I get the Tanuki Aruki.
Ugh.
Well, let's do 1, 2, and 3.
Splash.
Yep, splash.
Number 2 is Thorman, which means more Kraken, more Kraken. Can you make less weird portal noises this time? Okay, that was arguably worse.
Rule infraction. That tentacle should have portaled in next to Thorman.
I'm gonna use a command marker. I'm gonna plop it on Fia Bonnet.
And those reset every round.
Yes. What did I want to do with dear Fia here? We're going 1, 2, 3. And then she's gonna spend a black powder. She is gonna shoot at that thing. Hits for 2.
Defended.
Now I get to take a turn with Thorman. So many things happen on his. It's great. I'm just gonna stand where I'm at and hit the queen. Hits for 1.
Defended.
Well, I'm gonna do it again with 6 dice this time. For 3.
Takes 2.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
Alright, number 2 is Sergeant Drake. A move of 5. Flying. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. He's then gonna try and grapple grab Thorman,
Like, why? What's your reasoning? I'm just curious.
because then I can move it.
Okay.
16. He's gonna get flipped around to here. A 6 attack dice hitting at Thorman. Hits for 3.
Takes 1.
I honestly want him to kill Thorman once so that I can play with the other side of his card. Thorman empowered.
Number 3 are the exiles. I'm gonna start with her, who's going to pop up here, and then give Thornum disengage. And then this guy is gonna pop up here and stop people from flying. And then this guy is gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you looking to see if it says I'm not allowed to stand on the glyphs?
Yeah.
Were you gonna play pedantics with this?
Yes.
You're the worst. Who married you?
This is a game of pedantry.
No, it's not. And then she's just gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, because Sergeant Drake refuses to get hit with anything but a knife. She's gonna hit up at Drakey, who hits for 2.
Takes both.
And then this guy is just gonna hit that thing upside the head with a stick. Hits for 1.
Takes dead.
Takes dead. Love to hear it.
Takes dead.
Takes dead.
Number 3 for me is Thyraxis Dragoon. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can roll for your disengage.
Take 1.
Thyraxis Dragoon has an attack of 5. So let's attack the one on the glyph. Hits for 1.
Defended. I got worried when I saw all those shields and then realized that you were looking for skulls.
Alright, well, let's see if Battle Frenzy will get me out of this bind. I need a 16 or higher for Thyraxis to attack again. 17 is enough. Hits for 3.
Nope, I don't like that. Takes dead.
That is...
End of the round.
Yeah.
Reset.
Alright, top of round 3.
12.
15.
Plus 8. Okay, number 1 is Thorman. You know what that means. Pick a tentacle. Okay, make portal noises. Why?
That's what Minecraft's portal sounds like.
No, it does not. Your Minecraft portal has clearly been smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day for 20 years. Yeesh. Gold command marker. Put it back on Fia, and she's gonna go again. Okay. And she is going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm gonna spend another token to shoot at that thing. For 4. You only have 3 defense dice?
I only have 3 defense dice.
I knew Fia was my girl. And now I get to take a turn with Thorman. We're gonna hit Pretty Boy with the broken wrist. Thorman to Sergeant Drake with 3 dice. For 3.
Takes 2.
And then guess what? Hit you again. Hits for 2.
Wow. Sergeant Drake is gone. Honestly, I thought Sergeant Drake would have a little bit more staying power in this battle. Normally, his 6 attack dice is able to power through most enemies.
Ha-ha!
And he was number 1.
Perfect! Number 2, Maneves, who's gonna we're gonna bond into Thornman, the Pirate King, who's just gonna da-da-da-da-da right on over here next to your queen. So Thorman's gonna hit the queen for 3.
Takes 1.
And then I'm gonna do it again, add 2 with 6 dice now. For 2.
Defended.
Where was that defense dice for Sergeant Drake?
Right?
Now I'm gonna take a turn with Maneves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right behind your big bug. And then this one is going to 1, 2, 3, 4. And that guy's gonna stay put. Let's start with these 2 right here. They're both below you, but they both get first assault 1 on 2 Thraxis. So we'll go left to right. First hit for 3. Dead bug.
Yeah, dead bug.
Oh, now my other one has nothing to hit.
Come make a Heroscape video, they said. It'll be fun, they said. You'll get 800 points, they said. Well, it doesn't matter if all your order markers get sniped.
And then this one right here. He does not have first assault, but he is higher than your Tanuki. For a 3.
Dead.
Takes dead.
Number 2 was Thraxis.
3 are the exiles. I say exiles.
I do all the things the knaves do. I take a turn with the knaves. I promise that order marker was on the knaves, and I just got the names confused.
And they're gonna bond into the pirate captain, the pirate king first.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna hit your queen for 1.
Defended.
And then I'm gonna do it again, but with 6 dice this time. For 2.
Takes 1.
Now with the knaves. Again, remember I do not have to stop in water. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I'm gonna start with the one that is on the same level as you. All of them were not engaged, so they all get first assault. Hits for 2.
Takes 1.
And then we're gonna do, the twins are below you, so we're gonna go 1, 2 on the twins. First one for 2.
Dead.
Hey, you can move that order marker onto the bugs. There's still a bug alive. And then this one is gonna hit up at that Tanuki. Hits for 2.
Defended.
The one that bounced out was a skull. That is it for me. Who's your number 3, Adam?
Thraxis Dragoon. Alright, top of round 4. Are we playing just a round 5?
Did you read the rules?
No.
The rules say round 6. I said round 6 at the beginning of the game. 2 plus 8 is 10.
14. I go first. My Tanuki.
Man, that Kraken is just taking up the spotlight, huh?
Let's just hit at Thorman.
Okay.
For 1.
Defended. I am begging you, please kill Thorman. I want to play with the other side. Number 1 is Thorman. You know what that means?
Another tentacle.
More Kraken! I've decided I'm choosing this time because you haven't chosen the one that I really want to go in. So, this one. Can you make non-horrible noises, please?
I was silent.
And it was still wrong.
Sometimes you just can't win.
So I guess Thornum's just gonna turn around and hits for 2.
Dead.
Takes dead. And I forgot to gold command marker. Oh
Yep.
well.
Number 2 is the Phalanx.
The ugly bugbo.
With a move of 5. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think the bug ball is gonna try and hit down on Ponytail.
Okay.
Hits for 3.
I have 2 defense dice. Just hand it to me. Thanks. Number 2 is Maneves. So we're gonna take a turn with the Pirate King first, who's just gonna slide right on into your buggins. I'm gonna hit down onto the bug ball. 4 dice for 3.
Takes 2.
And then again with 6 dice for 3.
And he dies because I didn't put any Legionnaires into him.
I was wondering why you didn't do that.
I forgot. I just got like so excited to put all my bugs out on the board that I completely forgot that.
All of the Legionnaires should go on the bug ball.
Okay, on to you.
How was it on to me? I just killed you.
Oh, on to me?
Yeah.
Are you done?
No, I get to turn with the knaves. You're right. I have to take the turn with my knaves now. We are going to do clock. And then this one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we're gonna start with blue on the Legionaries. Hits for 2.
Dead.
Red cape on Cheetah. You're above me. And I also get first assault. For 3.
Defended.
Alright, and now forearms. Same deal as before. For 2.
Takes 1.
She's a life of like, what, 2, right?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's it for me now, officially.
My number 3 was the bug ball.
Okay, number 3. Thorman. You know what that means. 1 last tentacle. Now, I want you to make actual noise this time. This is your last chance. Ready? No one's gonna get that joke.
A lot of people are gonna get that joke.
I was not expecting the choo-choo. Now that that's over with, command the Kraken. Once per round, instead of taking a turn with a unique or unfathomable hero you control, you may take a turn with the Kraken instead. Okay, let's start with these guys in the back. And they're gonna warp space. Instead of moving normally with one of the Kraken figures, you may place that figure on an empty space within 4 spaces of that figure. If it's engaged when it starts to warp space, it will take any leaving engagement attack. So it's just gonna... And then this one's gonna... Whoop! 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This absolutely is just because 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to take a turn with the Kraken.
On to the next round.
Yep.
Alright, you want to give me a chance and not use the glyph?
But he's standing on the glyph. I don't get a choice.
I think you get a choice to use the glyph.
Okay, fine. It's gonna break the rules, but sure, I'm not gonna use the glyph.
Yeah, you can use the glyph.
12.
9.
Does not matter. Number 1, Thornum. We're gonna... There's no Kraken to hold, so we're gonna gold token into Bia. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm just gonna hit your bug. For 2.
I went to Gen Con. I thought these figures were good.
And then turn with Thornum. He can't fly because I'm sitting on this glyph, but he can still walk. And I've got a range. And I'm within 2 of Kita.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna shoot you with 3. You're above me though. With 2.
Defended. Number 1 is Kita, the Spring Runner.
Poor Kita's just surrounded by Kraken right now.
So Kita has a move of 6.
And disengage. A ghost walk, right?
Phantom Walk. It's gonna bite at Thorman.
Yes, little doggy. Come closer to my swashbuckler. Everything will be fine, I promise.
Might as well. Hits for 1.
Takes it. Got 1 life left. Alright, number 2 is the knaves, who are all right there. First, I get to take a turn with this guy, who's just gonna bounce right behind you. And then I'm on the same level, hitting you with 3 dice for nothing. And then once again with 5 dice for 2.
Bad. That Kita.
And now it's those guys' turn. We are going to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2. I'll make this quick. From right to left, from blue to green. 1, 2, 3. First hit for 2.
Dead.
Good game.
Good game.
Here it is. That's a handshake.
Yo, Joe! You guessed it. We got G.I. Joe today. Super, super excited to get into this playthrough. And, well, I'm here with Austin. He was one of the finalists in the World Championship at Gen Con this year. If you want to introduce yourself a little bit and tell us a little bit about how Heroscape's part of your life.
Absolutely. Hey, everybody. Austin Blood here. Longtime Heroscape player, enjoyer of everything Scape. Stoked that it's back on the shelves. I got my first set of Heroscape, Rise of the Valkyrie, when I was 8 years old. And ever since then, every Christmas, every birthday when I was growing up, it was all I ever wanted was more Heroscape, and probably didn't even really play the game. I just set up the guides on my...
A collector.
Exactly. I just collected the game and then finally found a group cool enough to play with me, and I've been doing that for quite some time now. So excited to be playing today.
Okay, we are ready to battle, but we don't know who we're playing yet, and so we're going to dice off for it.
Let's do it. High roll gets Cobra.
Oh, is everybody after Cobra? High rolls Cobra.
3.
10.
I'll get you next time.
I'll get you this time.
That's right.
Joe. I get the tech. I'm excited to see what the tech's like.
Where am I going to place my 4 figures?
I got Destro, so I have to decide who gets what ability. We're giving it to Cobra. Cobra gets the poison, and then the person that needs more defense is going to be Storm Shadow.
Cool, I dig it.
All right, roll for initiative.
12.
8.
All right, at the start of the round, after rolling initiative, I may look at all unrevealed order markers on one enemy army card. Then, so let's do that first. I'm going to look at all unrevealed order markers on Storm Shadow. We got the 2, we got the 3, we got the 1. Very creative. Then I may move one order marker from a G.I. Joe or Soldier army card I control to another G.I. Joe or Soldier army card I control. I'm going to move this one off.
Snake Eyes?
Snake Eyes. And set it on Roadblock again.
Oh, yeah, you did. That's why you're
Turn
doing
1 is on Roadblock. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll end my turn.
That's it. All right. That's it.
That's Heroscape.
That's Heroscape.
This is pure Heroscape.
There we go. I have turn 1 on Storm Shadow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And for fun, I'm dropping a shadow right here.
Smack.
Using my shadow abilities.
Fun thing about Shadow. That's no longer
Lava.
rock. Yeah.
And it's a +1 to my defense.
Boom. All right. Turn 2 for me. Yo, Joe. The first time each round I reveal a numbered order marker on Duke. Instead of taking a turn with Duke, I may take a turn with up to 2 G.I. Joe or Soldier heroes I control. Duke can be one of these. I'm going to move with Scarlet. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Scarlet is going to attack Storm Shadow, knowing it's half the battle. When Scarlet makes an attack, the target figure lowers its defense value by 1 for every revealed order marker on its army card.
I got
so
1.
You get +1, but then you lose 1.
1. So I'm back to 3.
So we're rolling 3 attack versus 3 defense. 1.
1.
Lethal to the bone. Once per turn, after attacking, I may move Scarlet up to 2 spaces and make 1 normal attack against an adjacent figure. So I am going to move right here, and then I'm going to move in my boy Roadblock here, and he is going to make a mighty shot of 4 against 4 on Storm Shadow. We can kill him outright right here.
You could. He's only got 4 lives.
I got a 3.
Dang, that's a good roll. We put up 1 shield. He takes 2 wounds. All right, my turn 2. Yeah, we're going to come for Scarlet. 1, 2, 3. Actually, you know what? I think we need to come after Roadblock. So he's going to attack. 4 into your 4. That's what I needed last time. We only got 2. 2 souls.
1 wound.
1 wound.
Schmack.
And then I will drop another shadow.
Turn 3. This was Scarlet. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Scarlet, knowing is half the battle. It's going to target.
I get -2 now.
2. Got a 2.
This is your turn 3.
Yep.
I'm using it.
Let's do it.
1 auto shield. And then I had 4 defense, but you took 2 away from me.
Correct.
So I got 2 defense. I got 1.
Okay.
So we blocked it out.
It's a risky proposition here, but he gets -2 defense
Ooh, he's trying for going in for the kill.
I'm going to attack up.
So I got 3 defense. You got 3 attack.
I got a 2.
1.
He's still alive.
Almost killed Storm.
So now the nanite shielding saved him.
It did last time, yes.
All right.
Nano shield.
That's my turn, and now he gets a juicy whirlwind attack.
Turn 3. How'd you know it was on him?
Knowing is half the battle.
So we're gonna go on to Scarlet first for 5. 1. I got 1.
Against Scarlet, you said?
Yeah.
1 wound.
Then we're gonna throw 4 into this man here. Okay. 4.
Or sorry, 1 shield, so 3 wounds.
3 wounds.
Is 2 life left.
That was a good hit. There we go. We like that. We like that. That's round.
That's the round.
It's round 1. Okay.
All right, I got to roll for hot rocks.
Oh, I ain't on hot rocks. Oh, he's almost dead. Almost dead.
1 life on roadblock at the beginning of the round is kind of a scary spot to be. For the kids watching at home, my play just now was not the most optimal, but it was the most fun.
It was.
Heroscape.
All about that. You know, the best move in Heroscape is the one that works.
That's exactly right. I got a 1. Not good for the Joes.
A 12.
Okay.
The bad guys.
After rolling initiative, now you know I'm going to look at Dr. Mindbender's glyphs here, or order markers. We got the X, the 3, and the 2. So he's anticipating a big turn 1 and then Storm Shadow to die. I
or never die.
am going to now move my order marker off the roadblock.
Why would you do that?
And I'm going to
That's strong.
on to Snake Eye.
That is very helpful because you plan to have the risky play.
Yeah.
And if your initiative doesn't work out,
Done.
you can fix it.
Exactly right.
I like that. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens here.
Make me bleed.
Make you bleed. Storm Shadow. 5 down. This time it's gonna hit. Scarlet. 4, 3.
2.
Woo! She's got some blocks in her. 1 wound. All right, 4 into guy here. 3. 1 is all we needed.
Kill.
Road block ain't blocking the road anymore.
First
down.
goes to Cobra. I'm a little bit bugged. So is Duke. Yo, Joe. Duke is going to move in himself. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Does he have range?
And he has a range of 6.
Oh, he's got plenty of range.
He is going to attack Storm Shadow for a mighty 4.
And I got a mighty 4 in defense.
1 is all.
Because I can auto shield this right now. I'm going to go with the odds. The odds will be in my favor. 1 defense! We got it!
There we go.
Got to play risky now.
Second turn. I'm going to move with Snake Eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Duke is leading by example.
Ooh,
so
he's kind of
that
behind.
Joe figure gets +1 attack. So I am going to attack for 5 against Storm Shadow.
I got 4 defense from my shadow.
2 is all.
I will be using the autos.
Here we go.
1 plus 1. Blocked again.
So twice.
Now attack
Shielding
plus the shadows.
Has saved him twice now. That is my turn 1.
All right, we're bringing out Doctor. Okay, so I can go 1, 2, 3 with him.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. But I'm going for the attack. We're going in.
Going for Scarlet?
Scarlet. Yeah, I'm going to roll only 3. So 3v3. Only 1.
1.
She locked it.
Turn 2 is with Snake Eyes. Nuance. We're going to go right there. I'm going to attack for 7. 4 basic attack. 1 for lead by example. 2 for assassinate. We're going mighty 7 attack from a 70-point figure.
That's pretty good.
I got a 3.
A 3.
Yeah.
It's blockable. It's not looking good. Well, you got 1.
That's all I needed.
Well, the ninja battle is over. You have triumphed.
All right, that's my turn 2.
Goodbye, Cobra. But
oh yeah, we dropped that symbol side up or power side up.
either way,
Let's do it.
I need to go pick that up.
Somebody does.
I'm not gonna make it though. I'm not gonna make it. All right, my turn 3. So we're gonna auto move this man into the shadows.
I like that.
I think I'm just gonna stand on the lava. It is what it is.
Yeah, and
1, 2, 3, 4.
I've got so many thoughts in my brain.
I know, right?
No, you're making the right choice because now I can't assassinate.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I was like, the assassination.
That's a lot of thinkiness. You got to keep your heroes next to one another, or else
You might just come and assassinate
guys
them.
come get you. Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to attack down on Scarlet. 4 with the bonus. That's 2.
1 wound.
1 wound.
2 life left.
Now, I will reveal the X order marker, and we're going to do Bend Mind. If I get a 13 or higher, I can take control of... Definitely probably should go for this guy, because I could have an attack of 7. We're going to try to Mind Bend our good old friend. Makes sense. Take over the ninja.
Yep.
15! Let's go!
Oh no! Oh no! This could alter.
This could be mind bending.
This could bend the game.
So I get to take control of Snake Eyes.
And that had to reveal your X?
Yeah, reveal X. X order marker on Dr. Mindbender. If you do, take temporary control of the enemy army card and take a turn with it. All right, so I just need to move in an assassinating position. We're going for Joe.
Okay.
So we're throwing 6. 3.
1 block, so 2.
2 wounds.
A lethal wound. All right.
What's your turn 3?
Turn 3. I'm going to go with Scarlet.
Ooh, I should have went after Scarlet.
Pick up the nanite shield glyph. So, this is going to be big.
Is this?
Knowing is half the battle.
Oh, this guy has 0 defense.
You're going to roll 1 defense.
What? No,
you're getting -3 defense.
Oh, I have 4. Yeah, so I got 1 defense. That was good. I should have went for Scarlet.
I got a 1.
Okay, I'll take it. I didn't block it, so I take a wound.
All right. Gosh.
Come for me?
If I do it again, I gotta be smarter.
It's okay.
So I'm going to attack again with lethal to the bone for 2.
And I got 2 because we got height. We didn't block anything.
Okay, good turn.
That was good retaliation.
That is round 2.
Ready to roll.
10.
It was a 20. But you know what 20s turn into?
1s.
2s.
2s.
You got what you needed.
All right. I am going to reveal the order markers on Dr. Mindbender.
1 and X.
1 and X. Okay, cool. That settles things for me. I am then going to move X.
Do you have to tell me what it is? Probably not.
Move some. I'm not going to move anything. All right, move anything. All right. Turn 1 is with Duke. I'm going to take a turn. Yo, Joe, with Scarlet. I'm going to pop back here by leaving engagement.
Take a damage. Skull. When they don't pay off.
Yeah. All right.
And you can't block that.
I'm going to attack Dr. Mindbender.
Don't do it.
You do not lose any defense.
4 of these 3.
And I got a 2.
Oh, but you got the
I
bonus.
get +1 from lead by example.
3 or 4. Can't break that defense.
I think I'll stay put.
Not take the
and not
ability.
take the extra attack, but I will move in. Got to roll for hot rocks for these guys. So
That's true. We should go back to those.
Miss.
Safe.
Miss. Okay, we're good. I'm really good at missing those attacks. Now, Snake Eyes is going to come over here and put the work in. He's going to go right here.
What's Joe's range for bonus? 2, right?
2, yeah.
Okay.
And he is going to attack
4v4.
4 against 4. For 3.
We blanked.
Yo.
That's
yo. Yeah.
We lost our man. We lost our man and our turn.
That was a big move.
That was big.
Turn 2 opens the door for Snake Eyes to assassinate our guy.
I can run away though.
Yeah. Our guy.
Cobra Commander.
Cobra Commander. I'm rolling a mighty 6 attack against your 4 defense. We got a 2.
1, 2, 3, And then if you do wound me, I may move up to 2 spaces. But I don't think I'd want to move out the shadow. We got 1,
Okay.
so we take a wound. Hey, you're back in the game for sure now.
Yeah, that was gnarly.
Because that would have been a big turn for me. I might have killed somebody, and if I could have taken over again, then that would probably
Be the game.
All right, my turn 2. We're going to attack him, I guess. How much defense does he have? 3? Okay, and then when do I add this? After you inflict 1 or more wounds with a normal adjacent attack, I may. Oh, that's nice. I don't have to. You don't have to risk this one. All right, so we're rolling 3 with 1 auto.
Yeah.
We got 3 with 1 auto, so we're going for 4 right now. And if I inflict any wounds, I can add another wound with nano.
You got 4?
Yeah, how much life you got? 4?
4.
We can one-shot him right here.
All right, I take 3 wounds.
And then we do nano, and he's dead. Woo!
Oh,
That
no,
tech!
way.
That tech.
That was sick.
That was good. That was helpful.
Ah.
I returned it. You didn't lose an order marker, though. That's a big, too.
That's true. Turn 3 for me is with Scarlet. All right, I'm going to attack Cobra Commander for 4 attack, +1 from lead by example.
So 4. Yep.
I got a 9.
Oh, do you risk it?
No. I'm staying put.
Staying put.
That is my turn 3.
Okay, my turn 3. Might as well take this height. This is Cobra versus Duke.
Cobra Commander versus Duke. Here we go.
All right, so I have height. I don't get the auto skull, which was really nice.
Yeah, the Cutlass is sweet.
But we do get a throw down 4 dice still. For 2.
1 wound.
1 wound. And Snake Eyes betrayed you and put that other 2 wounds on you, so.
Sure did.
It's still a close game.
That is the round. This is crazy.
Roll for initiative.
13.
11.
All right, here we go.
Still got it. Do you know?
I'm going to look
Yeah, what are you going to look at?
Cobra Commanders.
Okay.
Order marker.
I mean, it tells you. Looking at either one, it tells you what it is. So, 2 guys.
Huh. Okay, interesting. Turn 1, with Duke. All right, let's take a shot. Let's go right here and take a shot at Cobra Commander. 3.
3. Yeah.
I
4.
got 5 to chunk through real quick. So,
Oh,
5 life to chunk through real quick.
Oh, life. I was like, I only got 4 defense. All right, 5 life. 1 shield. We take 2 wounds.
Yo, Joe. Moon Scarlet. 1.
Yeah, this could be bad, actually. You could take me out.
I'm going to take an attack up for 4.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this could be bad. This could be bad.
3.
Ooh, no. 2, 3, baby.
All right, I'm going to use my ability.
Really needed that. To do it again.
I'm going to make another attack. For 4, baby!
No, get out of here. Get out of here. 1. He's dead. No, wait. 3. Oh, you kill him now.
Wow, what a game.
I wouldn't have even gotten turn 1 on him, so I really needed that to not go that way. All right, let's see if we can swing it back. You got 1 life on both.
Knowing is half.
That was huge. That is so strong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I have to take the risky move because I only got 1 turn, and if I don't kill them, I lose.
You lose.
So I have to do this. So they both have 3, right? I think we have to go for Duke because there's more order markers on Duke. 2.
Here we go.
Oh, we got Duke!
All right.
Now we can take 1 shot at Scarlet
Yeah.
with an attack of 2. See if we can do it. Can we finish? 1.
I am going to use.
Oh, take it.
Good thing I did.
You would have died.
Nanite shielding.
Save 3 people.
3 times.
It's saved.
Right.
Yeah, it's been strong.
Turn 2 is dead.
Turn 2's dead. Turn 2's dead.
Okay. Turn 3, however.
Ooh, see, yeah, that was worried. I got you to
Can I
set up.
get 2 Techlets? Can I take?
Can you carry? Yeah, more than I think so.
Hell yeah.
Why not?
Here we go.
Here we go.
Take the nanotoxin coating. Tell us in the comments if we did this wrong.
Yeah.
All right. Nanotoxin coating is, what does that do? Automatic wound if I hit.
If you wound, yeah. Oh, so you can take a shot right now. Oh, and then
I'm going to.
you can take a shot and then you can move. Oh, we only can move two.
So
Okay.
you'll be safe, but this is a pretty good spot. I'm going to shoot down 4, and you lose 1 defense.
Yes, I have
You
1
automatic
defense,
shield.
but I have an automatic shield.
3.
Ooh, so I'm taking a wound. We're taking 2 wounds.
Okay. I will opt to not move.
Okay. And then
I will use nanotoxin coating, so you'll take a 3rd.
Oh, that's strong. And then I'm gonna take lava.
There we go.
I keep trying to roll D20 for lava. Safe. All right, here we go. Do you want to look at my order markers? No, it's half the battle. That came in clutch this round. It came in super clutch because you were able to.
If I didn't know that 2 and 3 were on Cobra Commander, I would have assumed that only 1 was on Cobra Commander.
Yeah.
And so I likely wouldn't have gone all out blitz
After him.
yeah.
Yeah. It changed your play.
It did. 8.
Ooh, come on. 5! I might die right here.
Here we go. Turn 1.
And you get to take the shadow.
I am going to. You don't get an extra. You don't get an automatic.
Yeah, no, it's just. And if you hit me, I die.
You die.
Because you're going to use the tech.
Yeah. I got a 1.
Okay. I only have 2 dice.
Yep.
Woo! Blocked.
I'm going to attack again.
For all the marbles.
For 2.
Oh! That's... 2! Look at
All right, that's my turn. Boy, I gave it everything I had.
You did.
But not everything.
Because you could block. You have an auto shield and shadow. This is such a close game. And it seems like when it's over, it's not.
It's not over.
All right. It would be over if I'd put some more order markers on Destro instead of on Cobra. I didn't think he was going to die in one turn.
That was crazy. 5 wounds.
Yeah, that was good. I think actually disengage is the move because then you lose shadow if you want to come punch me. I'm going to disengage.
Didn't get it.
Then it was the right choice. All right, here we go. Destro's going to blast you. 4v4?
4v4.
Nothing. Dang it. I get attacked again for 2 though.
Here we go.
We'll get 2. We'll get 2 skulls right here. Yeah. Couldn't ask for more.
I gotta win now.
Yeah.
I'm using it now.
And you needed it.
4 saves from the shields. Okay. Turn 2. Scarlet. Stepping up. Punch you in the face. And it's just gonna be. Oh, you get -1 defense.
Yeah. So let's just 1.
Your toes. Because I got a 2.
Oh. And I got 1.
And I will nanotoxin coating to kill your face with your own weapon.
My own tech. Okay. I'll get you next time, Joe.
What a game that was crazy.
It was crazy. I had so much fun playing these. Like, honestly, this is probably top 5 games I've played of Heroscape.
100%. It was my game, then it was your game, then it was my game, then it was your game, and then ultimately it was my game.
It ended up being that. And there's so many fun little things, about all the way that each of these figures interact with each other and against each other as well. Who was your MVP on your
MVP
team?
For Team Joe was very clearly Scarlet. The mere ability to see your order markers was really potent in this game. I was able to make really clear decisions based on your decisions. Knowing is half the battle is a crazy ability. Yeah. Like removing defense as the round goes on, especially in a hero heavy game, crazy. And then just holding out to the bitter end with 1 life left just made her the clear favorite. I think she fits as an 80-point fit in a ton of different armies.
Oh, for sure. She could fit in a lot of armies. And even in like one of heavy squad armies, usually there's always a hero with a squad too. And there's so many times that it comes down to the end where it's like you got like two squad guys left, and you got a hero left, and it's like, well, then I'm putting 2 on here and 2 on here, or 1 here, and you're trying to trick out your opponent, especially for like an initiative switch thing. And like with her, you'd be like, I'll put it on the risky play. Oh, yeah. I lost initiative. Now I can move it and take the safe play.
Exactly.
And at the end too, there was a part where I knew that you're gonna know where my order markers are, because that's what's going throughout the whole game, and it really messed up a lot of my, because I didn't realize how much I play to the strength of hiding that like X order marker and trying to be deceptive in a way so that I can, maybe get a up on you or whatever, because I did an order marker here instead of there. But I couldn't do that. And then I kind of forgot in the second to last round about you're going to look at my order markers. So I ended up putting 1 too many order markers on Cobra, and he just got blown up.
Indeed.
So,
he well, I wouldn't have made that move if I didn't know where your order markers were. Like, I knew I could eliminate your whole round, which is just so cool. Who was Team Cobra's MVP?
Well, it was definitely Destro, but also, in a way, Destro was our downfall, because Destro's tech, super awesome. There was that one moment where Cobra, I maxed out the skulls against your Snake Eyes, which was like, oh my goodness, this is a big hit. And then he gets an auto skull too. So I was like, that's 4. So he only has, and Snake Eyes only has 4 life. And then he only rolled 1 shield, and for a second I think he forgot that I had the tech on him. Yeah. And you're like, I live! And I'm like, no.
Not so fast.
1 shot. Boom, blew up Snake Eyes, which was super cool that I was able to do that because of the tech. But then the disadvantage was when I lost Storm Shadow, and then I lost the Cobra Commander. He was able to pick up the techs, and then they were against me. So I still think he's MVP. And really cool because he can fit in, I think, again, kind of like Scarlet, can fit in a lot of different armies with some heroes to give those added tech, because it's a lot to get an extra block when you need it, an extra skull when you need it. Cause a lot of times it's like, that guy has 1 life left. If he would have died, like, it would change the game, and that 1 extra can do it.
If we throw back to classic Heroscape, I put him akin to Kaminawa in terms of, you need 120 points. You want a good hero with range, with a double attack. Oh, incidentally, you get some extra benefits as well, be it flying, be it an extra shield, be it an extra skull, or extra hit extra wound, I should say.
Yeah.
It's just so cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. These figures are so much fun to play. I really enjoyed them, and that was an awesome battle. It really was. So just a huge shout out again to Renegade for providing us with all these Joes to put the showcase on for everyone. And we're not sponsored by any means by Renegade, but I do have an affiliate link. So if you want to get yourself some Joes, you can check out the link in the description. But ultimately, Austin, who do you think should get these Joes? Who's it good for?
Boy, there's a bunch of anybody really, but if you are a Heroscape fan, this feels like really fun Heroscape. Fits well, it's perfect. Even though it's a licensed IP, it feels like Heroscape. If you're a fan of G.I. Joe, this is a G.I. Joe game now. And then even people that want to get into the game of Heroscape but don't have anything in their collection, this battle box alone, these 8 figures that we saw on the board today, it's enough to have a great time.
Definitely, I agree. So get yourself some Joes and be the hero of game night. We'll see you next time.
Boom.
Boom.
Yo, Renegade Con, Iffy Wadiway, and look, we got a bunch of Heroscape here. Now, you might not know this, but I was super into Heroscape with my friends. We got so deep into it, and then everything changed. We went our separate ways. But now it's back, and I have a friend who has always been wanting to play, wasn't able to, and now I'm able to make it up to him for making his nickname Nasty Nate.
We got Nate Miller, who is not nasty. I was introduced to him as Nasty Nate by Iffy, and found out that that was not based on any prior interaction. That was just a called shot by Iffy Wadiway. He went, Nasty Nate, and I went, oh, Nasty Nathaniel, hello.
So this is Nate Miller, aka Nasty Nate here, and we're getting ready to do this unboxing. Thank you for all the goodies, Renegade. Yeah, I guess we can start jumping into the boxes one by one. Let's do it. Okay, we're gonna jump right into it, and I'm gonna try and be quick about it because we got a lot of stuff to get into. So we're gonna kick it off first with this Embers of War, Heroes of Aborius. Now you might notice it's a little pre-open. That's because we shot this already, and it didn't record. So, boom, we're gonna crack it open for you all over again. Look at that, boom, we got the cards right there. Look at this. Yeah, so the one thing I have really loved about getting the kind of pre-painted minis is that I don't have to paint them because I'm super busy and I already have such a large backlog, but also the paint job. Phenomenal.
Yeah,
Like
the
this.
quality is really there.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get pre-painted models and you know
Yeah.
it doesn't look great, but these, like, the texture is different, like it looks really good.
Yeah.
This one's cool too because it's got 5 unique heroes, right?
Yeah, yeah. So these are all unique heroes that we're looking at here. So we got Vrono, which is right here. Holding it down, and then we have Chana the Zenith Wing. Which is going to be flying over here. We have Haluchat, Corruptor of Beast, which is the one we were just showcasing right there, and Eurushia, Grovekeeper. Which looks Zen on the card, legs crossed, kind of doing a Zen situation, but ready for battle in the mini. Yeah, this is great. Yeah, you got a whole set of heroes to kind of bring down the house with this right here.
Okay, here's another one. This is the other one from Age of Annihilation. The Boiling Tension, Revenant Acolytes, and Grave Grim.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, we've got a uncommon or a common squad.
I believe.
And a common hero.
Yeah, Grave Grim, goodest boy. Ready to go. Arf, arf. There it is. Look at that.
And again, like, the color separation on these models is really good.
The wings are solid here. Bone wings, just ready for action. Yeah. Yeah. But I'm going to take y'all underwater for a second. We're going underwater. Why? Because we got the Embers of War, Krakenling, and Gelry Vanguard. So Now, while we're talking about goodest boys, let's we got to shout out our aquatic dogs, the Crackingling. With some of that armor on the tentacles, yeah.
That model's crazy with the saw blades.
Yeah, and the coolest things about these ones is they have swim, so they don't stop when you move through water. So this is going to lead to some awesome flanks that your opponents might not see coming.
Yeah, it's definitely a game changer for sure.
Yeah, just being able to, like, any kind of battles that are near bodies of water, you can kind of use it to get around much quicker and better than your opponent can if they don't have any units with swim. So.
This is another Embers of War. This is the Great Bow Archers and Scions of Ikaria.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. We love buff ladies in this house. Giants, too.
These models are awesome. They look so cool.
I know. And I mean, just like the action pose of just grabbing a bow right before you knock it, and even like the softness of the bowstring.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is,
yeah, you can tell they use different materials.
Yeah. Solid. Oh, yeah. Good stuff.
This one comes with these little dragon guys, too.
We love a dragon squad.
Mm-hmm. And these are a hero squad or a common squad? The dragons are a common squad.
Mm.
And the archers are also a common squad.
Yeah.
So great additions to an army.
Yeah, and then they have the long shot specialist ability. So when a great bow archer that has not moved this turn attacks at a figure at range 4 or greater, add 1 to her attack value. If the target figure is range 7 or greater, instead add 2. So the further that you are, so you almost got to watch out for being in range of the great bow archers, because this ability happens if they haven't moved.
Yeah.
So if you're within 7 range, that's dangerous, because you're adding 2 to the attack.
Yeah. Yeah, great unit for holding an area down.
Yeah.
Securing like a lane of line of sight, especially if you want to move your units forward.
Especially with the terrain we're going to get into later, this is setting you up for a lot of battles where you're just able to kind of hold these choke points and make it harder for your opponents to get around you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Some molten tiles.
Yeah. Now, you might be asking yourselves, why will you get some molten tiles? That's fun, but what's going on here? Well, that's because the molten crustaceans have the ability Volcanic Carbis. Begin the game with 3 1-hex lava field tiles and 1 1-hex molten lava tile for every squad of molten crustaceans in your army. After a molten crustacean you control is destroyed by a normal attack or leaving engagement attack, you must roll the 20-sided die and place one of these tiles onto the space the figure occupied. If the tile fits normally in that space. Now, if you roll a 19 or higher, you place a molten lava tile, if able. Otherwise, place a lava field tile. So, yeah, you hit a crit on that die, then it's molten lava, and you can really just, you can really get a lot of control with a lot of these different, units. Like this only has like 1 wound, so you're kind of sending them in, you're slowing down some advancing units, and you're potentially kind of forcing them to take lava damage if they want to move forward.
Yeah, really cool grunt piece. you can use to kind of advance, like you said, hold some space down with the lava that gets left behind. And also, who doesn't want a little crab with a knife in their army?
Exactly.
And they have this really cool, like almost kind of see-through plastic that gives them this glowing effect.
Yeah.
These are some of my favorite ones.
Yeah, I know. We love a crab with a knife. Yeah, that's my favorite. But we also have ninja, so we can't sleep on that. Look at this.
Yeah, the tanuki.
Yeah. These are the tricksters who have Nagewaza 9. Before attacking with the Tanuki Trickster, you may choose an adjacent enemy, small or medium figure, and roll the 20-sided die. If you roll a 9 or higher, you may move the chosen figure 1 space. Tanuki Tricksters never make leaving engagement attacks against figures moved by Nagewaza. So this is a great way to kind of move away some units or enemies that are giving bonuses by being adjacent.
Yeah.
You pop in with the Tanuki Trickster, you're like, no. We're not going to be getting that bonus. Not on our watch.
Yeah, some extra mobility is always nice with your units,
Yes.
especially your common squads. Being able to use them and utilize them in different ways is a huge advantage. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So
these
this
are your
one
favorite
is...
ones.
This is the Crimson Widow
Mhm.
and Dreadnoughts of the Caraway Cavern.
Yeah.
So this is the Crimson Widow herself, hero unit.
Yes, which I love because her ability Hire Crew. At the start of the game, you may choose a unique squad in your army. For this game, the chosen squad's class becomes Pirate, replacing the class listed on its army card. Yeah, at the start of a game, you may choose a unique squad in your army. For this game, the chosen squad's class becomes Pirate and replaces the class listed on the army card, which is great for her next ability, Pirate Commander. While there is an order marker on the Crimson Widow, all pirates you control increase their attack value by 1 when attacking adjacent figures. See, look at that. Look at that. So you can turn your tricksters into pirates. Well, now I believe the tricksters are common, so you can't turn that. You can't do that. But yeah, you can just make another unique squad pirates to also add to the damage they deal.
Yeah, it's cool to have like a unit that allows you to get some extra synergy with units you normally wouldn't be able to get that from.
Yes. And now we have, look at this. Look at this. Yeah, we have some terrain systems to just add on to the battlefield. And this one is the ruins at Lore's Edge. Look at that. So we love a wall. We love control and line of sight. You get these bad boys. You can build up a nice wall. You get design. Yeah.
Oh, those are nice.
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah. Got great texture on them.
Mm-hmm.
Got a nice wash.
Yep.
Yeah, this will definitely help add some kind of variety, spice up the battlefield a little bit.
Yes, indeed. Boom.
Oh, I love that. I love how they all just click together.
Yeah.
Too. Really easy to build with and like experiment with.
Yeah. Yeah. And you could just, go with what, they're allowing you to build or, do your own thing. Go wild. And then we also have getting just, surrounded. But I love it. The Roads of Valhalla, which is this nice bridge system.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Boom. And yeah. This is so solid. Then they have these hex pieces that have the same kind of cobblestone. Yeah. And then this is to build out the bridge.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, bridges are a really cool option because, you know, the water tiles have their own gameplay effects, usually something you have to plan around. So having a bridge that you can strategically kind of decide how you want to approach can really switch up the gameplay.
Definitely. Or if you kind of place a molten, or you kind of place like a molten crustacean in front of the bridge and force them to fight it and create a lava that blocks that bridge.
Yeah.
You know, lots of fun ways to kind of switch up the battlefield and the way that you're playing these games. So this looks fun. I'm kind of done talking and I'm ready to play. I'm gonna get set up and we'll run a game.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, so we're gonna get out of your hair so you can get some more of this Renegade Con. Thank you for watching. Shout out to Renegade for hooking us up and letting us get ready for this battle. But yeah, back to the con, and yeah, get your hands on these. You're not gonna regret it, because I definitely am not. So see y'all next time. If you Waddy Way, Nate Miller, aka Nasty Nate. We'll see you next time.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Thomas Haver. I coordinate the Renegade Heroes program for community engagement. I'm also a huge fan of Avalon Hill, Milton Bradley, and all of the great games that have been produced by our special guest today. Michael Gray has joined us. You may know him from such games as Mall Madness, Dream Phone, the fantastic Fortress America, one of the greatest games of all time. And the reason why we're here today, Shogun. I've arrayed behind me a number of games that Michael has either directly designed or helped produce because he was also a member of TSR and worked directly with Gary Gygax. He was also with Hasbro after they pulled in the Avalon Hill titles and published those big box games that many of you are likely familiar with. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with the legend. Michael, welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So, Michael, today, like we have some fantastic news to share with our audience is Renegade is going to be reproducing Shogun slash Samurai Sword slash Yakuza. And we'll talk about those name changes in a bit. So this new game is going to make sure to have the same great gameplay that the fans know and love, but we're going to make a deluxe version with updated artwork, components, updated map, something that's going to be very special for people if they already own existing copies of the game, and I own about a dozen, or if you're going to get into this game for the first time, you weren't able to actually purchase it the last time it was published, which is way back in 2011. So, Michael, first, what are your thoughts about like your game originally produced 1986, and now we're going to get a 40th anniversary edition printed up in 2026?
Well, how I actually feel, having been retired for 12 years, having one of your games republished is kind of like a rebirth or a reincarnation. It's like you're still alive. So it's real exciting, and it's an honor, and it's nice that I did something that stood the test of time.
I can remember actually where I've moved around the country quite a bit, but when I settled back in with my family, I'm actually a block away from the home where I first played Shogun as a teenager in the basement of one of my friends' houses. So it's quite interesting like how this sort of like circle turns, you come back around full circle, and now from the kid who's playing the game, I get a chance to work with great people like you and reproduce and share that love with others. So I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about the development of Shogun? Like, where did the idea come from for you?
Well, at the time, we were looking for, a theme for our next game. And the marketing folks thought what was really popular back then was what was this show with Mr. Miyagi? The
Karate Kid?
Karate Kid, yeah.
Ah.
Karate Kid was popular, and they thought maybe something that had that sort of Oriental, Far East would be something that would be good. And of course, a lot of us watched Shogun as a miniseries. I read the books from James Clavell and some of his other books. So basically, it's like, could you do something that would, play off of what people are into? Like I said, Karate Kid, like ninjas and all that stuff. So I, bought some books and started to, learn about samurai and Japan. And then one thing that I always wanted to do was fix what I didn't like about Risk. And at the time, Milt Bradley was going to phase out Conquest of the Empire, which was a really interesting game, but if you played it a lot, the banking system was it needed work, And so I just wanted something that where I wasn't always getting picked on by the guy who moved before me, which happens in Risk, because you want to knock the guy down so his total number of territories was not divisible by 3. Because if for every 3 you got an extra guy. So the way to get around that one thing is to have not just a circular system of turns, but to somehow randomize it or make it interesting. So the idea of like drawing straws was a possibility. People have done things like just draw a chit from 1 to 6 and you draw 1 and that's your turn order. But keeping with the theme, we came up with drawn swords, and I didn't like the idea of the swords being different lengths, because then you'd have to, like, all the players around the table would have to, like, get together, get all the swords together, remember which one was mine, which one was yours. So we put little diamonds on them. And that worked out all right. I mean, it was like fair, you know? And then the other thing was, you know, as opposed to a game of Risk where one guy was pretty powerful and he might let you live in Australia, you know, just to be nice so you didn't go home. You know, I didn't like that about the game. So I added the idea that as you play, you get better. So your leaders got a little more mobility as they won battles. But then that kind of seemed like the rich get richer, and you don't want that either. So I put in the ninjas and had the ninjas be able to you know, kill, possibly with a die roll, kill off your big guys. However, because everybody got, you know, income, and the guy with the most income was usually the guy with the most territory, he had to decide how much of that income am I going to spend to try to make sure nobody else gets the ninja. So it was kind of a fun, you know, kind of a paranoia design element that worked great. I don't know, it was kind of fun. And then, you know, deciding whether to buy temporary units for less money or permanent units for more money was kind of a cool idea. They did have mercenaries back then, the Ronin. So I thought, that's kind of cool. So, you know, I kind of threw it together and we played it. We changed some of the sea lanes that let you get around, because, you know, if you didn't have them, you could just start at the end and control things, and it'd always go towards the middle, and nobody would want to be in the middle if you played with more than 2 players. So everything kind of had a purpose. Did that kind of answer your question?
That and more. So much to unpack there as well that, you know, curious about. So I'd say the game itself like has, I think, 2 fabled components that people can always think back to. What you refer to as the swords themselves for selecting turn order. Like that for sure is going to be in the new edition of the game. Like you have to have samurai swords in the game. The second component that everyone loves is the ninja. Like, and as you mentioned, like that tension that builds within it of like, how much resources in Koku am I going to invest to keep the ninja away so I don't have one of my generals or daimyos assassinated? And like, it made the planning of it like an extra layer of tension where it's not just like you allocating to have more troops here, add more mercenaries, but like, are they going to put 2 or 3 there? Like, I'm at big risk here because I'm going to take a big turn. But you do so, you end up shorting yourself in other area by overinvesting in the ninja, and like that's what leads to like a fantastic back and forth in the game. So if you're saying like your design originally was like you were fixing risk, you did that and more. Like it's amazing to hear your description about the process of adding these in, like the mercenaries of like having them be hidden, like with the card flipped upside down, and you're going to reveal like, oh, this is where I've got the Ronin. Is another sort of like surprise component where tension is baked into the game that you don't really have that in classic Risk. So it's amazing. So to draw on that more for like your playtesting. So you put this together, like what's the playtest process like Milton Bradley at that period of time? You know, because today a lot of people use like digital components, like where they're going on screen sharing, like set up digital games and play with people across the world. What was it like internally at Milton Bradley?
We played after work amongst ourselves. That was it. I mean, I had a real good, talented team. I mean, yeah. I mean, Steve Baker and Rob Davio and Craig Van Ness and Alan Roach, and Wayne Yee, Mark Hauser, everybody pitched in, and we played and had a lot of fun. And eventually Milton Bradley management, you know, gave the line to Wizards of the Coast, because I think they didn't want to spend in all of our lunchtime and stuff. and after work playing these games that only sold like 40, 50,000 units. You know, we could design a chicken that lays an egg and sell 500,000 of them, you know? So I understand from a money point of view, but it was pretty sad when we had to give up the line.
I say, fascinating that you just casually call off like half a dozen like Hall of Fame sort of game designers in there. Like you really had a stacked deck of individuals. So if you have to do a small group, do it amongst the best. You think about some of those games that like we grew up on, like me and my friends. Like it's the result of your work. So it's absolutely amazing, especially compared to today where you mentioned like how many units. Game company like they're happy if they sell like 3,000 for a print run or 5,000 for a print run or maybe 10,000 on there versus what they're expecting for scale. But you ended up designing some of the like games that stand the test of time, the ones that inspire a lot of people. So it's fantastic and fascinating to hear. I'm also curious, what design did you have in mind, but maybe Milton Bradley didn't pursue? Like the one that got away from you?
Well, I actually remember we did the Game Master series, and there was like 5 games, I think. Axis and Allies, Broadsides and Boarding Parties, Conquest of the Empire, Shogun, and Fortress America.
Yep.
And I'm really proud of Fortress America for a whole bunch of other reasons, but we won't go into that till you end up doing that game too. Maybe, I don't know. But then in '98, when we got the Avalon Hill Company, when Hasbro Interactive bought Microprose, and Microprose had bought Avalon Hill at the time, I got my hands on something that I've always wanted. Because way back in the day, I used to play bridge with Will Niebling and Darwin Bromley and Tom. Anyway, I can't remember his last name, but he was one of the big guys at Tom Shaw at Avalon Hill. And we'd play bridge together, and Darwin and I would talk about like buying and running Avalon Hill someday. And Darwin ran Mayfair. Anyway, those were the days, but to get my hands on Avalon Hill, and then it was like, all right, we got to do diplomacy, even though it's a brutal game. Yeah, you can lose your best friend or girlfriend playing that game because you got to lie. I mean, you got to fool people, and it's not fun when you get shafted. But it was just a classic, and the version that I sold to Ken Hill when I sold all my games. I mean, I had correspondence with Alan Calamer in there, and when we made the deal to do it, it was pretty cool. And so we did diplomacy. We had to do Acquire forever. My teen and 20s years, Acquire was my favorite board game forever. So Acquire's a totally wonderful game, and Craig Van Ness did the design. I play games every Tuesday with the guy who did the box cover. Now, I'm not a big fan of that box cover, and I know there it is. It's been described to me as like very European, man with the purple pants. But I'm I don't know. I'm veering off the topic of Shogun. So we'll do another one on the other game.
It all comes together because I think the folks who are watching it now like are not just fans of Shogun, but they're fans of your work because you've done so much stuff. Like you're involved with TSR and work for Gary Gygax, involved with Hasbro and producing the big box games. You're responsible for the Game Master series. So, it's a fantastic trip down the history of gaming to see how this is all connected. I can't believe, I wouldn't imagine being in your shoes, like being an Avalon Hill fan and then getting like creative control over what comes back in had to be a treat. as I mentioned to you before the interview started, like it was via that friend that you sold some games to that I came in possession of a file box of yours about diplomacy. I know you're a diplomacy play-by-mail player for many years, and then you got to actually work on and produce with, your version of diplomacy is one of the unique ones, and that is because it used metal pieces, right? And these are pieces that you chose the molds from Monopoly. Is that correct? Like the battleship and the artillery piece from that game. I'll bring it in closer for the people who are seeing it. We'll show on the screen hopefully during the interview. You've got some very unique pieces in your edition that you produced for diplomacy.
Well, we use what we can, but no matter what I did, they tried to shave stuff out of it for profit. I mean, that's part of the business. It is a business. We could talk about that too, because the designer is closest to what the player is going to want. But as a product goes through the system, at least in the big business, it starts off with, you got to convince your boss that it's worth doing. And then eventually you do a prototype or something you put on the table in front of marketing. And then they have to go, yeah, we think we could sell that. And then, eventually it goes to sales. And it's like, well, how much is it? And how many can we sell? And do we get a commission on it? And then it goes to the stores, and they want to know how many inches of shelf space it's going to take up and how many you can put in a stack on a shelf. And how are you going to promote it? And then there's grandma who goes to the store and wants to buy something for her war gamer grandson who doesn't know what he wants or anything. So what's she going to buy? Something that has a good looking package, and finally it gets to the player, and the player is going to decide whether it's good or not. But it got touched by a lot of people that didn't really have the gameplay in mind. And the gameplay is just a rule book. It's not interesting. It's just a rule book. But that's where the soul of the game is.
So interesting that you mentioned that's sort of the process that you go through and how certain things have changed. So for instance, let's say Board Game Geek or generally just like gaming sites and YouTube channels where now people can go and look at the game and experience it in full before they actually go out and buy it. I'd say one of the other components you mentioned in that product development, that iron triangle, right, that we're used to for product development, that can be adjusted now is with crowdfunding campaigns, where you as the supporter, if you like it, can opt into additional components, additional expansions, other components. And that's what we can do actually here with this crowdfunding campaign for Ikusa is we can add those deluxe components and things that the players want. So going back to the original release, like were there any sort of components or things that you wanted to include in the original release of Shogun that didn't make it because of those constraints?
No, I was very happy that I got my castles that came apart because they didn't want to do that, and I just said you got to do that. It's got to look cool, I didn't have that problem. Your last question you asked, is there anything that they rejected? I had a heck of a time getting House on the Hill into the line. I mean, there's some interesting stories about that. And then finally, it was the next one we were going to do, and then they gave it to Wizards. And and Wizards, they didn't proof it and edit it. There were some problems with that first edition of House on the Hill, but I thought it was really good. And I worked with the inventor on it, and I had a game. The next game that I wanted to do of mine was World War IV, which was it was a triangular board. It was a board of triangles, not hexagons made of triangles basically, but it was triangles. And the thing that allowed, it allowed the board to be, there were like these diagonal lines that went all the way from one end of the board to the other. And so I ran a track around the outside and put military satellites on, up there that could shoot at units on the ground along these lines. And then the satellites moved. So I don't know. That's the one that I never got to do, but, I had another game that was a war under the ice in the Arctic that we didn't get done, but it had some cool new ideas in it.
Well, you still have opportunity here. You've got a friend at Renegade Games, so if you want to see, any of those, I'm sure we can put you into contact. You already talked to Dan. We could see if we can bring out some Michael Gray classics on here. They've been brewing for 40 years. I would certainly be on first in line to buy both of those games if we were to go through and develop them.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, but okay. I'll think about it.
Well, I never thought as a little kid playing like Shogun in the basement or playing Diplomacy with my friends that I'd be working on the new edition of Diplomacy or helping them out with the new edition of Kusa here. So, never say never.
It is a real kick, and the thing that kind of makes me feel good about my life now that I'm older is that I could bring people together. I did a preface for the best board games of all time that came out. There were a couple books like that, and I said, I've been known to say that games are togetherness in a box. That's kind of my little sort of Mike Grayism. I think games bring people together, and if the game is good and there's some interaction and it's not boring, then you enjoy being with other people. And if it's a strategy game and you have to think and make decisions, that's really good. I'm over 70 and playing games every day. I play games 8 hours a day or more online. Like I said, Board Game Arena, or right now I'm back into Lord of the Rings online because we kind of OD'd on all the other stuff. So we're going back to the old stuff. But I like to think it staves off Alzheimer's, or senility. And so, I think it's good. And if you're in the business, people often ask, what is it about games that make them so fun? It's just like it keeps you young. Having fun it's a human thing that it sticks with you for a while. It's not like I saw the movie, it's over. It's like I played this game, and if it's a really good game, you could talk about, and I can tell you several of my own, that it's almost like you can tell the story of the time when, Jim Ward and Tom Wam designed an Axis and Allies strategy. And they told me for months and months that they had a strategy for the Axis that was going to win every time.
Mm-hmm.
So we sat down to play it. I went to Lake Geneva and we sat down to play it. And when I rolled for research, I was the Americans, which means it's an hour until it's my turn. I rolled like, I don't know, 10 or 12 dice, and I rolled 6 sixes. Now that allowed me to have 6 advanced technologies like the atomic bomb and submarines and all that. So going into that game, like they played one more turn and they quit. It was funny because they had the best strategy that was, always win. It's just stuff like that you can tell your whole life. I have some other ones too that, I don't know, games can really be like nuggets. Gold. All right. Well, thanks. This was really fun. It went by fast.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Again,
stories on all that other stuff, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
No, it's fantastic stuff for, a large portion of these game fans want to hear this stuff. This is the insider stuff that they care about, that they appreciate. I know I appreciated it when I told my friends, like whether they're Axis and Allies or Diplomacy or Samurai Swords fans, like they had a whole bunch of questions. They were peppering me with questions. I was trying to remember them as I was going through to ask you, so I don't short shrift them for some of the stuff that they are interested in. But I do hope that like next year when this game is released, that Renegade can do something like bring you out to Gen Con or like have something special for you, because it would be really great to have you play a game when this is released to celebrate the 40th anniversary edition. I'm gonna make that my mission to have Jordan fly you out to Gen Con.
All right, we'll see if that happens.
Afternoon, Renegades. Much for thrilled to be back on Renegade Con. Thank you to our friends at Renegade Game Studios for inviting us to be part of this fantastic event. You are going to be with us for the next hour or so. We're going to spend the next 25 minutes or so talking about Axis and Allies Commanders, which is a very cool and exciting new accessory for Axis and Allies. We're going to talk more about that in a minute. But in the next half hour, we'll be back with our friend Thomas Haver, co-designer of Diplomacy Era of Empire, to talk about the all-new Diplomacy Fantasy: The Golden Blade. We have been mum about that game for a very long time, and we're super excited to finally be able to share it with everybody. So stick around for that. That'll be around in the next half an hour. But first, in this half hour, we're going to have my dear friend and fellow 2023 Axis and Allies World Champion, Mr. Doug Thorpe, is going to be here to talk to us about his thoughts, and we're going to kind of have our little discussion here about the all-new Axis and Allies Commanders. And this is it, my friends. It is an accessory for any version of Axis and Allies. That's right. You can use these with any version of Axis and Allies, Global, all the way down to 41, Guadalcanal, Battle of the Bulge, D-Day, Stalingrad, Revised, Classic, whatever you want. You can use it with any one of those games. There's a trusty dusty rulebook inside that has adjustments for each of the games. So here's really what this is. And get your bingo cards ready. If you have been guessing what Axis and Allies Commanders was going to be, here's your chance to shine. Here's basically how this is going to work. You have a bunch of tiles, and each of these tiles is a commander from World War II. So you're going to have folks like Chiang Kai-shek, because there's China. And then you're going to have Rommel and Montgomery and Cunningham and some folks I've never heard of before, which is cool too. I actually learned several things as I was kind of going through this, so that's really exciting. Yamamoto is in here, and each one of them will have a different ability that some are single effects, like Donitz in Germany. You start the game with a fresh German battleship, which is a one-time effect. But after that, he doesn't do anything, but most of the effects are going to affect combat or movement capabilities and so forth, depending on the personality of the specific commander that you've selected. So that's pretty cool. So we're going to talk with Doug about how to use these in action and how they might affect some of the different games, some of the different strategies that you might be accustomed to. So without any further ado, let's welcome my dear friend, Mr. Doug Thorpe. Well, hi, Doug. Thanks for taking the time and joining us to talk about Axis and Allies Commanders.
It's good to be here as always, Gary. I'm excited.
Yes, and of course, Doug is here, so he gets the Glockenspiel. Every time Doug shows up, he gets the Glockenspiel. That's what you get for being the 2023 Axis and Allies World Champion. You get the Glockenspiel, and if you should happen to become the 2023 Axis and Allies World Champion, then you too will get the Glockenspiel when you come on the Board Game Nation live stream. So
that's right.
Yes, very special award, I think. Anyway, so we're excited about Axis and Allies Commanders. As we mentioned in the intro there, it is an accessory that is going to be fun with every version of Axis and Allies. I like that the rulebook has a bunch of different specifics regarding how the different abilities are used in the different games. Battle of the Bulge, D-Day, Stalingrad, North Africa, and so on. The most obvious thing is that, in Guadalcanal, it's the U.S. versus Japan. So you're obviously not going to use any of the German generals or the UK generals or so on. But there are also some games where the ability isn't relevant. Games that maybe don't have aircraft carriers, for example, right? One of the generals out there gives a discount for aircraft carriers. Well, there are no aircraft carriers in North Africa. Right, so that would be an ability that wouldn't be relevant there. You could still use the reverse side of that, but let's talk about that. So the way that these are put together first is they've got a basic side and an expert side. So there's the front and the back, and there are cards, right? So or tiles, I guess is the better way to say it. So when I first heard about this, I thought they were going to be like cards, but they're actually like thick, glossy cardboard. So they're actually pretty nice.
Yeah, it's really nice.
We're thrilled to have these on hand, by the way. Thank you to Dan Bojanowski over at Renegade for sending these over to us. This is the pack-out copy, the very first copy outside of the factory. So we're
Get Dan to send me the second pack-out copy.
I'll talk to now. Here's the good news: we are going to have these at Battlefront Dayton in about a month. So this is going to air on October 3rd, and Battlefront Dayton is November 7th, 8th, and 9th. We will have these available, but the rulebook is very clear. It says that these are not for tournament play. I will tell you that one of my favorite things about Axis and Allies is that people get to do whatever they want with the game. And there's a billion house rules out there, and I'm gonna play. I'm running a tournament in November, so I'm going to use these in that tournament. But Here's how. Our tournament is going to be Swiss paired. Okay, so the benefit of Swiss pairing is that no one ever gets eliminated, right? So you're not there on Friday, you lose your first game, and now you're done for the rest of the weekend. What are you supposed to do with yourself? But the downside is that you get to, you say you had a bad day on Friday, you lost your game, you lost again on Saturday, you ran up against a really good team. And now you're going into Sunday and you're 0-2 and you're not going to take home one of the big trophies, or you might still win one of the raffle pieces, but so what we're going to do is, for those games that are 0-2 going into the final, we're going to give the players at the table the option to include the commander cards in their game if they all agree, right? Like, not everybody's going to be interested in that, but we're going to create it. We're going to offer it as an option if people want to take Rommel for a spin, or Nimitz or Yamamoto or whatever, right? I think that'll be fun. It'll instead of going into that last game like now there's something that's kind of a charge bar.
Full incentive.
Yeah, and then we'll also have a number of casual games that will be scheduled over the course of the weekend that if people want to use these, we'll make sure that that's available. The key, though, is that these must come back to Gary. These are not available to the public in general. These are available for pre-order, and when they're pre-ordered, then they will be available to go out to the world. So if you're interested in buying these, there's a link in the description below. Make sure that you click on that. That'll take you over to the pre-order page. And let's talk about some of the abilities that your generals will have here. So again, there's a basic side, and then there's an expert side. Some of the expert abilities are really pretty powerful.
Expert to overcome it.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so Rommel, after capturing, this is a big one right off the bat here. After capturing your first territory during each of your turns, choose one non-infantry land unit that the defender lost in that battle and place a free German unit of that type in the territory. So Rommel, a German, attacks in the first territory during each of your turns. So it only happens once. It's not in every battle. This is just the first fight. Which is cool because the attacker gets to choose which one you want to attack in, right?
Yeah.
So if you destroy a bomber, you can place a bomber on the map.
Like you better not leave your fighters on the front line if you're the Allies, is the first thing I'm thinking, because Germany attacks in, then they have a fighter to defend.
Right. So yeah, place a free German unit of that type in that territory. So yeah, you're right. A fighter would be the thing to, if you could get it, would be the thing to do. Now, important here is not, when it says territory, that's land territory. So this would not work at sea. So this is a land function. So the Desert Fox's expert ability is a little tricky. And let me just read it to you. After each successful attack, any or all of your surviving units in that battle that have the Blitz unit characteristic may immediately use any remaining movement to move and to possibly attack again.
That is crazy powerful for the Germans.
That's a big deal. You basically get to attack twice. So this is going to create a new combat move and conduct combat phase for those specific units that still have movement, which is going to be your tanks or your mechanized infantry, right? Like those are your units with blitzing. Ouch. Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, for global with the mechs going in, but really any version, it takes away
Anniversary?
Anniversary, 42-second classic. It takes away the strength of blockers. Like Russia can't put blockers out there and like leave a territory open, because you could attack the blockers with a stack of tanks, then blitz through into a capital or a victory city that's wide open.
Right, that's a big one. So
that's really big.
Yeah. So this is a good time to talk about, like, how do you figure out who's using which ones in this game? So the rulebook indicates that's what they say here. Experienced players can use commanders as bidding material when both players want to play the same side. Example, I'd like to play the Allies and I'll let you choose my commander. Okay. I'd like to play the Axis and I won't use a German commander. All other powers on both sides will use commanders. I know we said no commanders, but I'll let the Italians use one if I can play the allies.
Okay.
Right. So instead of it being like an IPC bid, it's a,
Commander bid. Yeah.
right. So we can say, I'll use all the basics and you can use the experts if I can play the Axis. But really the moral of the story is you can kind of do it however you want, because these are, not an official, according to Hoyle, Axis and Allies tournament function. So they're designed for casual play. You can use them however you want. Pretty cool. All right, so let's talk about some more of these little fancy generals we got here, commanders and admirals and so forth. So that's Rommel. He's a beast, no doubt about that. Karl Donitz. This is a big one here. His basic ability, during the purchase units phase of each of your turns, if you own fewer than 3 submarines, you may purchase one at half the IPC cost rounded up. So you can buy a sub for 3 in, I think in just about every game there's 6. So you can buy a sub for 3 if you don't have 3 or more, right? So that's cool.
Yeah, there were 7 in Classic, but yeah.
Are they 7 in Classic? Yeah. But his expert ability is kind of a big deal. It's immediately after starting unit setup, choose a C zone that contains your C units. Place 1 free battleship in that C zone.
It's kind of a bit of 20. I'll give you 20 to play the Axis, Gary.
Right. And I mean,
but you have to make it a battleship.
Right. It's got to be a battleship, and it has to be in a place where an existing German C unit already starts the game. So when I think about different versions of this game, I think about Anniversary. Of course, in that one, it would start in C Zone 5, almost certainly. You probably follow that up with a carrier purchase and maybe a couple of transports. And London is looking juicy, pretty quick. A ton of pressure on London right away.
Yeah.
That's 42nd edition. I think I love the idea of putting that battleship out there in the middle of the Atlantic with that sub that's sitting there, which makes the attack on the U.S. destroyer and 2 transports an absolute lock. Now, you're probably losing that battleship to the American air power in that turn, but the downside for this one, though, is that it is a single-use ability. So say something stupid happens and you lose that battle in C Zone 10 and the battleship is lost. Now, like, your commander is now sitting at the bar, right? They're not going to be helpful to you in any way, versus some of these other ones that have like ongoing, recurring, persistent abilities. So that's the trade-off for this one. But man, that gives you a huge lead. I like that one. I could have some fun with that one. All right, so those are the Germans have 4 commanders in this pack. The Italians have 2. At the first is Angelo Icciano, I think is how you say that. The Valiant. At the start of each round of combat, if the number of enemy C units in the battle exceeds the number of friendly C units, you may reroll one of your dice. This is another one of these like reroll for X. In Icciano, once per game, immediately after removing a C unit as a casualty, you may place it in the C zone that is adjacent to the territory with Italy in its name, and that extends furthest to the north if that C zone is friendly. So basically, you get your battleship back.
Yeah. It's a 4 hit point battleship.
Right.
It's my favorite kind of battleship.
No doubt. The Japanese have 3. Their basic abilities: a surprise attack, Yamamoto. This one I knew. During the first 2 rounds of the game, the attack value of all of your units is increased by 1, so long as they have an attack value greater than 0. So like transports don't get an attack value of 1.
Yeah.
Or if you're carrier and global, right, they don't have an attack value, so they don't get an attack value of 1. But all of your units in the first 2 rounds of the game.
That's basic? That's really
That's the basic ability.
Dude, what's his
So-
non-basic ability?
They're rolling through Japan. They're rolling through China, right?
Oh my gosh.
All your infantry are now hitting on a 2 or a 3 if there's an artillery involved.
That's a game changer, I'll be honest, because think of how you could reallocate your air when all your infantry are attacking on 2s. You don't even need the artillery. Like that's a game changer. That's
Yeah, that's a
interesting.
big one. But again, just the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So, which, you know, a lot of times, like you'll see Japan or Germany, like they'll get out there and then they get overextended and now they fall apart. That's kind of the way that cookie crumbles usually. What is his expert ability? God help us. When attacking in a sea battle, for each previous sea battle conducted in this turn with 2 or more attacking sea units with attack values greater than 0, the attack value of all of your such sea units is increased by 1. The basic seems more powerful.
I agree.
Because this is just sea units.
How many times are you doing 3 different sea battles with Japan late game and it's just sea units? Yeah, I think the basic is way more powerful.
Yeah. That's interesting. All right. Nagamo basic. For each of your this one's designed for you, brother. For each of your battleships or carriers that is destroyed, you may place 1 free infantry in the mobilization zone to be mobilized in your next mobilized new units phase. So when you sink the Japanese fleet running up against the Americans, you get to mobilize a bunch of infantry in Tokyo.
Are you meaning that was created for me or against me? I'm not sure what you meant by that.
I knew you'd have strong feelings about it either way. That's what I know.
Actually, it's a little bit of both because we've been doing a lot of Axis here lately.
We have. His expert ability. When attacking or defending in a sea battle, you may re-roll a number of dice up to the number of friendly transports in that sea zone. Let's talk about some of these allies, man. We've been to the Axis ones have been. There's a couple in there that are pretty strong. Let's see if the Americans can, or the Allies rather, can match them here. We got Zhukov. Start with the Soviets. Their basic ability: Axis powers collect only half the usual total IPC income from captured original Soviet territories that are adjacent to original German territories, rounded up.
That's interesting. I like that though. I like that because it prevents Germany from building up so much momentum. That's good. I like it.
Yeah. His expert ability: during your first attack in each of your turns, you may re-roll a number of your dice each combat round up to the number of territories from which your original attacking land units entered the attacked territory. So if units came from 3 different territories, you could re-roll up to 3 dice. In round 1, say in 42nd edition, when you did the 9-12 attack and you brought all those guys into, you wouldn't want to do it in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're only bringing in land units from Ukraine, or from Caucasus rather. Well, I guess they are coming from, they'd be coming through Ukraine. So that would still only be 1. You definitely want to do it in West Russia because you're coming from Archangel, Karelia, and Moscow, right? So you'd be able to re-roll 3 dice.
Oh yeah, that's a good nuance from it's the territory they end up coming through, not the one they originate in. Yeah.
Right.
Good catch.
So I just spent all this time working on the Stalingrad thing, so you think my Russian pronunciations would be better than this, but Konstantin Roskovsky.
Yeah,
Rokossovsky. I think that's probably it. Basic ability: tactical withdrawal. When defending in a land territory, immediately before the conclude combat step of each combat round, if the combat doesn't end, you may move 1 of your infantry in the battle to an adjacent friendly territory that was not combat moved into this turn.
Okay.
So you can have a guy jump out of the battle. One guy. Okay. Maybe that one guy is the guy who's running away from the tanks that Rommel is about to roll through.
Yeah.
Deep strike is his expert ability. In each of your turns, if you win the first land battle you conduct, the surviving units may immediately combat move into an adjacent territory that has not been previously combat moved into this turn and conduct a battle that may only last 1 round. Okay.
That's kind of the counter. Well, no, it's not. It's kind of similar to Rommel's, but
Right.
instead of just being like the blitz ability units, it's like all your units.
Vasily Chukov. Chuikov? Anyway, the Stone. I don't know what that means. When defending a territory originally controlled by the Soviet Union, you may re-roll one of your die in each combat round.
Okay.
That could add up fast. That's kind of the re-roll features that we've seen so far. That's the one I think would, because that's in every round, but it's only in your native territories. But that's where the Soviets are spending most of their time anyway.
Yep.
Right. So, yeah, that's a good one. His expert ability when attacking in a land battle immediately after the defending unit's fire step in each combat round, you may destroy one of your units in the battle to score one additional hit. UK. Bernard Montgomery. Meticulous planner. During the first combat round of each of your attacks, the attack value of your artillery is increased by 1. Okay. All right, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Strategic Mind, his expert ability when attacking the first time each turn that 3 or more of your land units miss, you may immediately cease the attack with no casualties inflicted on either side for that combat round. Moving on to the Americans. Some of these Doug really is going to like. If you watched any of our playthrough videos, you're going to know Doug's going to like a bunch of these. So this is your boy. Carrier focused, Chester W. Nimitz, Admiral. Carrier focused. The IPC cost, this is his basic ability. The IPC cost of your aircraft carriers is decreased by 2.
I like it. Yes, I will take it. Every time.
Yes.
Sign me up.
What is his expert ability? Island hopping.
Okay. I like the sound of it.
Yeah, right. In each of your turns, at the beginning of either the combat move or non-combat move phase, choose one C zone. All your C units in that zone gain 1 additional point of movement range in that phase.
I like that ability a lot. That might be my favorite allied ability of all of them. I mean, think of how quickly you could get your American carriers out to the front if you're moving them in non-combat up there with the rest of your fleet. And then when you're pressing Japan, I mean, if they don't have blockers out, you can go all over the place with 3 movement.
You can get from the west coast of the United States to Japan.
Yeah.
In 3 moves. Like,
yes.
You're no longer landing in Iwo Jima. You're landing in Manchuria.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And in Anniversary Edition.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
that's wow. Or you're getting from DC to France.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh.
Right? So
that ability alone might open up a Atlantic first strategy for America. Like just that ability suddenly opens the door.
So this one, wow. Okay, so Nimitz. Put a star next to Nimitz. Make sure that you're bidding accordingly. Holy buckets. All right, so then I think this is fun. We got one for France, one for Anzac, and one for China, which is pretty cool. All right, so Anzac. Field Marshal. Sir Thomas Blamey. Jungle Fighter. When attacking or defending on an island, the attack value of your infantry is increased by 1, and their defense value is increased by 2.
Whoa, that's pretty good.
All right, so now here's the geography question. Is Australia an island?
2 hours later.
Again, do whatever you want. Our general opinion is that Australia is, for these purposes, is not an island, but New Zealand is. So if you go out there and take Java, your infantry will now defend at a 4, which is bonkers.
Attack at a 2 going in. You don't need artillery anymore.
Right, yeah. Shanghai Shek, China. They have their own Generalissimo. Why is it a Generalissimo? Isn't that an Italian term? Or am I just crazy? I think it's an Italian term. And his expert ability, Prolonged Resistance. When defending in a land battle before the conclude combat step of any combat round, if the battle doesn't end. You may move all of your units in the battle to an adjacent territory that you control that was not combat moved into this turn.
I actually think that is good and maybe one of the better allied abilities. Like to
That would make them
preserve,
very hard to kill.
yeah, to make like China's already sometimes hard to kill, but how pesky could they be if they just, oh, you're going to attack my fighter retreat, you know, you're going to attack my stack of guys with overwhelming force retreat.
Not to be left out, 1914. We got a couple of generals or commanders here for 1914, but only one for each power. There's central powers and then the allied powers. And so they both have a basic and an expert ability. I just got these the other day, so I haven't had an opportunity to break them out and actually play any of the games with them yet, but I'm hoping to. And like I said, we're going to use them at Battlefront Dayton for the 0-2 matches on Sunday, and they'll be available for the casual games for if people want to give them a try. So I think it's going to be pretty cool.
If I go 0-2 at Battlefront Dayton, I definitely want to use them. It'd be fun. Mix it up.
Exactly. I think it's going to be good. So, well, awesome. So that is Axis and Allies Commanders. I know there's been a lot of guesses out there about what this product was going to be. Were you right? If you were, let us know in the comments below, and we will give you not a glockenspiel, but we'll get you a round of applause. If you guessed successfully what this was going to be. All right, Doug. Hey, man, I appreciate you taking the time to talk with us today and go over your thoughts on Axis and Allies Commanders. We are looking forward to seeing it in action at Battlefront Dayton, and we will see you there.
Thanks a lot, Gary. Bye.
Bye. Well, all right, my friends, that is Axis and Allies Commanders. That is all of our time for this particular segment. We're going to be back in just a few minutes to talk about Diplomacy, the Golden Blade with Mr. Thomas Haver. But if you're interested in Axis and Allies Commanders, it's going to retail for about $20. Follow the link in the description to pre-order your copy today. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Welcome back. My name is Gary Blevins. Thank you so much for watching. And of course, a big thank you to our friends at Renegade Game Studios for inviting us to be part of Renegade Con October 2025. We are thrilled to be here. And of course, we're super excited to finally be able to talk about Diplomacy: The Golden Blade. We have been mum about this game for a long time, and we're really excited to be able to finally share this with the community. If this is a game that you're interested in, you can follow the link in the description to pre-order your copy today. I got a chance a few weeks ago to meet up with Thomas Haver at the Hope Hotel in Dayton, Ohio, to talk about this game and even play through an entire game. So without any further ado, let's take you to the Hope Hotel in Dayton, Ohio, and me with Thomas Haver. Well, hello, my friends. We are back at the Hope Hotel with the one and only Thomas Haver, co-designer of Diplomacy: Era of Empire, and today he's going to tell us all about Golden Blade, the brand new diplomacy game from Renegade designed by Roscoe Schock. We are super excited to hear about that. But first, I need to say thank you to our friends at the Hope Hotel, and we are particularly honored to be here doing a video about diplomacy in a place that is kind of world-renowned for it. The Hope Hotel is the site of the signing of the Dayton Accords. This happens to be the 30th year anniversary of that signing, and that was the peace accord that ended the war in Bosnia. So we're just super pleased and that we're able to be here, and grateful to our friends at the Hope Hotel for inviting us to be here. This is also the site of the upcoming Battlefront Dayton, where you'll have your opportunity to play this great game for the very first time, as well as a couple of other brand new Axis and Allies and other Renegade products. So we're super excited to have those. So, but before we can get into any of that, Tom, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you taking the time. Please do not stab me.
Well, we do have a couple of blades in front of us, so no promises.
Oh, okay, fine. Well, tell us about your game.
Fantastic. Well, I'm really excited to have you here learn about a brand new diplomacy game. And this is unlike any game that you have played before. If you are a fan of diplomacy, you will love this game. If you have zero experience with diplomacy, no worries. This is designed to be an entry point for people to learn about this. So in the Golden Blade, each player is one of the 7 great powers in Europe before World War I. Those being Austria-Hungary, England, France, Germany, Italy, Russia, and Turkey. So this game can be played between 2 and 7 players. Your goal is to control all of Europe. How do you do that in this game? Well, through clever tactics and at periods of time negotiation with other players to decide what orders you're going to play. You have these fantastic order cards here. And then you're going to build up your power level instead of over a map over a period of time. Your power level is going to be armies, fleets, and political here. The first person to reach level 3 on the power track here is the outright winner of the game. But of course, those crafty players to your right and to your left are going to be competing against that. There are 2 ways to play this game. One way is to play between 3 and 7 players, and the other way is to play what's known as France versus Austria, or the direct 2-player version of this. So as you can imagine, there's less negotiation in the 2-player version because it's either going to be Gary or me, and guess what? It's probably going to be Gary getting cut out of this at the end.
Sure.
I will say this, though.
Whatever.
I am interested in to see, because I'm the most experienced diplomacy player here. However, Gary has the most experience with card games, being involved in the casino. So we each are sort of like meeting in the middle. We'll see which experience ends up winning out in the end in this sample game. All right.
Place your bets now, my friends.
Go ahead. So how do you actually play this game? Well, just like diplomacy is intended to be like simple rules, difficult to master, same way with the Golden Blade. It's a very simple rule set to follow, and the challenge comes in the player across from you. What are they going to do? In a 2-player game, bluffing is what really counts in here. So here's how you play. Each person is going to get a set of these order cards that are specific for either a 2-player game or a 3 to 7-player game. And we'll talk about some of the things you can do in just a second. You also have these unit cards here. There are 3 decks of unit cards. The first one begins in 1901. Just like diplomacy begins in 1901, so too does Golden Blade. We like to keep the themes consistent here. You have 1901, 1902, and 1903 as 3 separate decks. So we're going to wait until this one is exhausted to bring out the other one from offhand. There are 3 types of cards that correspond to armies, political, or fleet. Each player to start the game, and I'm going to deal this out, are going to get 5 cards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Note, I didn't riffle shuffle or anything like this, so I could have set the deck on Gary. This is what he should be paying attention to.
Oh, I saw.
So each player to start the game, when they're dealt this initial hand of 5, is going to choose one of those unit cards in hand, place them in front of them, and reveal at the same time. Now, the power level is a key component of this game. It not only determines who is going to win, being the first person to get to level 3, but it also determines which order cards you can play and which order cards you're prevented from playing. Because there are order cards that correspond to each one of these types of powers. If someone is ahead of you on their power track, you can't play the order cards of that type. So it's not only a competition to get to this level 3, but also a play back and forth to at least be equal to the other player so you can play your full complement of cards. So keep that in mind as you're selecting. So that's why at the very start of this game, when we're looking through of what potentially to play, we're also almost going to limit ourselves out of potential area because we'll each be in level 1. So we'll see if we end up choosing the same type. So I've got my card selected, Gary. Well, what do you got?
I have 3 types of cards in my hand.
Potentially 3 types. So he's already revealing what he has in his hand. He lets me know he's got one of each type.
I just said what I said. Whether that was true or not, I have no idea. But
so choose one card from your hand, face down in front of you, and we are going to reveal and place it on our tableau to start the game. So I chose political, and he chose political. We're both level 1, so that means we have the full complement of cards available to us. So this happens in every game. You have your initial build before going through and playing. Right? There are 4 phases in this game. There is the supply phase, there is the negotiation and order selection, then there's order resolution, and finally, build. So this is the initial placement that happens in every game. And now when we're going through and playing, we each end up drawing one of the cards, after you, sir, to set our hand, all right? These are the potential unit cards that we could play, and now we go to our order cards. So as was mentioned, there are multiple varieties of order cards. In a 3 to 7 player game, there are 4 varieties. In a 2-player game, there are 3. Right? We will each select in this 2-player game 2 sets of 2 order cards to play on either side. One of them on this side is going to be the leading card, and one of them is going to be the leading card on your side. That's known as the vanguard. We're going to resolve these orders one after another. So I'll get to play my Vanguard against a card of your choice. You don't know what I'm going to select. And then you'll get to play your Vanguard card against a card that I have. And I don't know what's potentially there. That's part of the bluffing component. So we're going to resolve 4 sets of orders. And once we're done with that, then we get to build, which is choose another card from our hand and put it on the tableau. And then we continue through until someone reaches level 3. But to determine who gets to lead off the game, you give out this ambassador card. This ambassador card is whoever starts. And so we have a clever mechanism actually in front of us to determine this. So I've got 2 blades here, one of which is the golden blade for Battlefront Dayton 2025. The other one is blank. So I'm going to put these underneath the table, mix them up cleverly, and I'm going to require Gary to select these 2 blades in front of me. Sorry, sir, it is not the Battlefront Dayton, it is a blank one. So I will have the ambassador card to start the game.
Those don't come with the game.
But they are special ones that you can get at events that we run. So show up to one of the diplomacy events that's going to be advertised by Renegade Games near you, and you potentially could get one of these cool wooden blades. They can travel through TSA.
Right. Yes. And while we're talking about the product, this is not the final version of the game. This is a mock-up that Tom has built with the help of his kids to turn this into something that we can show you today. The cards will not necessarily be this size, and these will be cardboard punch-outs and so on. So this is just a prototype version of this game, so it won't look exactly like this when you make your order.
The next thing that we do is we are each going to select a total of 4 order cards to play. 2 on the right side, 2 on the left side, where I will choose my Vanguard over here, and Gary will choose his Vanguard over here. So I'm going to lay my ambassador card over on this side because I'm going to show that this is where we're going to start the game. So let me go through, and for all of us, we have the ability to play any cards that we want on here. So here's my 2 that I'm going to play on this side. That's going to be my Vanguard, and this is going to be my follow-up card. And then over here, I'm going to put down my 2 right here. So there's your 2. And then you have 1 leading card here, and then 1 goes right behind it. So each player gets one Vanguard card to start off with. I'm just starting off the round here. So this is going to be his lead, and then behind it, the other. All right. So now that we have placed our orders, we go to order resolution phase. So starting off with me as the start player, I reveal my first one. So the card that I'm going to be playing is Proliferation. So if not blocked, discard 1 unit card. Then I deploy 1 unit card from my hand to my power grid. And I have to select which of these two I'm going to go into. So let's select this one. Oh, no. So Gary says, block a power or targeting order card on this front. If you do, opponent draws 1 unit card from the library. Because this is a power card, Gary blocked me. But I get an extra card. All right, so that has been resolved. And next, Gary can reveal his Vanguard card and choose one of my two to play against. So he's playing Embargo. Block a power order on the front. If you do, draw 1 unit card from the library. And he selected a power card. He hit me twice in a row. I'm on fire. He's a savant on there. So he has blocked me. So he does get a card from the library. There you go. And now we resolve our other cards on this side. So I've got Subterfuge. If not blocked, view this neighbor's hand and discard 1 unit card of your choice from their hand. And he played Blockade. If not blocked, tuck 1 random unit card from the neighbor's hand. So guess what? Mine goes through, right? I get to discard 1 unit card of your choice from your hand. I get to view your hand. All right. Oh, let's see all the glorious stuff he has. He has 2 political, 1 army, 2... Oh, he has 3 political out there. All right, so we're going to make sure that Gary kicks out the army. You no longer have the ability to have armies there. And then you get to resolve yours. 1 random card from my hand. You get to take it. Maybe you'll get an army back. I have no idea. There you go. All right, so we've got Espionage. If not blocked, view this neighbor's hand, swap unit cards with them up to your army power level, which right now is 0. So at least you'll get to see what I have. Mine is Sanctions. Block a targeting order on this front. If you do, opponent draws 1 card from the library. So you get a card. We sanctioned each other. All right, we've now resolved all of our orders. So we take these orders back, right, into our hand. The ambassador card will pass to Gary. And we now get to build. We choose 1 power card from our hand and we place it on the board. I've got my one selected. Let's see. All right. Fleet. Political. All right. Here's the consequence of that. So Gary is still level 1 political because he's still under the level 1 power banner. As soon as he gets his 3rd political one, then he's level 2. So we're equal in political. We're equal in army at level 0. Fleet, I'm level 1 and you are level 0, which means for the next turn, I can play fleet cards. You cannot. So now we go to the next round. Right? Okay. So supply, we each get a unit card in the hand. Time peek here. And now we select orders to place with you leading the round. All right, so here you have to choose one that's going to be your Vanguard. That one, okay. And here's my Vanguard on this side. Okay. All right, we're all selected. All right, just confirming, you're not playing any fleets. So here's the interesting thing. If Gary selected a fleet order card to play and he wasn't allowed, he's going to replace that order card with the hold order, which means he does nothing. That can happen either if a legitimate mistake occurs or if you're doing it on purpose to avoid following through, say, on a promise if you're doing a 3-7 player game. So that's something, and look, he was going to do that. I'm giving him some additional assistance, even though he got me twice in round 1. I'm still helping him out here. That's what a great diplomatic player I am. Right. All right, so he switched out his card. Yeah. And we're ready to go. So your Vanguard card is this one. So flip it over and reveal. So he's playing Sabotage. So if not blocked, remove 1 unit card of your choice from the power grid of your neighbor. Select the card that's going against. He's selecting this one, which is Blockade. If not blocked, take 1 random unit card from the neighbor's hand. So he gets to remove 1 power card of choice from the power grid of me. So political goes away. All right. And then I get to have 1 card. We'll select from here. Ooh, that's a good one. And then we go over here. So I am playing Proliferation, right? So if not blocked, discard 1 unit card, then deploy 1 unit card from your hand to your power grid. And I will select one of these two. We'll select this one on the outside. Subterfuge. If not blocked, view this neighbor's hand, then discard 1 unit card of your choice from their hand. So I get to resolve mine. I get to discard 1 to play 1. So I'm going to discard an army card to play a political card. And now you get to resolve yours. Discard 1 unit card of your choice from their hand. So here's my hand. For his first game, Gary's doing very well. Got rid of another army card. Okay. All right, back over here, we just reveal what we have. So censure. So block a targeting order on this front, which is not. So mine goes through. I draw 1 card from the library, then draw cards equal to my fleet power level. So 1 card, my fleet power level is 1. So I draw 2. All right, and then over here, we reveal where I've got sabotage, and he has proliferation. So remove 1 unit card of your choice from the power grid of this neighbor, and on his, if not blocked, you discard 1 card, then deploy 1. So because you led over here, so mine goes through first over here, and then we reserve yours. So remove 1 card of your choice from your neighbor. I'm just going to have to be political on there. And now you can discard 1 unit card from your hand and deploy 1 out there onto the grid. Discarding 1 unit card, and now you can play. Now you play 1. Now you play 1 out in the grid.
And I can play a fleet card even though...
Yes, because it's only for order cards. Right? It's only for order cards. In this case, you're playing this up. So, hey, we've matched each other up on here. We're squaring off as a very equal fight on this. Okay. All right. So now that we've resolved our orders, we take our orders back, and then we build. Right? We do so by deploying 1 power card. We look through here what we've got and set 1 out. So I've got mine all ready to go. All right. Let's see what he's got. I've got an army. He's got political power. All right. So this means for this coming round, where the ambassador card returns to me, that we are equal in fleet. That means we can play all of our cards. We're equal in political. Even though I only have 1 card to his 2, we're still both level 1. But I have a level 1 army, whereas he's level 0. So since I have more strength than him, I can play army cards and he cannot. As a little strategy tip when you're playing this game, knowing what cards players are restricted to will change what you're going to end up selecting, because they're more likely to play certain types of cards against you, with the other 3 being unavailable. Ambassador goes back to me. We have the ability to play all the cards combined. Draw. We draw 1. Thank you much. Ready to begin? Let's see what we have for this one. Blockade. Select the far one here. All right, so this is not a power order. I take 1 random card from your hand, which is only 1. All right, over here, your Vanguard. Convoy. Wow, you get to draw back. So you get 3 cards. And then what are you selecting against? Subterfuge. View the neighbor's hand, then discard 1 card of your choice from their hand. So what do we have? We'll choose political amongst those 2 armies. All right, and then back over here, sabotage against proliferation. So I get to remove 1 card of choice from your hand. In this case, we will, well, no, not from your hand, from your power grid, sorry. Right. So let's select fleet then to remove from that, and then yours is
proliferation is what you turned over.
Oh, but yeah, so
I discard.
Oh no, I didn't realize. Oh, an army close. Okay, and then over here, proliferation versus this. So I get to, let's see here. So you get to resolve first because I led over here. Mm-hmm. So you resolve first. Remove 1 unit card of your choice. So political, of course. And then mine is, if not blocked, discard 1 card and deploy 1. I'm going to discard 1 army card to deploy 1 political card. All right, and then we take our orders back. And the last thing we get to do is build. I've got my build ready. You have no cards.
I have no cards in hand.
And I will build
a fleet.
Political. Close. I was debating it, but I've elected to end the game and win, proving again that I am the ultimate diplomat.
Come on now.
Good game, Gary.
Awesome. Well, thank you for talking us through that. That was a really, really fun game. It was like insanely close. I almost won on armies after you were kind of sprinting for armies. I sprinted for political, and that's where you ended up winning. And I ended up kind of all over here.
At a point in time, you had one away from each one of those tracks, and you had two on multiple occasions and pulled me back. In the 3 to 7 player game, you are just playing one order card on each side of you, and you're interacting with your neighbor on either side. And you rotate in order cards that are called promises. Each one of those cards does something different. If you agree and follow through with your neighbor, that you get a net positive out of there, or you stop a neighbor on your opposing side. So that's part of the negotiation aspect of the 3 to 7 player game, is you're not just worried about what you have, but there may be a player across from you that you're not directly interacting with that you want to make sure it gets knocked down so they don't win. And that becomes part of the back and forth of the game of negotiation, that you can either jointly win together, or you can have them deliver on a promise, but you backstab them in the game, or you're just playing to build up your resources so that way you can keep on playing through and grow. So you have to do a little bit of each. In this case, the same sort of components that you would expect in a diplomacy game of interpersonal skills, clever tactics, deciding on the right strategy applies to the card game as it does to the face-to-face board game.
Well, it certainly sounds like it. I think this is going to be a popular warm-up. I think what you'll see is this is kind of the shorter version of this game than a full-blown diplomacy game. So I can see playing this with 3-4 people while you're waiting on the rest of everybody to show up to play the full game. So I think this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what the final product looks like. Again, this is not what this will look like when you order it. So I think this is fun. I think this is pretty cool. I think it's going to be interesting to have like orders going this way and orders going this way, and we're trying to keep an eye on how this person's moving and that person's moving. I think that's going to be interesting to kind of keep track of, and what's happening over there, because they may be on their way to winning and you may be trying to negotiate with people that are on either side. Hey man, watch out, she's got 6 fleets over there, or 5 fleets. Keep an eye on what's happening. So I think that's going to be fun.
Yeah, in a lot of social deduction games where we talk about Werewolf or Coup, or even the older Shadows over Camelot, where you're given a role and you have to play it. And the great thing about diplomacy is everyone is the traitor and everyone is also the hero. You get to choose. And this is where it's going to hit in with new players, is people who have never experienced diplomacy before, or maybe just heard about it by reputation, now have an accessible game they can. And the people who are experienced with diplomacy, as you mentioned, like if they're looking for a game that plays faster, that you can do with less than 7, break out the card game. Let's get it rolling.
I like it. I think this is fun. Tom, I appreciate you taking the time and hanging out with us today. And thank you again to the Hope Hotel. And back to Gary in the studio.
Take care, everyone.
All right, my friends, that is Diplomacy, the Golden Blade. We are very excited about this one. Make sure that you follow the link in the description to get your pre-order in today. If you'd like to be the very first to try this game in person, you'll have to come to Battlefront Dayton, November 7th, 8th, and 9th at the beautiful Hope Hotel. Speaking of the Hope Hotel, thank you to our friends there for allowing us to use their space for recording on that day. And of course, a big thank you to our friends at Renegade Game Studios for inviting us to be part of Renegade Con 2025. We've been thrilled to be able to talk with you today about Axis and Allies Commanders and Diplomacy of the Golden Blade. If you're interested in either of those products, make sure that you follow the link in the description to get your pre-orders in today. Again, my name is Gary Blevins. This is Board Game Nation. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everyone at Renegade Con. My name is Tracy, also known as Miss Magitech, and this is our crew at Magi RPG. We're a group of storytellers that share all kinds of tabletop role-playing games with the world. And specifically, we've done a lot of World of Darkness, we've done VTM, Hunter the Reckoning, and of course, Werewolf the Apocalypse, which is what we're going to be playing tonight. And we are excited to share a special preview of some new content for Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition from Renegade. Tonight, we will be doing a short preview of The Coming Destruction, which is an upcoming Werewolf sourcebook, like modular toolkit and kind of like a starter chronicle. There'll be lots of new stories for storytellers to run, and it's also very easy to, it can be like one full story, a chronicle if you want to run it, or maybe you can like pick and choose different stories from within it to run as a single session, which is what we'll be doing here. So I also will be pulling some elements from other books and sprinkling them in, so you may see some other nods from The Moonlit Path and others. So before we get into tonight's story, just a couple of quick housekeeping things. So one, this is our crew, Heart of the Pack. And for anybody checking us out for the first time, this is actually a previous chronicle that we've run all together in a Greater World of Darkness story at Magi RPG, which is our bigger VTM chronicle, Ancestral Blood. And then we had this Werewolf chronicle that supplemented that. And so the story we're telling tonight doesn't really need any context from our other stories, so don't worry about that. This story is really meant to be self-contained. Really, it's its own thing. So our players, myself, we may make some like subtle references to our previous story, but yeah, you don't need any context or anything from any other stories. Feel free to jump right into this one with us and know that this pack has already existed. They have all had their first change and have adapted to that for some time already. So with that, players, I would love for you all to quickly introduce yourself and who you're playing today. So yeah, just tell us who you are and who you're playing. Let's start at the very top here. So Craig.
Hi, how's it going? I'm Craig Craigums. I'll be playing Fenrir Waters, Philodox Heartwarden.
And Ian.
Hey, I'm Ian, or your boy Big, and I'm playing Joe Mahaluni, the Red Talon Aharu.
And Helvetica Cat.
Hi, I'm Helvetica Cat, also known as Cat. I will be playing Jazz Waters, that is Ragabash Black Fury.
And last but not least, James.
Yo, I am James. I go by JT Cunning on the internet. I will be playing Sean Collins. He is a Ragabash Glasswalker.
And that is our crew. So without further ado, let's dive into our session of Heart of the Pack. It's night in the Saganashki Woods, a familiar home to our pack. It's their cairn. The city of Chicago, about an hour or so drive from here, it certainly feels far away out here. You can actually see the stars in the sky, the sound of nature, and you all like it that way. To a lot of people, these woods here, it's just another forest preserve. It's a park, it's a place for people to visit. But to you, it's home. It's also a sacred ground, and it's your responsibility to keep this area and the greater area safe. But tonight, something is off. The air, it feels sharp. It feels too sharp. The spirits, they feel restless. Small whirlwinds kick up along the trail that scatter dirt and leaves where there really shouldn't be any wind at all. There have been these sightings of dust devils, which is these phenomenons of like intense storms near the woods. And to the mundane, that's a strange thing that's happening in the Shaganeski Woods. It's generally rare, if not ever happening in this area of the US. Usually that's for other parts, like more arid climates. So yes, unusual, but for you, Fen Waters, a park ranger of these woods, and also a heart warden, and a local leader to the Garu of this greater Chicago area, you know that this isn't just a strange occurrence. No. You sense the balance here slipping. Something's off. So you call the rest of your pack to help out. Your daughter, Jazz, the Black Fury. Jazz, the shadows in this area move strangely. You feel like they know something that you don't. And Joe, our Red Talon, your instincts, they also tell you something is off. There's something nearby. You're not sure what. Sean, the Glasswalker, your instincts and guts say this isn't just a random occurrence. Something is pushing in. So the four of you move together, keeping watch over your territory. For a moment, there is a quiet, eerie silence. And I want you all to make me a wits and awareness.
First roll.
The first roll.
Hopping in.
Let me know how many successes you get.
Sean got 3 successes.
3.
Jazz also got 3.
Feels like I'm in the wrong hood.
Ben got 2 successes.
Joe also got 2 successes.
3 and 2. So this goes to Sean and Jazz. You notice it before the others do. The wind hits from the right side. You hear these branches snapping and gravel lifting from the ground. And one of these dust devils, which is basically just a whirlwind of dust picking up anything in its surroundings, begins to make its way on one of the trails and the hiking paths here in the woods. It barrels its way toward you. So your patrol has just turned into a hunt. You're all in your Hamid form, unless for some reason you feel you shouldn't be. But the two of you notice this dust of wind barreling toward you.
First thing Jazz would do is do like one of those whistles, like a to the family.
That may then gather Fen and Joe. Your attention kind of shifts toward what Jazz is whistling toward.
What is it? I can feel it.
Park ranger, I ain't never seen wind move like that.
You're at Sean Collins. I can feel it in the air tonight.
All right.
And the wind shifts suddenly. So first it seems like it's making a clear path, but it's like a tornado and it's a little sporadic. Suddenly it just barrels towards you and slams into you all like a wall. So it just passes through you, and there are just leaves and gravel and grit just kind of going across your faces. Branches, all sorts of things just hitting you as it explodes in front of you. I would like all of you to now roll me a dexterity or an athletics and dexterity to just see how much damage it goes into you.
Sean has rolled 3 successes.
2 for me. Didn't think I'd be fighting wind today, but here we are.
Here we are.
It's 2 for me as well.
1 success for Fed.
1.
We
Fen,
are not on game.
We're just having a good time out here. We got the whole family.
And it's not that the wind is blowing. It is what the wind is blowing.
It do be Chicago, though.
My hat.
Fen, your park ranger hat flies off.
No. He just leaps after it.
And there it goes. It's gone in the wind. And you, a large branch just barrels into your face and cuts your face a little bit. You take just a dot of superficial damage, which isn't a lot. It hurts, ow, but it's not exactly tearing into you. But you catch that brunt of the branch as your hat flies away. And now this thing it almost feels sentient now. It's lashing out at all of you. And now you see it grabbing more things. It goes toward a garbage and starts pulling out things from the garbage into its swirl to hurl at you. Shards of glass from a broken bottle begin hurling at all of you. What would you like to do? Any of you?
I mean, Sean would kind of get down on one knee and like, yo, what? Mother Nature.
Guy seems to be pissed. Is it possible for me to start a right?
You could, yes.
I think Ben's first thought, seeing as how it seemed to be elemental, he feels as though it's something more spiritual than actually like a baddie he can punch. So I think I believe it is the rite of shadow passage is what I'm
Yes. You can begin this rite. It, like any sort of ritual, it takes time, and it may be a little difficult with an angry wind blowing at you, but it is something you can attempt to do.
Just keep it distracted as I'm trying to like get everything set up.
The
I pull a little
wind?
bag out of my pocket. No,
Ducks
the
below
damn
paper
squirrels.
bag that goes, or plastic bag that goes
Yeah.
by.
Starts running.
Where are you running to?
Win. Throw it at me. Throw it at me.
So, Sean, you are attempting to distract it.
Yes.
He is very distracting as a person.
And you're yelling at it. So I'm going to say charisma. What do I want you to roll to try to distract this thing? Maybe a charisma and athletics, because you're running and yelling at it.
Those are the 2 attributes I use in real life. 3 successes for Sean.
Okay. You all see Sean able to get the wind, the sentient wind, to barrel toward him. And you see now it's picking up, like there is a garbage lid that's like swirling in there that you have to attempt to dodge. And it's barreling toward you. While this is happening, Fen, you may roll to begin this rite, which is your renown, your honor renown, and occult, which... What is your renown? You have 2 in honor, so that's 2 plus your occult, which is 2. So you have 4 dice total, and I think you can roll just honor on the character sheet.
Yeah.
For everybody at home, we're using Foundry, Foundry Werewolf character sheets, so we're rolling everything digitally with these character sheets.
So it's just occult, no attribute, but occult and honor only, right?
It's occult and honor. Yes.
Got it.
Imagine Jazz and Joe are just watching. Sean running around. We're just like.
You just and you see Finn just crisscross applesauce in the middle of the ground.
It's just Jazz watching. Joe is fully climbed up a tree. They ain't gonna get me up here.
What?
3 successes, but I'd like to try and get 4. Can I use a willpower?
Yes, you may use a willpower to re-roll
The
one of
one?
those dice. Yes.
Okay. How do I get that to roll?
Yeah, so if you click the right-click willpower, and then you should be able to select the die to re-roll it.
Right. Got it. Okay. Roll.
Ah,
Nice.
and you did. So you rolled a success there, so 4 successes total, which is the DC actually was 3 for where you are. So, but that is good that you rolled 4 successes to be safe. You begin to. You take a moment, Fen, and you open this passage between your physical world and the Umbra, where you and your pack have previously done this. You physically pass between one to the other, but it still takes time to open this gauntlet. You have to take a moment to feel your surroundings. You know these woods like the back of your hand. You work here, you live here, you come here all the time. But you feel the pull, that familiar pull of the Umbra for just a moment. Even with the disturbances around you, you see that familiar glow between the two worlds. And there it is. That moment where you can step sideways. You need the rest of your pack, of course. Well, you don't need them, but you probably want to bring them with you. Or you could just go yourself. That is an option. What would you like to do? Do you want to just take this opportunity and go yourself, or do you want to bring your pack with you?
I think I'd bring the pack with me. Ben just lost his hat. He's off his game. He needs some support. But also he knows that this is a space that another one of his pack needs to come here sometimes. So.
The three of you see Fen, and you see that familiar to all of you, that glow of passage that welcomes you to the Umbra. Sean, out of the three of you, Jazz, you're helping a little bit, but Sean, you're the most... It's going to be the most difficult for you to be able to pass. But for anybody who would like to go, I would like you also to roll me. I'm going to have you roll your honor plus occult as well. This is not actually something only Fen really has to do this, but I want you all to kind of pass a test to be able to go into the Umbra in this current state. So I'd like you all. So if you look at your gifts tab, where your gifts and rights are, you'll see you have glory, honor, wisdom. So whatever you have in honor, and then you roll it with your occult.
So just honor occult?
Yes, correct.
That was nice.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Joe rolled a crit, so 4 successes.
Ooh. Just one for me, though.
1 success.
Okay. So, Joe, you are probably, up in the tree, you see this, and you're the least distracted out of everybody, so it's pretty easy for you to jump down, take that opportunity to step sideways into the Umbra alongside Fen. The two of you go through and successfully pass into the Umbra. Jazz and Sean, you are more distracted by this angry wind. And as you're making your way toward this opening passage, you feel the pulls not only of the Umbra and the spirits and just the unsettlement in this place. It takes a little bit at you, and each of you take 1 aggravated damage, which is the more hurty damage than superficial, as you step sideways into the Umbra. But the 4 of you are able to pass through. And as you do, Fen and Joe, you get the first sight of this as your companions take a little bit more time to get through. What you see in front of you is this is not the first time you've been here, and you know that the Umbra is not always a complete one-to-one of the material realm where you previously were, the physical world. There are small lights and flickers around, but you know where you are. You know what part of the woods you're in, and if you were to take 10 steps ahead, it might be a mile ahead. But none of the actual surroundings matter to you at this point, because the thing that catches your eye more than anything is the spirit in front of you. The wind. This is a wind spirit that swirls in a light in front of you, like a piercing white and gray tornado. But it just stands in place. It doesn't move. It just keeps swirling these hues of gray and white with the surrounding blue tones of the Umbra. This is what, Fen, you would know this more than anything. This is what's called a jaggling. It's a type of spirit. It's like a lesser spirit in the Umbra. There's different, like a hierarchy of different types of spirits in this realm, and this is one of the, like a little sprite almost. And it just stands there, unmoving. And now Jazz and Sean, you eventually come in, and maybe you're feeling a little off, but you see this as well.
I got a plastic bag in my hair, sticks. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, glad y'all can come
Sean-
and join us.
Sean
Think
just
we found the
hurls.
culprit. Oh. Okay.
Sorry, that was rough. Whoa.
The wind spirit. Assuming it's the one who made the house call.
You.
But why?
It begins to speak. You.
Talks.
All of you. No, no, you are not. You are not him.
Sorry to disappoint. Do we know, or do you want to explain who him is?
I didn't want to fight. I didn't want to hurt. He made me stir up the woods. It was... I saw in his eyes. Twisting. Eyes. Like fire, but green, twisting fire. He is in your sacred place.
He's where?
No, something is off. This place must be destroyed, he said.
That's not gonna work.
No. And it feels... You feel it getting more and more torn as it's speaking these words that may not make full sense to any of you. Something is stirring. Something is restless within this spirit. And you can see that in its agitated spins.
Do you have a name? What they look like? Who he or they were?
He is a wolf. Twisted. He called himself born from ruin. He comes to your sacred ground here, meant to steal, kill, ruin.
I think Joe turns to Finn, because I think they're both kind of like taking a beat to not agitate this as anymore so we can get answers. They're obviously somewhere in the woods. Have you noticed anything recently?
I mean, besides the dust devils in the Midwest, I mean, nothing special. I'm more of a sightseer than a tracker. That's your job.
Storyteller, that's a good point. Storyteller, is there a, like, Joe takes night walks. Has there been moments to where maybe you smelled something off?
You know, something did seem off to you in the past few nights. You sensed something. You know, roll me a wits and insight.
Would it's not heightened senses, it's sharpened senses. Would this assist in any way?
Yes, I think if you wanted to use that, you could.
Cool. So that allows me to add my renown, which is my wisdom. So it gives me an extra die from what it looks like here.
Okay, got it.
So insight and was it insight and wits?
Yes.
Insight, wits, add that wisdom. There's 2 successes. I'm gonna do a willpower reroll on that. I'm gonna do that. Okay, cool. So just adds 1. Okay, so 4 successes, I think. Yeah.
4 successes. From your past few days here, patrolling not just the woods, but this greater area of Illinois. You The only thing that you felt off, your pack is quite aware of the other Garu in this greater Chicago and Illinois area. There's not many of you left, but one thing that you did sense, that there was a traveling presence, and that doesn't usually always throw you off, because usually that means in the next coming days, maybe there's going to be like a greater moot or gathering of Garu. So like maybe people will be coming in, but you hadn't heard of anything yet. So yes, it did seem off. There was perhaps another presence of a Garu that you hadn't really sensed before.
There has been a shift. Joe still speaking to Finn. There has been a shift in the Force recently, but I thought it was just tourists. Could be something else.
Something that we need to check out.
Seems like it.
We'll look into your problem.
Do not tell him that I have been here, that I have spoken to you, that you have spoken with me in this realm.
Secret
Mum's
safe
a
with
word.
us.
I can help.
Well, respectfully, if we wanted to avoid him, where should we not go?
Hold on, that double negative. If you want to avoid him,
Where shouldn't we go? So
Where
we
should
don't-
you not go?
Where should we not go? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought we were looking
Connor.
for him, Joe.
What if we are wanting to find them? Oh, not counter.
I do not know what he seeks. There is something here. Those like you who have not yet seen the moon.
They're looking for unawakened Garu?
And Fen, you would know that yes, those like unawakened Garu are called kin, and basically those who haven't had their first change potential to become Garu. There are some that usually tend to frequent by where Garu are.
So there's possible in our forest. Whoever this is hunting them. Well, humans are easy enough to smell. If they're here when they're not supposed to, because the park is closed, then
God.
it'd be easy enough to find them. Thank you. I'm not gonna ask you your name because we never had this comment.
Yusa.
Oh,
Yusa. My name is Yusa.
we don't know that because we never met technically.
If you wish for the spirits to guide you to him, I can connect you. I can help.
Anybody Think this good or bad?
Fen, you know that your pack, all of you haven't really encountered. You've encountered different types of spirits and things in the Umbra, but not anything like this before. And
Some face shit.
for you, Fen, you probably have the most knowledge out of this, so I want you to just roll me an intelligence and occult to see.
Intelligence.
Uh-oh.
Ben went straight into the Marine Corps. Oh no.
Our boy's a casual reader.
Yeah, you know, I'm liking that what is that? Stormlight Archive.
Plug. Gentle walk. Read a book.
It's the best
Pick it
time
up
to read a
trash.
book. Oh, my
I thought you were
foundry.
more of a Lord of the Rings kind of guy.
Nah, too damn long.
Do you know how he describes trees?
Are you
Yes.
sure you've been reading Stormlight then?
No, cause see, we're not gonna get into this, guys. We're not. One success.
After all,
I'm gonna
one
use.
success.
I'm gonna use willpower.
Okay, go ahead and use willpower. You can reroll 2 of those dice.
One success. So 2
Okay, so
success.
2 successes total.
Just see him thinking.
So this spirit Yusa says that it can help you. And you know that, yes, that usually means that it needs something. You're not sure what, but there's usually some sort of exchange that happens in exchange for its aid.
Okay.
You said your
Need
name
to get-
was Yusa? Yusa? Yeah. One second.
Yusa.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm thinking, Jazz. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah,
think.
yeah, yeah. You're hurting yourself.
Ooh.
Sidebar for a
Yeah,
second, everybody.
Ah,
Just one
got a
second.
brain freeze.
Just give us one
Yeah,
second,
take-
Yusa.
Take a
And she's
take
gonna
a
like
break.
huddle everyone. What the fuck is this?
What the fuck is going on?
It's a wind spirit.
Wind spirit.
So what we need to do? We gotta give it like a offering of some, like a
What
tithe.
does wind like?
I don't know.
Wait, why do we have to give it an offering? It's telling us that something's happening. It's asking us for help.
Okay,
Why
hold
do we
on.
need to
We're
offer
in the
something to it?
Umbra. Maybe it's stuck on this side, and that's our way of getting it to the other
It's
side.
clearly not stuck on this side because it was hitting us with stuff. I'm still pulling sticks out of my hair.
Yeah, but we talking to it now. We're communicating. What if we can't communicate it with it on the other side?
Are you telling me that the spirit world has quid pro quo as well?
I'm just saying, I don't remember, and I'm just spitballing right now. These are just options.
I'm still confused why we have to offer something if they're asking us for help.
Oh no, I think it's like a leash of sorts that like connects it.
To
Once
us?
again, spitballing. All this could be bullshit for all I know. I'm just thinking of stuff.
I mean, you sound super confident.
I'm not.
Neither am I.
I'm used to, problem in front of me, and then I hit it until it's not a problem anymore. This one's a little more abstract.
Well, what do we give it? What do you give spirits in general?
And you all realize as you've been speaking and you have like stepped a few steps away and huddled, but as you're talking to each other, you realize in the Umbra, this isn't like the physical realm. Your voice, your hushed tones and speaking to each other, it isn't in private. Your voices are projected in the Umbra. The echoes linger. And Yusa, the spirit in its swirling spiral, stands behind you. And as Jazz asks this, it answers like it was listening to your entire conversation. And you must bind me.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Personal space, USA.
God.
Oh my god.
Bind me to something and bring me to your realm.
So we have to bind you to something.
A talisman.
Boy.
How long do you reside in that talisman until we're done with it? Do you break the talisman? I have a lot of questions here.
You can set me free here.
But you're not gonna, like, tamper with the talisman, right? I'm asking for a reason, I promise.
No. Its voice just echoes.
Okay. In that case, Jazz is going to offer the ring. She needs a talisman. As long as she doesn't break it, because us.
Ben holds his wedding ring like, I could never.
Pearls clutched.
You see,
John looks down at all the fucking random shit that he has.
His blade.
I just figured something of importance, possibly.
Whatever you want, Waters.
Jazz holds up a necklace with a ring that once belonged to a former packmate of this pack by the name of Emery, who was lost to the worm some time ago. And by lost to the worm, that makes it seem like he was killed by agents of the worm.
He did.
And as you hold up this, you see the spirit just particles of dust release from the greater cyclone and just
She'll hold
hover
up a hand
around.
just before, as it starts hovering, and be like, but I promise you, you break this, I will find you.
It howls slightly as you say that. And just swirls in acknowledgement.
We'll allow it.
And Jazz, as your mind allows this, and the Umbra and everything around you recognizes that you are giving this permission for the spirit to bind to this talisman, your necklace, your ring. And the wind whispers gently in your ear of a new rite. Something that
opens notes.
That takes form and the knowledge comes to you. A new rite, the rite of binding. This is something, Jazz, that you are now going to learn. And basically, if it gives you the ability to bind a spirit to an object. And there are ways to also, like, force a spirit unwillingly if you really need to, like, get in there. But you also have the ability to now commune with a spirit and bind it if it agrees to willingly.
That's dangerous to give to Jazz. You said it's a rite?
Yes, it is a new rite, the rite of binding. So you'll be able to add that. And it's something that you now know or will like have the ability to learn as this is still new to you. You're not fully attuned to it, but you understand the basics of it at this point. As you feel the acceptance of the spirit and the wind enters, and you all see this. You see it with your eyes in the Umbra. It enter into the crevices of this ring, all of the wind and air and spirit and the cyclone dissipates smaller and smaller. And it's actually amazing to see this happen. The Umbra is so many things that you would never see in the physical world as it manifests into this necklace. And now, Jazz, you hold this talisman in your hand. And Yusuf, the wind spirit, the wind jagling, is now connected to it.
And as it finishes, she'll kind of just hold it gently, just because this means so much for her. And then gently puts it back down.
Hey.
Right.
Like you caught a Yu-Gi-Oh.
That's not what that's called, Dad. I swear to God.
What?
Okay.
God.
We didn't ask where the thing was, though. Well, I mean, we did, but it didn't tell us.
Yeah, that was my problem too. Didn't answer my question.
Can I talk to it?
You hear it whisper quietly into your ear. Just like at this point, it's like inaudible whispers. It's almost like this is kind of creepy.
Say it. Say it. What I think it is.
What I have to say. It's
Because
like
I'm about to reply back about that.
It's like when you're using a ghost thing to talk to ghosts, and it's like all those whispers. You hear that. What is that thing called in Phasmo?
Spirit box.
Spirit. No, not the spirit box, but the thing that you can hear the whispers.
The
Oh,
parabolic.
parabolic.
The parabolic. Yes.
We pivoted a lot.
Yeah, as it does it, she like, oh, I hate that. Oh, it's like surround sound ASMR.
Like what?
Oh
It's
God.
like, keep that.
All right, what did it say though?
It does a
I
little.
don't think you got to it.
You,
Like you're a cat.
Jez, you have to actually concentrate to be able to speak to just Yusa audibly. So roll me a resolve and composure, which is 2 attributes. So if you just click on one of them, you should be able to just roll 2 attributes.
Yes, you said resolve and composure.
Yin Yang twins.
3 successes. God damn.
3 successes. So you hear the rest of your pack like talking, and it kind of you're trying to concentrate. And you take just a moment to concentrate on the whispers and just hone in on one, and you hear Yusa. Ridge.
Burr Ridge. She says that out loud.
You say Burr Ridge out loud. And it takes
Bridge. Sorry.
Bridge. That's what I'm.
Storyteller, you want me to take him out?
B-U-R-R Ridge, like Aaron Burr. Burr Ridge. And Fen, you're laughing now, but as you say Burr Ridge, it doesn't take just a second for you to know Burr Ridge. That's where Gianna works. Burr Ridge Community Center.
Oh, we gotta go.
And Jazz, you too. It takes you a second. That's where your mother, Gianna, works. She works
She'll
in Burr Ridge.
Lock eyes with Fen when she says that. Like she says like Burr Ridge? And like look directly to him.
Yeah, just all the like kind of comedic feeling of this whole experience leaves Finn. And he immediately just locks in. All right, we need to go.
Where's that at?
It's north of where you all are. It's probably like 30-minute drive north of Lamont, Illinois, and the woods where you are.
And then I would do the rite again, the rite of passage again to get us out of the Umbra. Unless, what's the rules with the Umbra? If I start running here, will it take me longer, shorter type deal?
That's a great question, Fen. Actually, yes, it is kind of like that, where the Umbra, you probably could get there faster in the Umbra. It's probably not that, you could get there, but it is a bit more tricky to traverse through the Umbra. You're not as familiar with you've only been like a certain amount of direction one way
guys
in the
that
Umbra.
way.
So it is a risk. You could get there faster, or you could just go to the physical realm and hop in the car and take the 30-minute drive.
Hell no.
Okay.
My baby is in danger. We need to leave now. So I think he'd risk
I feel
it.
like we should take the car.
Oh my god. Knowing Jazz has spent a lot of time in the Umbra, would you say potentially she would have a little more sense of direction here?
You probably would, yes, because you have been visiting the Umbra often to visit Emery. And so that is about as far as you've traversed. So
combined.
Little long walks on the beach in the Umbra,
you to navigate the Umbra, I'm going to have you roll Renown. I will allow either honor or wisdom, plus I am going to say survival. Survival and your renown, and you could choose honor or wisdom.
I will let the group talk it out on what they want to do first, though, before I make the roll.
Oh, I'm gonna do Umbra because it sounds awesome.
I ain't never been here.
What's your survival at?
I've got 2. Yeah, what's yours?
1.
Ooh.
Question.
But my honor is 2.
3 total.
I have a question, storyteller. So in the Umbra, especially when you're part of a pack, I assume that senses and experiences are shared on the surface level.
Yes.
Okay. With that being said, can I offer assistance with the roll and have Jazz use my survival instead of theirs?
Okay. I like this. I will allow that. You all, basically as a pack, are trying to navigate this realm together. So Jazz is leading the way, but Joe, you are able to offer your own survival instincts to help her navigate.
So what I'll do is I'm going to roll, even though you said survival, my intimidation has 3, so I'm going to roll that.
Got it.
And then add my honor.
You'll just threaten our way through the Umbra.
See that, Sean? See all that teamwork?
1 success. I would like
Fuck.
to use willpower.
And you had quite a few
Sorry,
dice
what
there.
about teamwork?
No, we shenaniganed.
No.
How many
3.
willpowers?
You can reroll up to 3 of those dice.
Okay.
We can get those 3 all successes, 100%.
Yeah.
Maybe some crits.
So, how do I do this again?
So you right click and hit willpower reroll, and then you just like select
3 dice.
3 dice to reroll.
Top left.
Top
Of the same.
willpower.
See health.
Ah.
Click the word.
3.
Oh.
So is that 2 successes?
2 successes.
Rip.
No pun intended.
That's not quite in what I was looking for to traverse your way through the Umbra. And as you all are navigating, and you're trying to do this together, Jazz, you recognize some areas of where Emery is, and you know that because Burr Ridge is north, Joe also tries to kind of navigate through certain what seem like markers or things that are from the physical realm that would make sense in the spirit realm, but it is not quite matching up.
I would also
And you
argue
all
she's distracted too, of like just constantly trying to find any sense of Emery as well. So, like, she's like, I think it's this way, but she's just not, like, she's focused because Gianna, mom, but also it's harder in the Umbra. It's harder to suppress those feelings.
you all might be lost.
It's like real life.
It's that bad. Okay. Joe turns to Finn. All right. Get us out of here. We're gonna. It's more time for us doing this.
Yeah. All right. Everybody stand close. And then I believe I have to roll again to get us out of here.
Yes, so another honor and occult.
But I believe it's lower of the
Yes,
success
it
threshold.
is.
Honor
You are
and
correct.
We tried, gang.
We tried.
We tried. Three successes.
3 successes. And let me just check. Rite of Shadow Passage. Nope, you guys are good. There's no worries of having to take any damage between passing through with that many
Didn't puke
successes.
this time.
Nobody feels ill. Their stomachs aren't turning and churning. You all pass, step sideways back through the Umbra to the physical realm with Fenn's guidance.
Jazz takes a sad look before she goes through.
Where did that drop us off at? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
me looking for the North Star and all that.
I'm pulling up Google Maps really quick. Of where you actually overshot where you were trying to go. And as all of your survival instincts and navigational instincts, yes, you look up, you look north. If any of you have a phone, you just open up, you can use your technology. You are in Willowbrook, which is actually north of Burr Ridge. And so it's probably about 10-15 minutes south of where you need to be. So you just kind of overshot. You're standing outside of Portillo's in Willowbrook, and you're just like, yeah, this is not where we need it to be.
We overshot it.
Yeah. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. I appreciate you noticing something that we definitely didn't notice. And he just takes his his park ranger boots off, barefoot, and just starts booking it.
Oh shit.
Jazz picks up the boots, and starts running.
I didn't get it.
Joe goes into Portillo's. No.
Grabs Joe as well.
Need some snacks for this journey. That's fair.
James Googles what a Portillo's is.
I was assuming it's like a gas station. I don't know either.
No, what? Stop!
It's
food.
Get yourself a Chicago hot dog, or
Italian beef, slice of chocolate cake. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's just Joe running through the woods like this.
So you all book it. I would say that you could maybe change, but I change into your lupus form. Actually, you could change into your lupus form,
Easy.
which doesn't cost rage.
Can we howl at the moon?
You know, I was thinking, as you all, you're thinking about where you're about to go. You're worried about Gianna, who's family to all of you at this point. Somebody you care about, a touchstone. And I think it's about time you all get a little rage and howl at the moon. So as you're traversing due south, you take a moment and you see the moon above you, Luna, who you've very familiar with at this point. You take a moment to howl.
Ow.
Oh.
No. Do it better.
What was wrong? That one was sensual. It was loving that one.
That was good.
Woo, woo. Yeah. Thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
whoa.
That was good. We need a clip of that.
Hit him with the voice, the man.
And you all can gain a additional rage for howling at the moon during your travels. You know the way at this point. You're in the familiar small Illinois town of Burr Ridge. You pass the familiar sights of the hotels and the shopping centers. And you make your way to the community center, a place that Fen, your wife, Jazz, your mother, she works and volunteers and helps out at this community center often. You've been here before. But at night, it sits quiet. Normally there are parks and places for kids to play and different areas for people, recreational sites. It's all empty. And quiet. Investigating the area. Yeah, I was gonna say, you go ahead,
Do a sniff
Joe.
test, Joe.
Roll me a intelligence.
How was that?
Sir, and or actually wit survival. A wit survival.
You said
Told about all
intelligence.
this
I went,
overtime.
Wit survival. Yeah, no intelligence. Wit survival.
Told about doing all this overtime. Jazz, we had this conversation. Told her, shouldn't be staying out this late. Oh, wow. My baby.
Oh my god.
Let me check
Stop. You're gonna make I'm trying to stay calm.
Oh,
You're
God,
making this
dog
worse.
it. Okay, hold on.
Ooh.
We'll do a willpower reroll.
That was one success. That's right.
Let's go.
Oh, much
Whoa.
better. 3 successes with that willpower reroll.
Gives me a total of 4.
4, so a total of 4 successes.
Yeah, changed
Um,
it. Oh,
You
that's cool.
smell very faintly the smell of blood, that metallic-y smell. And with higher successes there, you see on one of like the recreational centers, there's like a double glass doors. One of them is cracked with a loose frame.
There's not much talking. It's more so of a tap on Finn's shoulder and a look in a direction, and Joe starts hightailing it towards that direction.
Same, right behind him. Could be a
Same.
trap. Doesn't matter. Just booking straight
Don't
towards
matter.
it.
That one, it's my mom.
You walk toward this door and head inside the cracked door. It's like very easy to just open because it's already broken. This room that you're in, it looks like some sort of like lobby of sorts, and it's completely wrecked. Donation boxes torn apart, scattered all over the place is just papers. There are like lockers and rooms that are just ripped open, gutted. And you see Joe, you see this first. Just the faint smear of some blood that streaks from this lobby room into what looks like a locker room that would eventually lead to a gymnasium. So you see the blood leading toward a locker room.
This may be a little overkill for right now, but I think Joe has seen enough to where he kind of like takes a couple steps back from the group, and you can kind of just hear the bones cracking and the fabric tearing, and he just steps out in his full form. Like he's not taking any chances. This is what
He's
he
going
does.
straight to Krynos.
Fuck.
Oh,
It's straight to Krynos.
Okay.
oh, you got that action, boss.
All right. So you all see Joe without hesitation shift into his Krynos form, which is going to cost you two rage dice. So if you want to, okay.
Ooh. Yeah.
What'd you roll?
I still have it active though. Like it's still,
Yes.
like I spin the success. If I got
Yes.
this 2 successes, I keep the rage. Being that it was only 1 success, I spin 1 rage to do it.
Correct. Yes. So in your Krynos form, you essentially frenzy. So you are going to be spending willpower to not go completely frenzied. But you do get physical tests bonus +4 to health. No social tests, auto failure to mental tests. +3 to claws, +1 to bite. And anybody who sees you would be in a state of delirium, which thankfully nobody is here. And where would you like to go, Joe?
So you said that it goes into a locker room that heads into a gymnasium.
Yes.
Joe sprints into the locker room, and he immediately leaps on top of the middle lockers that have that space, and you can kind of see him just like he's staking for a little bit, and he almost begins to prowl as like his large form crosses between both of the boundaries of the lockers easily.
Scoping out this area, what you see is on the ground, you see 2 people. The first one you see is Gianna. She's okay. She is tending to somebody on the ground who looks not okay. It's
My baby. She's such a damn hero.
It's a boy. He probably looks about like 1920 college. And he is bloody and wounded, and she is tending to. You could see, you notice, like she has a couple of like scratches on her, but he's in pretty rough condition.
So inside of his Krynos form, he has thoughts, but they're still animalistic. And his main thought is to get Gianna out of here. So he jumps down, grabs them by the edge of their clothing, and takes off towards Finn and Jazz. Whatever needs to be explained, she can do it, but this is the mission.
Without even a second, and Gianna has seen this before, so she actually does not enter a state of delirium despite being human, despite being mundane and mortal. She is conscious. But the boy is basically like unconscious at this point, or barely in and out. But yes, Joe, you're able to grab both of them without even any sort of resistance or hesitation, and bring them out into the lobby area where the rest of your pack is. And Fen, Jazz, you see Gianna.
I imagine both Fen and I were like in the process. Like this was all in slow motion of us running towards Joe, and he's already back.
And then immediately just grab my wife.
Oh, 100%. It was definitely like backpedal, 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 and then he just took off.
Yeah,
Just
and they
comes
were like,
back.
"Ah!"
Yep.
Shoot, shoot.
Are you okay? What
Mom?
happened? What's going on?
Fen, Jazz, honey, I'm
Mom, are you okay? And she's like already checking her.
I'm okay. I'm okay. He is not, though. Something hurt him bad. It looks like, and she just kind of she makes a nod of this was something tore into this poor boy.
Mm. And is there any way that I can see if this individual is the kin that we were told about?
Yes. Roll me a resolve and occult.
Okay. I may have another thing, but might be cooking too much with that one. Ugh. Been a willpower.
Oh my god. Tell them what the roll was.
Oh, it was 1 success off of 5 dice.
That's math.
So 2 successes with the willpower, so a total of 3.
Total of 3. Fen, you are able to sense that this is one of them, a kin. One that hasn't encountered a first change, but has the potential to.
Yeah, were they? Oh, go ahead. No, I'm sorry.
Does this kid need medical attention?
I think so, Sean.
All right.
Possibly.
And I will pull out a med kit from where no one's looking.
Yeah, from where? Where's that?
Yeah.
My
Here.
skin.
There was one on the wall.
It's not. Every med kit's different. All right, what do we got here? And
Yes.
what should I roll?
Roll me intelligence. I believe
Medicine?
that there is medicine. Yes, I was
Yes,
like,
there is.
yes, intelligence medicine.
Yay, a skill that I have.
Oh,
Gianna, you know this guy's a drummer too? So talented.
Jazz is like checking Mom everywhere, just like pulling her face, like, stop working overtime.
I got 1 success on 4 dice, so homeboy will.
What is going on?
We are.
I know. You guys are spending all of your willpower.
You know,
Jeez. Talk about ring rust.
you know,
What's everybody's willpower at? Like, how many do you have
I've used
left?
3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have
So I
6 or
have-
7 left.
Okay. And
Yeah.
You have
Where's
3.
the,
Okay.
remind me where this
5.
willpower reroll is? Okay, I remember now.
Do we put an X every time for the willpower?
Yeah.
For every willpower you spend, yes, you would exit off.
Got it. So I've
Okay,
got 2
then I have
left.
4.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I got 3 left. Okay.
Okay.
My successes has increased from 1 to 3.
3 successes. Yes, you see across his chest is a huge gash that the lacerations are pretty deep. He's gonna definitely need some actual medical attention, but you would be able to patch it up, gauze it up, to stop any other bleeding or anything like that. And just and if you have any pain meds or anything like that. But yeah, basically
Right.
he's just got a huge laceration across
Right.
his
Take a
chest.
Tylenol.
Oh boy, okay. This kid needs medical attention. At some point tonight, we're gonna have to dial 911. I'm gonna go ahead and stitch these up. I'm gonna go ahead and apply some gauze. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Young man.
With
The field
y-
down.
and with those rolls, you are able to successfully stitch him up for now, so that it doesn't get any worse, at least. He is... You see him in and out of consciousness. Like, he opens his eyes for a second. He sees you, like, stitching him up. He kind of grunts a little bit, but doesn't say anything. And then goes kind of back out into... it blacks out again.
Yeah.
Jazz, as you're looking at your mom, you notice she doesn't look too damaged up. She has a couple of... just a couple of cuts, like a couple of scrapes on her face and on her shoulder, and she just explains to you,
They're just dabbing. Alcohol.
yeah, with a little bit of disinfectant.
Exactly. Just
there was somebody here. I think he went toward the gym, and he attacked this boy, and I tried to step in, and I think it shocked him that I didn't immediately just blank out or something, and so he just booked it and went forward, and I haven't seen him since, but that was probably
Which way, Mom?
And she just points past the locker room. And Joe,
I was gonna say, Jazz just immediately just starts walking like, oh hell no, you gonna put scratches on my mama's face and then think you can just walk out of here.
Joe saw a direction pointed and he just went, all right.
Man, your boy's on sight.
Right?
Call out if you need us, Ma.
I think he runs through the locker room and like scratches his claws against the shower pipes. Hopefully there's hot water so it creates steam. Nice little ambiance before we walk into the gym. Yeah.
Oh, that's so much property damage.
You say that, Sean, as you're, still patching up this guy, and then you offer to help Gianna as well and just give her a couple of
Hey, Miss
bandages.
Gianna, he'll be fine. Tell me what's on your mind. How you doing?
And she looks to you, Fen, and
this is
she...
Sean Collins. He's a friend of ours.
Yes, I remember. I saw him. I think I met him once at the bar one night.
Yes, ma'am.
I remember you. I just... Be careful.
Of course. Where'd this kid come from? Is he new here?
He is fairly new. Yes, he moved from Minnesota a couple of months ago.
Was me thinking
A Vikings fan.
Oh, that's what it was.
This kid where he is.
Gang, I'm not from the Midwest.
He doesn't have to be from the Midwest.
From Minnesota. Where?
Joe turns around when he hears Minnesota. He's like,
leave him. Leave him.
You got any parents?
I think he has a foster family.
I know what that's like.
Good. I mean, from what I'm noticing with his he might be what similar pack situation happening. We can talk about this later. I gotta go with Joe and Jazz.
Okay, just please be careful.
Always. Probably gonna need some new boots. And he just books off in the same direction.
So Fen, you head into the locker room to follow Jazz and Joe. Sean, what about you?
I'm patching up homeboy. I'm making sure he's okay, and then, hey, checking on you, Miss Gianna. How you feeling? Does it hurt when I press on this?
It stings a little,
Okay, that's normal.
but no, I think I'll be okay. I'm more worried about him, and she points to the kid.
Yeah, he'll need an ambulance. We'll get there in due time. He's
Should
not gonna
I?
die.
Should I? No, you guys. I guess need to take care of whatever this is.
They'll do whatever they need to do. You're fine.
Okay. Is there anything I can do to help? Do I need to
No.
keep
Well,
his head up, head elevated, or anything like that?
Okay, so yeah, just a little bit. We're in due time, we'll call 911, but they probably don't want to show up to whatever this is. So we're gonna wait for a little bit of misnomer. If there's a person that is unconscious, we're not gonna touch their head. We're not gonna move them.
What about this? All of how are we even going to explain everything that happened here?
Ooh, Miss Gianna, that's a good idea. Okay, so, first off, you see those pipes? We're gonna say that one of them burst. Shrapnel's a thing. I just take a piece of shrapnel. I say, oh, there it was. I was here. I'm a member of the community. Bing, bang, boom. EMS doesn't usually ask a lot of questions here, so we're good.
Okay, I just... yeah, Fen was right. I shouldn't be staying here late anymore.
Hey, you gotta do whatever you gotta do for the community. You can't blame yourself for that. You can't bring this kid into your home. You got boundaries. You build a center for that community. Sometimes, some folks come in, they don't like community, they try and break it up. But that's why your cute boyfriend and his friends are here.
That's my husband.
That's fair. I don't like to judge.
What? It just I knew something fell off with this kid, with him, this boy. He's,
Yeah, tell me.
He had been staying here late, and I told him I would make sure he was okay. He said he was not feeling well, and I would help him get him back to his family. He's not in college. He's not. I don't think he even finished high school. It's just something, and he just has said that I don't know.
That's fair.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Oh, no, it's fine. Kids, especially kids in the system. I was in the system too. They guard themselves. They don't want to be too vulnerable towards adults. They don't want to reveal their hand very quickly. You were doing exactly what you needed to do. You gave a space. He felt safe in that space. He revealed more information as he took longer in that space. You can't beat yourself up about it.
And then he just got attacked like this. It just...
we're gonna figure it out. But
I don't pretend.
Go ahead.
I don't pretend to understand everything in my husband and daughter's life, but I just wish there was more I could do to help.
Hey, look. You're doing everything you need to do. You're giving them space. You're giving them agency. They ask of things. You've been putting in work inside your own home. Your daughter's wonderfully independent. You got a husband who's got a great killer job. And look, you bag quite a looker if I'm being honest. But you contribute the way that you want to contribute. And when they ask more, you believe in them. And when they don't ask more, you believe that it's enough. Do you trust them?
I do.
You trust them enough to ask for help when they need it? Well, then you can go the other way with that trust. Trust that if they're not asking for help, their needs are met. You're fine, girl. You're just shaken up. You're shooken up. You're fine.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I'll make sure it's okay. And yeah, if there's anything else I can do to help, just let me know.
Oh no, you've made sure that this kid was safe. Look, imagine what would have happened if you weren't here.
You could be dead.
Could be worse, but that didn't happen. And that's because of you.
Thanks, Sean, right?
Yeah, a little bit better. Doesn't have to be good, but you feel a little bit better.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. That's what we're aiming for.
Okay.
Just sit down. We'll figure it out.
She takes a seat and just sits next to the boy, and looks at him, watches him.
And then, like, ear to the next room.
So you stay in this room, Sean, while the three of them.
I'd say that was a fair amount of conversation, and there was
Yes.
probably a meanwhile going on.
Mhm.
So he was gonna see if anything played out that might have needed his attention, but eyes on the prize, and whoever came here wanted that kid.
So, Joe, you take the lead. And as you're rushing through the locker into the gymnasium, you see in the gym, the floor is like partially cracked, splintered, and in the center of the gym, you just see chaos. A thin young man in ragged clothes digging through a battered boxes of files, tossing papers on the ground, and you see papers flying everywhere. His hair is stringy and damp with sweat. His eyes are sunken, and you see green, the faintest hint of a spiral. And he turns back and looks at you in your Krynos form, and he doesn't look surprised. He looks satisfied. He stands up and straightens slowly and holds a folder, takes a few steps back. I was wondering when you'd get here. Joe, you're in your Krynos form. You know you can't communicate with him, but what would you like to do?
All right. Before I crash out, because that's what Joe is prone to do.
The universal language.
How far back is Jazz and Finn from me?
Not far. You hear them behind you, probably like 10 steps away into the locker room, heading toward the gym.
Distance between me and the person?
He's like at center court. You're all the way at the end. It's a bit of a run.
Are the hoops down?
The hoops are down.
Joe jumps up to the hoop that's right above him, peeking on top of the backboard, and leaps from the hoop to center court.
That's only a 50-foot jump. You're good
Yeah,
for it.
nothing
Yeah.
crazy.
No problem.
It's more so I want the height.
Right, yeah. From the top rope.
Joe,
Watch out.
As you jump up onto the hoop and you're about to leap into center court, there is one thing you notice. You notice that there isn't just one figure here standing in the center. You see on the right side of the court one individual, and on the left side of the court another individual, and him in the center.
Okay, well, hey, listen. Brash and
Honest line.
impulsive.
Yep.
Yeah, brash and impulsive. Swanton bomb right off the top rope, center court. I got two people back up. I'm trying to crush this fool. Full claws out, right in their chest, if aiming.
You leap, and as you do, perhaps to your surprise, a swarm of rats begins to surround you, leaping toward him. And you stand about, you jump down, and the rats kind of begin to impair your movement here. And you're about a foot away from this person in the center, with rats completely surrounding you. And Jazz and Fen, it's at this time that you enter to see a sight of this scrungly individual in the center, rats surrounding Joe about a foot away, and you now see it too. From one side, you look and see a man looking hollow almost, with his arm outstretched, rats coming from his body. It feels, it's very unnatural. You've not seen anything like this. This isn't even something you've seen from the kindred. The I was like the
worm,
the worm spawn. This is not something you've seen from even them. This is something else. And I will say, you, at this point in time, you all have encountered things like this before. This isn't anything of vampire or mage or anything like that. This is what's called a Fomori. And it is when humans become influenced by the worm, and they basically become these like thralls of nastiness. Whatever like ugly manifestation they had in their human life, they become that in this Fomori form. And this is what is called a hollow man. And he has sent rats on Joe. What would the two of you like to do?
All that you said, that don't matter to Jazz. That don't matter. She is just walking. She is not taking off on a run this entire time. She is walking with a purpose. And I'm going to use stare down on them.
Stare down, yes. So you will be able to, so you're going to stare down at the scrungly individual, or
yes.
Yes, I think.
I guess, like, does it affect?
It's
is
really
it like a cone?
It is kind of. I think it is like an AOE, as one would say, and it does
cone.
work. Yes, it works on everybody in the room. So you can roll me a charisma and honor. I think you have to make a rage check for that. So just roll me. I forgot to do this earlier, but you just. Yes, you just have to roll rage and see if you lose your.
Is that the bite? Rage dice?
I believe so.
Yes, I believe so.
Rage dice.
Okay. One success.
Okay. So you are good. Go ahead and roll the stare down.
You said it was charisma and what?
Charisma and honor.
Honor. Okay.
I may have to roll composure and resolve to contest this.
3 successes. You need to understand, this man laid hands on her mother. You could have literally been like, this is the king of werewolves, and no. Not a chance. You fucking laid hands on my mom?
Fen, you watch your daughter do this stare down, and it's almost, you've done this before. And to see your daughter do it, it's kind of scary, but also it's maybe, you're proud that it's something that
1000%.
she has learned, and it's something that's almost passed down in your family.
Yeah, she gets it
with
from
this,
her mother.
With this unyielding gaze, Jazz, you establish yourself as the apex predator, and everybody else will cower and submit because you rolled enough successes to at least, sorry, I should say the two in the center, or no, the two on the right and the left, the two Fomori, they cower. The individual in the center does not. So immediately the rats disperse, Joe, and you are released as Jazz establishes this dominance over the two Fomori in the room.
I will say, the way I imagine this is she's walking towards him with the intent of, like, chokeholding him. So either Dad, you better jump in, or Joe better jump in, because she don't care that this guy's not affected right now.
Right. I think with Jazz and Joe dealing with the guy in the center, I think Ben's more worried about the two extras because we don't have a good idea of what's going on with them. So I think he just leaps. I'm assuming you said this is like a basketball gymnasium. He leaps on the bleachers, puts a hand down, like reaches for one, the wooden bleachers that they have, and just grabs the seat, basically a big block of wood, and he's just gonna rip it off and swing it straight across the Mori as he switches into his not Krynos, but Glabros.
Glabro. Yes. Okay. So you can go ahead and activate your Glabro form. That's one rage die.
Success.
A success. So you're all good. And so yes, you get +2 to your physical tests in this form. So go ahead and roll me a strength and athletics. +2.
Brain. And they already put that in there. Nice. 5 successes.
5 successes. Okay. And you are throwing this bleacher at whom?
So the idea was to take the bleacher, rip it off, smack the one hard enough to the point they collide with the other one, since they're in this like
Yes, like kind of like
Oh,
a
baseball.
Yes. Okay. So you take this bleacher and smack it into the Hollow Man, causing a bit of a chain effect that slams into the Garu in the center. And let me just look at these stats really quick. Okay. So this is going to cause some aggravated damage for the Hollow Man. And it slams into the Garu, who then shifts into their Glabro form. And they are going to try to grab this bleacher from you. They're going to do like a little tug of war here on the other end. Let's see. I'm going to spend a willpower. They grab and hold at it, Fen, resisting your pull on the other side to hold. The one Hollow Man with the rats is down. The other one hasn't done anything just yet. And the other one's holding. Joe, is there anything you would like to do?
So the one that's in a tug of war match with Finn is the one that's in the middle?
Yes, that's the one that's in the middle.
All right, because I'm also there too. All right, cool. So I don't like where this is going. So Joe's going to grab this person by their head and their arm. One of these.
Okay.
Now, I'd like to dig in with him with my razor claws.
Okay.
Now, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're doing. Okay.
All right.
What we gonna do?
So,
that's what we're gonna do.
add half your glory to the damage, which is 1. So I'll just say you add 1 damage to your claw attack.
Okay. Solid.
So go ahead and roll
So-
me a strength and brawl
It's like 4, right?
with obviously all of your added bonuses in your Krynos form.
Right. What is that? That's Razor Claw is glory, right? Yeah, I think that's my glory.
Yes.
Okay.
Got
Show me potato salad.
Woo!
Potato salad.
What'd you get?
Oh my god!
I think there was
Yeah.
a potato salad.
Oh my god!
Oh
What'd
my
you get?
gosh.
What did you get?
That's
tell me.
9 successes, friends.
9 successes.
9.
So Joe, after being swarmed with the rats and they dissipate, and he sees Jazz come up, and this bleacher just slams into this globro form in the middle. He slowly stands up and he takes out both of his claws, rakes them across the fucking court, and just grabs him by the head and the arm and begins to wrench as he separates, or he tries to separate the two.
As you do this, Joe, this fellow Garu, who's in his own half-wolf form, the glabro form, looks at you, and through his wrenching teeth and snarls as you're pulling him apart, he just says slowly to you, "You made yourselves a symbol. Wolves who play house, believe in community, in Gaia's dream. Your symbols are easy to break. It's not about your bar. It's not about your kin. It's the look in your eyes that nothing you built will last. This is only the beginning. The worm doesn't need to win every fight. It just needs you to doubt the point of..." And as he's saying his last words, Joe, his monologue, his evil monologue doesn't even matter because
Complete
you
Mortal
rip
Kombat
him.
fatality.
Exactly. You rip him to shreds.
I toss the head to the other person that hasn't done anything yet, and it goes right in front of him.
Down on the ground, you see a head roll toward this other Famari. What's called a ravenous locust, a bane of spirit of hunger and disease. This is a woman who looks decrepit. Jazz, you see her, and she's still cowering at your stare down. What would you like to do?
Before I do anything, I would like to acknowledge Sean. At this point, does he hear the fact that we threw a bleacher?
Sean, you do hear this. You hear the cracks of the bleachers breaking, the growls and cries. You hear the yelling of an individual. What would you like to do?
Miss Giara, I must excuse myself to check in on it. Now, if you'd be so kind, and he kind of like starts walking and slowly also transforming into his glabro form. Now, if you would be so kind as to just let me know when there's a problem. I'll be right back. And just
You
kind of
walk
like
in to the sight of the head rolling from Joe throwing it onto the ground in front, and you're near Jazz and this wretched spirit in front of you, this Famori, and what's left of the carnage and viscera in this room.
Oh, it's just nasty.
What would the two of you like to do?
I'm gonna let Sean do his action because Jazz is taking her time. There's all this stuff flying around her, and she is walking with a purpose. Now, the one that she was walking towards is down, right?
Yes.
She's going to, without even like acknowledging it, keeps walking towards that one woman now. Just turns and focuses. But John, go ahead.
Just kind of like drinking everything in, like, what's going on in here? Oh, you look gross. Just kind of like, ugh. And gets ready, like, continues walking at, I guess, sickly homegirl, to see what starts happening.
And then I would like to walk over to her, and I also grab her by the throat. What was the thing? What was the maneuver? What was it called, Joe? What is it called? Not the snatch and flip, the
swap and scoop. The swap
and scoop.
The swap and scoop.
Yeah. So, as Jazz goes over and grabs this woman by the throat, she's gonna turn her around in case anyone would like to swoop. Perhaps Sean. Perhaps Fen. While still staring this woman down in her eyes.
Oh, I recognize a swap and scoop from a mile away.
And I'm guessing that would be strength in a brawl.
Yes. Sean, go ahead and roll me strength and brawl with bonuses in your Glabro form.
Confirm.
Just holding this woman up like.
I have rolled 5 successes.
With 5 successes, you rip this decrepit woman apart as her flesh no longer is flesh. It doesn't turn into dust like the kindred do. It doesn't spill out guts the way an actual person would. It simply just begins to dissipate in its spirit and vanish. Both Fomori in this room destroyed.
Well, that was weird.
Alongside the carnage in front of you of one of your own. But this one, no. This can't be. And as the 4 of you stand in this gymnasium, you look down, Joe. Actually, you're in your Krynos form, so you probably wouldn't see this as much. But Fen, you jump down from the bleachers and look at what this Garu was holding in his hands. A folder and records of other kin in the area. Others who are looking to... who may become Garu but aren't yet. You hold on to these records, concerned as to what this could mean and why somebody would be looking for this. Why this Garu would be looking for this. And you all feel a sense of spirit in the air. You feel a call from Gaia.
Well, before Gaia.
Yes.
You gave me a right that allows me to bind spirits. And as a black fairy, I don't feel the full justice yet. And so I want to turn towards Sean and give me an item. Any item. I don't care.
Just a book.
What do you give me? A book?
Yeah.
What kind of book? What does it say?
Learning Spanish.
Learning Spanish.
She's gonna look at it and she's gonna push her feelings aside because that book, that you son of a bitch, that book. Anyway, she's gonna take this book and she's gonna bind that Garu spirit to this book. Because she's got some questions. And she doesn't feel that she got the answers to them.
Okay. I will say you make your attempt to bind the spirit, but
I will make my attempt.
we don't see what happens if Jazz is successful or not. We don't know for now if she's able to successfully bind the spirit or what consequences may come of that. But perhaps we will find out one day and maybe learn more. But Jazz, the last thing I actually will have you do as you're trying to do this is I just want you to roll me. I want you to roll me a wits and just a wits and awareness as you walk up to the body of this Garu and the book in your hand.
3 successes.
You see this first. You feel this first from Gaia. The rest of you, it'll ripple out to the rest of you, but Jazz, you're the first to experience this. From the body of this Garu emanates something that goes beyond the physical realm. All you can see is a chain, a black, spiraling chain that emanates from its body. And that is where we end our session.
Oh.
On a black spiral. To be continued? Maybe. Perhaps for another night. Where what this Garu was up to, what their plans were for the Garu of the greater Chicago area, why it's infiltrating this region. A story for another time, perhaps. But thank you, everybody, for watching and joining us on this short story that follows that of the Black Spiral Dancers. If you weren't able to fully figure that out, the Black Spiral Dancers are a enemy of the Garu. They are bad Garu, essentially. They have basically become they've become tainted by the worm, and they are agents of the worm.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Never thought I'd see the day.
And the Black Spiral Dancers have made their way to Chicago, unfortunately, and they are looking for kin, probably to do some bad things. And they're not happy with the current cairn and packs of Chicago because things are too good right now. Things are too happy. So, like,
sorry.
Gaia forbid we try to live our best lives.
Yeah, right. God forbid we
they're
have
not
like
happy
family.
with this pack having a little family and having community. How dare they? How dare they? So
Not community.
yes, that's what really about. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. This is a small excerpt from the greater one of the newer books that's coming out, The Coming Destruction. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully players, you enjoyed getting back into the seat of your Garu, and getting some new things and learning some new things.
Yeah, the new rights and everything were pretty sick.
Yes. So Jazz learned a new rite, the rite of binding, which we will explore more. For the sake of this story, audience, obviously I kind of expedited her learning of it a little bit just so she was able to have it. Because one thing that you'll see a lot of in the Moonlit Path is dealing with spirits and things like that. So you guys, the wind spirit that you encountered, there are all sorts of like different spirits and stuff that you can actually like encounter in the Umbra, in the physical realm. So that was a manifestation of one of them. A jagling is what they call it. So
Love me a spren.
yeah, basically that. And it's it's very interesting because there is like, yes, there is a way to like bind spirits to these different talismans and things like that. I had been planning to maybe give you guys like an item, but instead you just decided to bind the talisman, which I think actually worked out better. So now you have a little spirit that's with you also, and hanging out with you. You have a little wind companion. So
Wouldn't be my first time having a spirit hang out with
yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Too soon, dude. Too soon.
But yeah,
Collecting them like Yu-Gi-Ohs, apparently.
Like Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah. Again with this.
So who knows? Maybe you guys will have a whole little like a whole collection at some point of different spirits.
I love
I'm
me
sure.
a right I could abuse.
I'm sure
Some of them, like
nothing would go
Final
wrong
Fantasy?
with that. Yeah.
Nothing would go wrong.
Those
The
are
most
But-
important keepsakes holding spirits in them. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah.
With a Black Fury.
Yes. 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 I'm very happy everybody got it played into their like their strengths and and a little bit. Obviously, Joe has always been our powerhouse Red Talon
Go get
of
her.
the group, which is great and rips into people all the time, and it's great. And then Sean, more of like the utility kind of character, like who's like, I'm here to help and aid and support, which is really great also. So,
Absolutely.
yeah. It's great.
I got to do a classic monologue.
Yes, you did.
Great. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah. So I thought that was really great. It was a really fun, quick session, and I'm so happy that we got to play more Werewolf together, everybody. This always makes me so happy.
I love our little werewolf family.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
We're so back.
We are. We're so back.
We're so back.
Truly. Truly. And I'm happy I got to get a little taste of the Black Spiral Dancers and the Coming Destruction. There's a whole like section. So you basically can follow the story of like what the Black Spiral Dancers are planning. And it's really cool. And the minute I saw that, I was like, okay, we're going that route. Because
And
they
rats,
are like
huh?
yes. And the
Cute.
I do
Fomori.
love me a little rat.
Yeah.
I do love me
Yep.
some rats.
Give me Resident Evil
I
vibes.
ironically named Hollow Man when they were just full of rats.
Yep. Fomori are another thing that you can use in your werewolf encounters. Like they are like weirdly they're like humans, but have like weird possessed things of whatever pains that they had in their life, which is really interesting. So
Taint.
everything
Worm taint.
everything has
Ew. Don't say
some
that.
the
Why'd you
worm
say
really
that?
be messing with a lot of things. That's all I gotta say. The balance is all off.
God
It's just-
dang worm again.
The
I
vibes
know.
are
Worms
bad.
be
Just
Won't
tripping.
leave us alone.
Just let
Yeah.
us be.
Keep that in
Yeah.
Where they are.
Chicago.
Move to the suburbs to be away from that shit.
But so those are just my quick like TLDR takeaways. Again, I hope everybody enjoyed and had a great time. This was a really fun, quick session. It's a bit shorter than our usual sessions, so that's why also the pacing was like, let's move along. But when you are running your own games, you can set it at whatever pace you want. If you want it to be a quicker session, that's totally possible. You can do a couple of hours, or you could stretch it out to a 5-hour session. Whatever works best for you and your players and your pacing. And no matter what, you can tell a good werewolf story and get all of the atmospheric vibes that you would want from Werewolf the Apocalypse specifically, which is a whole different vibe in my opinion from Vampire and Hunter, and I really love it.
Oh yeah.
So
We got spirits. We got Umbra. We got mortal wounds. We got rats.
We got wolves.
We got
We got wolves. We got Howling at the Moon.
mm-hmm. We got rage,
woo.
Yeah.
and that's
Oh,
important.
so
A
much
lot of
rage.
rage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We got Joe turning up out of the blue.
Turn up.
Immediately going to Krynos form.
Yeah,
He is
immediately.
on site.
That's about
Yes.
right.
Listen, I thought we were here for something.
No,
Okay,
no,
He's
you're
on
right.
site.
You saved my wife.
No, you were
I'm
right.
happy.
Yeah. It's not Werewolf the Mundane. It's Werewolf the Apocalypse.
This is true. This is very true.
This is true.
So That's all we got, gang. Thank you so much, everybody, once again for tuning in and joining us. Check out all of the new Werewolf the Apocalypse books because there's a lot of them. The Coming Destruction will be coming out at some point, but we also got some stuff from The Moonlit Path. We got Wormtide. There's a bunch of awesome Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition books from Renegade, so go check them out. Play yourself some Werewolf the Apocalypse because it is so much fun. I love running it. It's one of my favorites. This pack specifically is very, very special to me. So I'm so glad we got to play again. Thank you so much, Renegade. Thank you, players. And we'll see you in the next one. As always, don't forget to howl at the moon. Goodbye, everybody.
Ow.